the best friends and passionates about the karting world. This is 8:30 more or less local time here in Portimão, and we're getting near the start of the FIA Karting World Championship of 2020 for the OK and Junior categories. The warm-up sessions are taking place right now onto the International Kartodromo of Portimão, and the good news is the sun is back and we shall have a lovely weather for the remaining of the day, at least when it comes to the forecast that we had yesterday as well. The rain should be with us again tomorrow, but in the meantime, let's enjoy the return of the sun on this beautiful region of Algarve. We're going to have a full and very, very busy program of racing today with 20 qualifying heats in both classes. For a total of 25 races to go through before making yourself a place, getting a ticket for the final of the OK and the Junior class taking place on Sunday afternoon. So plenty of action, plenty of pleasure, and beautiful battles to witness all together. My name is Guillaume Alvarez. I'll be live streaming, brought to you by the RGMMC Group from 9:50 local time here in Portimão. So make sure to join us wherever you are in the world watching, as we couldn't have you guys on track, but we got you covered with all the tools and factors and all the elements you need to follow closely what's going to happen on this track for the 2020 edition of the World Championship. The much awaited event is taking place under the sun of Portugal, and we cannot wait to start racing. So see you in a bit. 9:55, the start of the first race.
Beginning of the year was really good, but end this year was not so good. I like because this is very fast track, and it's difficult because here is Uguchuku and Lindblad is really fast on the dry and wet. So I tried to do my best and wish me a luck.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Portugal, right on time for the start of the first qualifying heat of the weekend. Welcome to you all. We're here on the International Cartodromo to Portimão in Algarve region, right on for the first start of many qualifying heats, 25 in total, starting with the junior category. Welcome to you all, right on with the French driver Evan Gilter, the leader on your screen, leading the first of 7 laps to go. This is the first race of 27 that we're going to have the pleasure to live all together under the sun of Portugal. Welcome to you all. We are live from Portugal for this entire weekend. The live streaming brought to you by the RGMMC group. My apologies. This is the FIA Karting World Championship for the OK and Junior class, and we're so happy to welcome you all live wherever you are in the world. Right on for the start of the first qualifying heats, and the battle is on for the lead. Evan Gilter, young Frenchman wearing the Sodicart colors, was leading the first lap from pole position. There you have it, the number 113 on your screen, battling right in the start with Nicolas Solov, the young driver from the DPK Racing, in second position. Here we go. This is going to be a fantastic weekend of racing, and we're happy that you guys are with us to live it all together. Evan Gilter completing the first lap in the lead with Nicolas Solov up in second. Third place, Igor Chuku with 2 places gained in the opening lap in front of Arie Burgoyne. Ian Eijkmans, the young Belgian who was starting on the front row of the grid, unfortunately lost a couple of positions in the process as well. You can see your battle on your screen. The 182 of Arie Burgoyne is getting past Igor Chuku, and watch out because Ian Eijkmans is getting in the way, and Igor Chuku is losing a bit of ground already as he's battling with the VDK drivers surrounding him. Ariel Elkin and Maxence Verbrugge getting past as well, or at least trying to get past the young American from the Sober Junior karting team. The reigning European champion in a bit of a trouble. Oh, in a beautiful slide, but well controlled by the 125 of Ariel Elkin from VDK. And as you can possibly guess, the track is still very much slippery, even though we have a lot of sun, a beautiful weather ever since the start of this day. This is still a wet race, and all the drivers have put on wet tires on for this first qualifying heats. We're going to have a total of 20 races today, Saturday, in Portugal. This is already starting right away, and with intense competition between those young drivers of the OK Junior class. There's a good number of them. 89 made the trip to Portugal to compete in the FIA Karting World Championship, the cream of the cream, the best karting drivers in the world for what is the biggest race on the planet, on the international karting scene. And Evan Gilter is leading. He's the first leader of the weekend. Beautiful move on your screen from the 157. This is happening further back, I think it was. This is Francisco Soldavini getting past Chudo Zono for 12th place, as we have Gilter up in the front, leading Nicolas Solov, Arie Burgoyne in third. Hugo Eijkmans is down in 4th place in front of Igor Chuku. Ariel Elkin in 6th place. Maxence Verbrugge getting past for 7th place, Rashid Al-Daheri from Parolin. Then we have further back completing the top 10, Matteo De Paolo and Aiden Neat. This is 2 laps completed. We're into the lap number 3. Welcome to you all once again, straight into the racing, as we had a bit of a trouble earlier, as you might have seen, for the 165 of Nicola Lacorte, the young Italian who was out of the race before he even got started with his car just nearby the track. But at the moment, let's focus on the battle for the first lead of the weekend. 4 tenths, that's the gap between Evan Gilter and Nicolas Tsolov. And the battle of screen, riding on the curb. This is 1:33. Further back, this is Maxence Verbrugge and Rachid Daheri as well, battling with further back, Matteo De Parlo down in 11th place, as you can see on the left side of your screen if you're following us through live streaming brought to you by RGMMC. But Maxence Verbrugge is well attacking Rachid Al-Daheri at the moment. There's a battle for 7th position with Al-Daheri in front of the VDK Racing driver. On your screen, as you can see, the drivers are taking wider lines than usual. There's a good reason to that, as we have mixed conditions on the Cartodromo International de Algarve so far. It was raining a bit last night, still very much drying ever since we got started, even though the warm-up sessions of this morning were run on wet tires. This first qualifying races of the day is on wet tires as well, but talking to the drivers and the teams, we might expect, as you can already see on your screen, we might expect the racing line to start drying out as we go through the day, even though I've been told that it's not quite drying out fast enough for the drivers to maybe put the slick tires for this first race. Maybe for the second one, we shall see about that, but it was a tricky decisions to make at the very last second before getting in the pre-grid for all those drivers, but they all went for wet tires. As you can see, a bit of spray in the start-finish straight of this beautiful track, 1.5 kilometer. This is the theater for the biggest race in the world, the World Championship for the Diga Drive classes, and we hope you guys can join us for the entirety of the weekend on this beautiful racetrack. A bit of a trouble yesterday with the weather, as it was raining, pouring rain in this region of Portugal, which was quite a change. And a bit of a trouble, unfortunately, for one of the Cosmic drivers, the 192 on your screen. This is Theo Eriksson. Unfortunately, it was out of this race. As I was saying yesterday, it was pouring rain on the track of Portimão, which led to the drivers having their first practice time pretty much, and qualifying as well on wet conditions on this track. But today this is getting drier and drier. Tomorrow we should have a bit of rain back as well. So mixed conditions so far for the start of this weekend, but it's all for making the competition even more exciting. On your screen, this is a 101, Ugo Chukwu. Follow this man, the young man, very well during the weekend. He's the reigning European champion in the junior class. He's been one of the fastest and most impressive ever since the drivers got here in Portugal for the preparation race last weekend. Right now in a bit of a trouble, battling in 5th place with Ian Aikmans just behind him. And this is Ariel Elkin just behind him. Ian Aikmans just before in 4th place. And we still have Evan Gilter, the young Frenchman, leading the way with 4 tenths of a second advantage, with less than 2 laps to go before the first checkered flag of today. Evan Gilter, Nicolas Tsolov, Harry Burgon in the top 3, Ian Aikmans in 4th, and the battle on your screen is between Ariel Elkin and Ugo Chukwu, the young driver from Silver Karting junior team, trying to keep his advantage from the young Israeli from VDK Racing down in 6th. Then we have Rachid Daheri putting up a good recovery already so far, with 8 places gained up to 7 in front of Maxence Verbrugge, Aiden Neat, and Matteo De Parlo closing at the top 10. Just outside of it, we have Nacho Tunon Garcia and Jonathan Waymat down in 12th place. Here's your leader, another Frenchman from Sodicart, Evan Gilter, impressive in pace as well, with a couple of good top 4 results in the preparation race so far. He was one of the fastest in qualifying, the second fastest overall, as he benefited from the faster conditions of the opening qualifying series yesterday. And now he's showing to the world and showing to the rest of his rivals that you guys are going to have to come with me for the battle for victory certainly throughout the weekend. At least he's starting this weekend on the right foot, the young Frenchman Evan Gilter with 6 tenths of a second advantage on Nicolas Tsolov, driving for TPK Racing, the beautiful Alonso Cup colors. And you can see Evan Gilter trying to go around the outside of the racing line, searching for the grip, sliding at the wheel of his Sodicart. Beautiful driving from those young junior drivers as early as the first qualifying heat. Right now this is past 10 o'clock Portuguese time, of course. Thank you for joining us as we are about to conclude the first qualifying heat of today, and this sounds like a first victory in the bag for Evan Gilter, even though Nicolas Tsolov is going to try to push. In the battle, and Ariel Elkin is going past Ugo Chukwu. Ugo Chukwu just lost 5th place in the last lap to Ariel Elkin. Beautifully made from the Israeli driver, who just went around the inside of the American driver. He clipped a bit of the curb, I think, but no harm done, and I think he made his way up to 4th place. So let's have a look at the finish of this race. Final lap and checkered flag for Evan Gilter, the first winner of the weekend here in Portimão, in front of Nicolas Solov and Burgoyne crossing the finish line in third. Then we have Ariel Elkin, already a good result for him as he made his way up to fifth in the last lap in front of Ugo Igochukwu. Rachel Daheri completes the race in 7th place in front of Maxence Verbrugge. Aidan Mead, Matteo De Paolo down in 10th place. Then outside of the top 10, as the classification is about to appear on your screen, we have Jonathan Weymat as well as Francisco Soldavini in 12, Nacho Tunin-Garcia down in 13, Flavio Olivieri in 14th place, 15th place for Valerio Vinicella in front of Chu Donozzo, Francesco Marenghi, then Karol Pazevic, Gonor Zelic, and in 20th place, Evan Dominguez. The first part of the classification on your screen, the Group B against the D, the first of 20 heats to come today. Then we have outside of the top 20, we have Arthur Poulain, the young Frenchman, in 22nd, Caden Prost in front of Yumpu Chu, Yolan Rakamier, Maxime Orlov, Luca Fluccia, Rodrigo Testa, Carson Morgan, and 2 retirements in this race already for Nicolas Lacorte and Theo Eriksson. That's the first race of today, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to have many more to come with 2 more junior races as we're going to switch from one class to the other, obviously, throughout the course of this weekend for the qualifying heats. The first one with B and D, and then coming up will be the race between the Group C and F. Then we're going to have the Group A and E on the track of Portimão. So plenty of action, plenty of fantastic battles to follow all together, as we're gonna wait just in a few moments before the start of the next qualifying heats. There were 7 laps completed under the sun of Portimão, and what will be interesting to see if the drivers coming up in the second qualifying heat will put on slick tires already, if they deem or they think that the racing line has become dry enough. We're not so sure about that, but we shall have confirmation as soon as they get back onto the circuit. We're going to have just in a few moments the replay of this first qualifying heat to propose you on the live stream. Here we go with the pictures of this first qualifying heat, 7 laps that we had this morning. Once again, thank you all very much. We had on track, if you're joining us right now, we had unfortunately a bit of retirement from the 192 of Theo Eriksson. A good start and the domination from this driver, Evan Gilter from Sodicart, who went from start to finish ahead in first position, taking advantage of his pole position. And it was a beautiful race put together by the young Evan Gilter, one of the fastest in this track, and he's confirmed his ambitions already at this early stage of the race. But Nicolas Solov from DPK Racing was in second position and kept a close, tight and close gap as well from the young Frenchman. He tried as many things as he could, but finished half of a second behind Evan Gilter. But good try from Nicolas Solov representing the DPK Racing team. We had a close fight as well for the other positions in this qualifying heat, with Harry Burgoyne making up a couple of positions, 4 in total, up to third. Then Ariel Elkin made one of the passing of the race, as we're going to see just in a few moments. But Evan Gilter was really the man in this first qualifying heat, and this is already 1 victory in the bag for the young Frenchman, who's come here with a lot of ambitions. And you can see Ugo Igochukwu on your screen, the 101, had a bit of a trouble in the opening stages of this race, as he finished all the way down to 6th. But up ahead, Evan Gilter had no problem at all, as it seems by the look of it, to keep his distance from Nicolas Solov, as the two kept themselves from more or less between 3 and 5 tenths of a second. Good race as well from Ian Ekmans, and you can see the move of the race from Ariel Elkin in the 7th and closing lap. He just went around the inside of Ugo Igochukwu, watching over his shoulder to see if there's like any other driver behind. But there was well done from Ariel Elkin, the young Israeli, who was able to claim the top 5 in this opening qualifying heat. Ugo Igochukwu might want to try to recover that lost ground, of course, in the coming heats, as is the reigning European champion and coming here with a lot of ambitions. But you guys are gonna have to count with this man on your screen, Evan Gilter, the young Frenchman. Certainly one of the best surprises from the official Sodicart driver. Won this race fair and square in front of Nicolas Solov, with Harry Burgoyne taking 3rd place in front of Ian Ekmans, Ariel Elkin a good 5th place, and 6th place in the end for Ugo Igochukwu in front of Rachid Al-Dahiri, Maxence Verbrugge, Aidan Mead, Matteo De Paolo, and Jonathan Weymat. That was our replay. Thanks very much for joining once again the replay of the first qualifying heat. As you can see, the drivers are getting ready already, and there's a bit of a mess and a lot of carts down there from the Parc Fermé and the pre-grid. You might be wondering why. It's because the drivers are still trying to figure out on which tires to go out, and trying to look outside of my speaking booth, just located on the first floor of the main building of this track. And it seems to me that some of the drivers are trying to go on the wets and some others on slicks. So that's going to be interesting by the look of it. We're going to have confirmation about the pace of some of those drivers. If some of them are able to find better grip and better racing lines and then go any faster than the rest, then you'll understand that the choice either to go for slicks or to stay on wets would have been the wisest in this qualifying heat. So this will be a wild bet to take for any of those drivers. So in the meantime, while we wait for the next race coming up, let me remind you once again that everybody here on the track needs to abide and respect the sanitary precautions that have been taken for this FIA Karting World Championship to be run smoothly. So try as much as possible to keep your distance wherever you are on the track and in the facility as well, especially on the terrace and the cafeteria. Try to keep the social distancing of 1.5 meter from each other, as well as wearing your mask at all time, wherever you are in the facility, outside of it, as well as on track and in the paddock. So thank you all very much again. We know that you guys respect the rules, and you've been doing so very, very good ever since the start of the weekend. Thank you all, of course, for being here and respecting the rules. Talking about the entries for this FIA Karting World Championship, we're gonna, before the start of the race, switch to one of the interviews that we had the pleasure of doing just before we go for the C and F qualifying heat. We had the chance to talk to one of the top drivers in both categories. This one is Tuukka Taponen from the junior class. Let's hear from him.
Beginning of the year was really good, but end this year was not so good. I like because this is very fast track. And it's difficult because here is Ugo-Tsukan Lindblad is really fast on the dry and wet. So I tried to do my best and wish me a luck.
Good to hear from the young Tuukka Taponen from the Tony Kart Racing team, one of the best drivers in this year's European Championship, who was further overall in the classification of the junior class this season. And talking about the juniors, they come out on track once again. Taponen was third of the European Championship behind Ugo Iguchuku and Arvid Lindblad, the young Brit, with a beautiful season from Tuukka Taponen, who managed to win the opening round of the European Championship back in Zuera, and was one of the fastest as well. Beautiful season so far for young Tuukka Taponen, who's coming here in Portugal with legitimate ambitions to do at least as well, even better in this category. We shall have to see about that, because the opposition is going to be fierce. 89 drivers in the junior class, split in different groups. Of course, you know the drill, 6 groups in total. Each of those drivers will have to go through 5 different qualifying heats to make their way into the final race of the junior class, taking place, of course, on Sunday. Please join us, of course, at 30 past 1 o'clock local time for the final on Sunday. 2 finals, the junior, then the OK class, for crowning the 2020 world champion in OK and junior class. Who will succeed in the junior class? Thomas Enrique, crowned last year's in Alhama, and who can succeed and come after Lorenzo Trovisanuto, the 2-time reigning world champion in the OK class, crowned in Quishwenstadt and crowned in Alhama. Lorenzo Trovisanuto is here with us, driving this time for Parolin, and is more than eager to make it 3 in a row, certainly, and to fight to defend his crown in this senior class. We shall see about that, because there's more than one driver in the OK class. We'll come to that in just a few moments, that wants to claim that title, certainly the most coveted title in the entire karting world for the best event on the karting international scene. That's about it, of course, and we're very thrilled to have so many drivers who were able to make the trip down to Portugal. There's like more than 160 drivers, 89 in the junior class and 74 in the OK category, making the trip to Portugal with all the best teams and the factories in the karting world. They couldn't miss this event, of course, as you all know, we were supposed to be heading for Brazil in 2020. This will be for next year with the first time of the World Championship over there. But we still have sun, we still have beautiful weather conditions, at least for today and the days before, Friday being an exception. But let's keep it that way, hopefully, for the entirety of the day and for tomorrow as well. Conditions are met, but I think that right now we're going to start to see some wild guess and from some of the drivers going maybe on slick tires, some of those trying, or at least wanting to keep the wet tires at least for another race. We shall see what bet is going to prevent on the other, who is going to be able to prevent on other rivals, as well as the drivers make their way onto the track. This is the qualifying heat C against F, and you can see the starting grid appearing on your screen. We're going to have on pole position Timothée Kucharczyk on pole position, the young Polish driver who was the third fastest in the qualifying yesterday. He's going to have Dion Gouda, the Singaporean, by his side. Second, we'll see Massimo Cappietto and Tuka Taponen, that we just heard the interview of, the third best driver in the European Championship, will be starting from row second. Then row 3, Marcus Luzio and Erolin Nirandini, Augustin Bernier and Alfio Spina on row 4, row 5, Bruno Del Pino and Maxime Remme, followed on row 6 by Arvid Lindblad and Aaron Walker, followed as well on row 7 by Auguste Terbo, Matthias Jakobsen, Zachary David, Patrick Akalla, as well as on row 9, Lawrence Lecertua, Maxwell Dutz, Nicolas Roos, Kirill Kuskov, Giovanni Trentin, Tobias Klose on row 11, followed further back by Albin Storesen, Edgar Ampilogov, Levi Vapula, Emo Fittipaldi, Diogo Castro, Jesse Carrasquedo and Guillaume Bouzard. A total of 29 drivers made it onto the track, as they have already just one lap to get the tires up to temperatures, and then, as you can see, putting themselves into a great formation under the lead of Timothée Kucharczyk, driving for Birelart with that easily recognizable chassis from Robert Kubica, as we have Dion Gouda by his side from RFM, Massimo Capito from Cosmic as well. A beautiful grid formation. If the lights go hard, then we're going to be good to go for 7 laps. The lights go out. Yes, they are. And here we go for racing. 7 more laps. Qualifying heat between C and F groups. And a beautiful start from Dion Gouda and Timothée Kucharczyk, who was able to keep his advantage, I think, coming into the first sector. Yes, a good start from the Polish driver on his way to corner number 2 and 3. Let's wait for the entire field to make his way into the first sector. Watch out for any contact or tire bumping. And on your screen is Dion Gouda, who lost a bit of a position with Massimo Cappietto making his way up to second, the Cosmic driver. Cappietto is second, Dion Gouda is down in third, just in front of Erolin Nirandini with a CV Performance Group trying to make his way up in third position. Yes, he does, in front of Dion Gouda. So Erolin Nirandini, a good start from the German driver up into third position. As you can see, Kucharczyk trying already to build a bit of a gap in front of Massimo Cappietto. The opening lap is always the most important. Of course, this is where you try to find the best line, finding yourself comfortable and already trying to make up a few positions, even though the field is still very, very tight. You can see Augustin Bernier, one of the VDK drivers, on your screen, trying to attack as well one of the RFM drivers up there. We're going to try to we're going to wait the completion of the first lap, and beautifully made by Augustin Bernier, who just went past in the last corner. I think it was just behind him. Let's see who it was. In front of Dion Gouda, indeed, the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver, who's losing a bit of ground this opening lap, as he was starting from the front row, is down in 6th place, getting passed by Augustin Bernier in the opening lap. You can see already the battle going on your screen. And this is in the upper part of the race, as we have Timothée Kucharczyk, the young Polish driver, in the lead on your screen, with a beautiful battle between the 120. This is further back happening with Alfio Spina from Tony Card getting past. I think it was just Dion Gouda losing another position. The Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver, unfortunately, down in 7, with Augustin Bernier down in 8, and the recovery from Arvid Lindblad as well, making his way up to 5th. As you can see, Dion Gouda trying to resist from Augustin Bernier. Indeed, beautiful battle for 7th position, right into lap number 2. And Gouda trying to go around the inside to at least to impress Bernier, to show that he's here. And there he goes. But watch out for Alfio Spina going around the inside as well. The two Tony Car drivers almost side by side. And Spina just made his way through, as well as Aaron Walker. Aaron Walker is in the mix. So there you go with a 5-driver battle on your picture. Beautifully made, with Augustin Bernier making his way up to 6th place in front of Gouda. Let's wait for the classification as they complete another lap. 2 laps completed into the lap number 3. Kucharczyk still advantage of more than 1/10 of a second. Massimo Cappietto in the 2nd place. Then we have Marcus Luzio, Tuka Taponen down in 4th. Arvid Lindblad pulling a recovery already up into 5th place. And the battle is on further back. Augustin Bernier trying to increase his gap from Dion Gouda, with Alfio Spina as well as Bruno Del Pino down in 9, and Aaron Walker making his way past. But Alfio Spina is the one losing big time, and a bit of a contact there with Dion Gouda, as we have Aaron Walker pulling a good recovery effort as well. The young British driver going around the inside. Aaron Walker of Bruno Del Pino. Oh, this is a battle, beautiful battle for 7th place as well, as Dion Goda is keeping at the advantage from his rivals. Up ahead, we have Massimo Capieto, who was in 2nd place indeed, and there's a change for the lead indeed. It just happened while we were watching the other battles. Timotej Kucharczyk losing the lead to Massimo Capieto, as you can see, the Cosmic Driver putting himself up to 1st position at the conclusion of lap number 3. As we have a bit of a trouble onto the tracker. Let's try to, yeah, indeed, just in front of my speaking booth outside of the picture, a driver from Tony Kart, I think it was, just in a bit of a trouble. I'll try to see who that is, but Bruno Del Pino, I think, is, yeah, this is Bruno Del Pino. Unfortunately, he was dropping all the way down to the back end of the grid. Bruno Del Pino, unfortunately, the Tony Kart driver, was able to get going back again in this race, but losing pretty much all the positions in this race. The fastest on track, you just seen on the picture, is Arvin Lindblad in 1 minute, 8 seconds and 0.6. The young Brit pulling off a good recovery, 7 places gained ever since the start of this race. But right now, this is in the picture, the 102 of Arvin Lindblad, the Vice European Champion of 2020, driving for Czech Republic, ahead of right now Marcus Lucio. So another place gained by Arvin Lindblad, up to 3rd in front of Lucio. Massimo Capieto on your screen, the Cosmic Driver still leading away in front of Timotej Kucharczyk. Those two were split by just 0.3 of a second on the lap before. Let's have a look at the gap as one last kick on the corner, on the throttle, sorry, in the last corner, making their way onto the start finish line. Here we go. 4 laps completed into the lap number 5. Massimo Capieto and Kucharczyk, half of a second between those two. Lindblad in 3rd, Marcus Lucio in 4th place, Tuukka Taponen in 5th. Now the battle is on, and it's happening as well further back, as we have still very close tight on your screen, the two Tony Kart driver, the 120 of further back. This is Alfio Spina battling with Maxime Rem for 10th place. Dion Goda just behind him as well. And Augustin Bernier making his way up to 5th place. And Kucharczyk seems to have a bit of a trouble over there, or is it down to the live timing? Maybe it's going to get back to normal. But now you can see confirmation of Timotej Kucharczyk just behind Arvin Lindblad. So Arvin Lindblad on a charge, a beautiful race from the young British driver from Czech Republic. Massimo Capieto on your screen, behind is Arvin Lindblad, who just went past Timotej Kucharczyk, who's back in on your screen, up in 3rd position, with Lucio in 4th, Taponen in 5th, Augustin Bernier in 6th in front of Aaron Walker. Maxwell Dutz making his way up to 8th place, 10th place recovery for Maxwell Dutz. Easy actually on slick tires in this race, and was able to be faster than the rest. At least is pulling the effort up to 8 in front of Laurens Lecertois and Maxime Rem, those two, Dutz and Lecertois, climbing up 10 and 8th place in this opening heat for them. And watch out, Augustin Bernier is going to have to protect, but he cannot do, as Aaron Walker is making his way up to 6th place. Beautifully made from the British driver into the first corners, corner number 2 and 3, that little very, very tight first part of the race, the track race just after the opening sector, and that very, very fast right-hander. But Augustin Bernier from VDK is keeping a close watch on Aaron Walker, the young Brit, in 6th, Bernier in 7th. This is battle, maybe one of the last battles for positions, and this is important not to lose any more ground for any other drivers. They know that even though we're still early in this weekend of World Championship, that every position and point count to make your way up to the top 36 for the final of both classes on Sunday. So any issue, any mistake, and worst case scenario, a retirement could actually mean a lot of trouble for the rest of our weekend. But in the meantime, we are heading for the conclusion of this race, as you have your two leaders, Massimo Capieto and Arvin Lindblad, entering the last lap. Who will win this one, as Arvin Lindblad is just 0.4 of a second behind, just one lap down, and you can see Lindblad trying to search a bit more grip and increase his pace, and trying to put under pressure Massimo Capieto. But the young Frenchman, another one after Evan Gilter winning the opening heat, another Frenchman is pulling off a great show and a great performance, and he's watching over his shoulder, Massimo Capieto, to see where Arvin Lindblad is. Lindblad is there, sliding into the corners with his Czech Republic and trying to get as close as possible to the Frenchman. At least this is a great recovery so far for Lindblad, who made up 9 positions in this opening heat for him. And Lindblad, of course, showing his ambitions as well as he did the past weekend for the Champions of the Future race. Good preparation race for all those drivers, and there's a change for the lead. Arvin Lindblad getting past Massimo Capieto for first place. Another move in the last lap beautifully made for Arvid Lindblad, who's getting ahead Massimo Capieto into the last corners of this heat. That will mean victory for Arvid Lindblad, who's crossing the start-finish line. Checkered flag for the young Brit in front of Massimo Capieto, just split by 0.3 of a second. Oh, what a conclusion of a race that was for Arvid Lindblad. He raises his hand in the air. He knows that this overtaking maneuver in the last lap might be worth carding on for the rest of the weekend. That might make the difference. At least this is a winning result for Arvid Lindblad, who was starting outside the top 10 in this qualifying heat, and he managed to get past Massimo Capieto into the closing lap of this race. Third place for Timoteusz Kuczaczyk, the young Polish driver who was starting on pole position. Marcus Luzio done in fourth. Fifth place for Tuukka Taponen in front of Aaron Walker. Augustin Bernier in seventh. Maxwell Dodds in eighth place. Maxime Rennes finished his qualifying heat in ninth place in front of in 10th position Zachary David. As you can see the classification appearing on your screen. Then we have outside of the top 10 Laurence Le Certois in front of Alfio Spina, Emo Fittipaldi, Levi Evapulla, e Rolini Randini down in 15. Dion Goda in 16, Patrick Akala in 17th place, followed by Matthias Jakobsen, Kirill Kotskov, Giovanni Trentin down in 20th place. Guillaume Bouzard made up 8 positions, so quite a good recovery effort as well from Guillaume Bouzard from the back end of the grid up to 22nd, 21st. Then Edgaran Pilogov is 22nd, Alvin Sturetsen in 23rd in front of Nicolas Ross, Augusto Terbos, JC Carrasquedo, Tobias Clausen, Diego Castro, and Bruno Del Pino, the young Spaniard from the Tony Car Racing team, who unfortunately was starting from 9th on the grid, but tumbled down the order after some mechanical trouble, but was still able to get back on track. So this was, ladies and gentlemen, the second race already of today, still in the junior class. We're going to have a third junior race coming up between the group A and E, and we're going to have just in a few moments the replay of this race. Let's watch right now what just happened into this qualifying heat between the group C and F as the drivers make their way into the pit lane. And here we go for the replay, and thank you to the RGMMC Group production, as you had a very, very tight start. But you can see the one on your screen, Arvid Lindblad, the 102, already pulling a few positions and making his way up into the field. You can see very, very tight fight over there with one of the rookie Finn drivers, as this was a very, very tight start of a race for Arvid Lindblad, who was able to make up positions. And you can see Alfio Spina and Aaron Walker as well, making his way up into the ranking, getting past Alfio Spina, ran on the inside of the first corners, clipping the curb. Very, very impressive between those young drivers. You had like 5 drivers in the same picture, involving as well one of the VDK of Augustin Bernier. You had also Marcus Luzio, Tuukka Taponen in the mix, as some of them pulled just a bit of a tire outside of the track. But those opening laps, and you can see in the background of the picture, one of the drivers actually had to cross the track and lost a few positions in the process, as you can see already once again into the opening stages of this race. A very, very close battle, and Aaron Walker getting past the 109 on your picture. It was just for the back, Bruno Del Pino, the Spanish driver, before he ran into some mechanical trouble and had to drop all the way down to last position, but he was able to see the checkered flag. So those opening stages were very, very hot, as you can see, with Dion Goda getting a bit tangled over there with a bit of a tire touching over there, and it was very, very close indeed for any of those drivers battling for the first position, as Dion Goda was one of the biggest unfortunate drivers, shall we say, in this opening race, as he lost 14 position in the process after some troublesome opening laps, and finished down in 16th place as he was starting from the front row of the grid. So not so much the best start of the weekend for Dion Goda. On your screen you could see Timoteusz Kuczaczyk, the young Polish driver, chasing the leaders. Massimo Capieto in the first place as well was leading for most of the race. Beautiful overtaking here from Aaron Walker, clipping the curb just before corner number 3. Corner number 2 of this racetrack of 1.5 kilometers. Very important to position yourself into the corner number 3. But for most of this race, the drivers were still fighting with the grip that they had on the track, with still a bit of a slippery conditions over there, even though I think the slick tires are on for the qualifying heat to come. Right now on your screen, this is Arvid Lindblad battling his way through Massimo Capieto, the change for the lead, as It was a brilliant conclusion of a race for Arvid Lindblad, the European vice champion in this junior category. It showed everybody his ambitions by getting past Massimo Capieto. We thought that the French driver could actually make a 1-2 for France after Evan Gilter in the opening heat, but it was without counting Arvid Lindblad getting past Massimo Capieto for a beautiful first victory. That was the replay, ladies and gentlemen, for this second qualifying heat of the day. And just in a few moments, we're going to have the Group A against Group E, the third in a row qualifying heat for the junior class. But before that, let's hear from the newly crowned European champion in the junior class, Hugo Ugochukwu.
It's great to be here in Portugal. I really like this track. It's been a phenomenal season up to now, and I think I can improve my stats even more this season. The conditions are quite crazy because it's been rain, dry, so we don't really know. Going into qualifying, we don't know if it's going to be dry or rain. So we'll have to see and do the best out of it. It's been a great season. I won the European Championship. I was really fast in all 3 rounds, and it was a bit disappointing there was no rain because it's always fun when it rains. Coming here, we've done a lot of tests, so me and the team are fully prepared for this weekend, and we hope for the best. It's a very nice track, mainly because it goes up and down, and there's a lot of elevation, and also the conditions are quite crazy. So when I got here for the first time, I tried to focus on how I can improve and find a little bit of tricks and secrets to maybe go a bit faster. And personally, my expectation is to do as well as possible. If I have the pace to win, I'll try to win. If the pace is not there, I try to get on the podium and do the best I can to deliver for the team.
Good to hear from the young Hugo Ugochukwu, the American driver from the Sauber Junior Karting team, as he was talking to our team yesterday in the paddock of the International Cartodromo do Algarve. You might have noticed, if you're following us live with the live streaming by RGMMC, that yesterday was much weather, and as we had pouring rain for pretty much the entire day, which actually spiced up things for the qualifying stage that he had at the conclusion of the weekend, the day. And but for the majority of the practice sessions, it was rain all over the place for those drivers in both the OK and the junior class. So not the easiest conditions to get properly started, even though all the drivers had some practice time as well on the first day. But the first official day of this FIA Karting World Championship was on Friday, and the conditions were far from easy, as we said, for all those drivers, trying to get acquainted with the wet tires on, first of all, and the conditions and this particular layout of the Cartodromo International do Algarve. Before we get going, a quick word about our beloved friend Jake Sanson. You might be wondering, Jake's voice is sounding a bit different this morning, but be assured that Jake, unfortunately, could not be with us this weekend in Portimão due to sanitary reasons outside of his control, but rest assured, he's getting well and will be back behind the mic in no time. My name is Guillaume Alvarez, and this is my pleasure to be at your side as your host and voice for the 2020 FIA Karting World Championship. So let's have a blast, let's have a fantastic weekend, and it's starting already very well with good battles on track already, even though the drivers are still finding the grip, trying to be as comfortable as possible with a drying track. Looking just outside of my speaking booth on the right, on the left side of your picture, you can see part of the track getting drier and drier, at least when it comes to the racing line, even though at this point of time, I've been led to believe that the drying of the track is not that optimal, considering that it's only 17 degrees in the air, 20 degrees now, 17 just a few moments before. So it's getting warmer, and with the temperatures and the weather improving all throughout the day, hopefully, as this will certainly be the case, we should expect the racing line of the track to get drier by the minute. But at the moment, just looking outside of my speaking booth, it seems that most of the drivers switched to slick tires for the rest of the qualifying heats, at least for this one. So we should see a certain improvement of pace. You can see the drivers are about to be shown the 1 minute board as they're going to make their way onto the track. This will be the third qualifying heat of today. We have 20 in total to live together. Brando Badoer will be starting from the front row and pole position. The young Italian was the fastest in qualifying practice yesterday. He took advantage of really fast conditions in the closing series of the OK Junior class closing series. That was a bit eventful, considering that he was in the first place, the young Brit Freddie Slater, who was the fastest and was close to get pole position at the end of the qualifying sessions. But it seems that Freddie Slater was found penalized by the officials for cutting the track and lost 3 of his best laps, handing over the pole position in the end to Brando Badoer, the fastest in this closing series. So that's part of the game, and that's part of the regulations as well, but I'm sure that Freddie Slater has more than required to recover and make something out of this weekend. We shall see about that, but Brando Badoer was the fastest in the end, and will be starting on pole position with Christian Ho by his side, the young Singaporean on the right side of your picture, driving for the Sauber Junior Karting team. Alex Powell and Koskun Irfan will be alongside each other on row 2. Row 3, we will see Alexander Kubenko and Freddie Slater. We just mentioned the young British driver from row 3. Watch out for him as well. Ritaro Sato will be just behind the son of former F1 driver and current IndyCar driver Takuma Sato from row 4. One of the revelations from last weekend's race. Igor Chepil, one of the fastest drivers as well on this track. The Czech will be alongside Sato on row 4. As you can see, the starting grid appearing on the screen. Row 5 will see Kinga Azari and Matheus Ferreira alongside each other. Row 6, Arthur Ronjon and Romain Andriolo. Row 7, Alessandro Giusti and Theodore Rodmark, followed by Maxime Furon-Castellin and Antonio Leit on row 8. Row 9, Arle Kiebel and Oscar Wurtz. Then Martin de Stenzorn and Lucas Tamalisto on row 10. Row 11, Douwe de Decker and Julius Dinesen, followed by Gabriel Gomez, Sonny Smith, Aaron Rekchepi, Frederic Lund, Alessandro Selvaggi, Aurelia Nobels, Gustav Winieski and Ethan Nobels. 30 drivers on track. Here we go for another 7 lap of intense and close racing. This is the FIA Karting World Championship, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to you all if you're joining us now live wherever you are in the world. Check out as well fiakarting.com for not only this live streaming, the link for live timing brought to you by Apex Timing for this event, as well as all the latest and updated results for this competition all throughout the weekend in Portimão. All the information as well as reports, photos available on fiakarting.com, as well as on social media, FIA Karting Championship on Instagram and Facebook, as well as on YouTube for the live streaming available to you all throughout the weekend. So thank you all once again for joining us, even though we would have wished to have you guys with thousands of people surrounding the track and joining us live on location for this event. But as you know, this unusual 2020 season led to different decisions and forced us to take those precautions. But make sure that we'll be back in normal, hopefully in 2021, and this time around in Brazil. Even though the sun is with us, this is Portugal in the beautiful region of South Algarve, not so far from the beautiful city of Portimão, and all the conditions are met. As you can see, the racing line is getting pretty much dry all over the track, which means that pretty much all the drivers in this qualifying heat have gone on slick tires. We shall see who's going to be able to make the difference. Brando Badoer and Christian Ho will be leading the field at the start, 7 laps in this qualifying heat, and you know the drill. Not all of the 89 drivers unfortunately will get to compete in the final on Sunday, but only just a part of them, 36 in total, will get to see the final checkered flag of the weekend. The first one, of course, is to see this checkered flag in good conditions. Brando Badoer, Christian Ho, the first line of the grid. Once the light go out, yes, we're racing here in Portimão once again. 7 laps and a good start from Brando Badoer, the Car Republic driver, on the inside line of the track. Watch out for Christian Ho, who's going to try to get in the slipstream as soon as possible. Watch out as well for any contact into the opening corners of this first lap, because we've seen that happening quite numerous times last time around for the previous preparation race, and some of the drivers in the back end, and the 137 unfortunately tangled over there with a bit of an incident for Arthur Ronjon, unfortunately one of the official driver of the XP Racing team. Further up, we have the beautiful battle between the teammates of Ricky Field Motorsport, Freddie Slater, just before Rintaro Sato, the young Japanese driver. And watch out for one of the cosmic machinery over there. This is the 128 for the back of Alexander Kubenko, as Arthur Ronjon in the meantime is going to try to get back into this race. Of course, he cannot be provided with any help from the marshals if he tries to get back by himself. But let's hope that for Arthur Ronjon, you can see this checkered flag. But certainly mechanical troubles, as I'm looking just outside, but it's not happening for Arthur Ronjon, unfortunately. So this will mean retirement at the end of the opening lap. In the meantime, the battle is on for the win with Brando Badoer, Christian Ho. Watch out as well for Alex Powell down in third place, fourth place for Fred Slater, Alexander Kubenko as well in the mix. This is a beautiful battle. Brando Badoer trying to increase his gap already, as we have a 5/10 of a second advantage, and there's a change for second place. Christian Ho, Alex Powell as well in the mix. Kubenko getting past Freddie Slater for fourth place. Battle for fourth between Kubenko in the cosmic colors and Freddie Slater down in fifth. Then we have in sixth place Matheus Ferreira, the Brazilian, getting past Cosco Nirfan in seventh. Eighth place at the moment for Kinyo Azari in front of Theodore Rodmark, Alessandro Giusti closing at the top 10. But as we speak, Brando Badoer had a terrific start of this race with more than half of a second advantage on Christian Ho up in first and second place. Right now we're following the battle with the 1:10 further back. It's happening. This is Alex Powell indeed in third place in front of Freddie Slater, my apologies, as we get right into the debate into this first qualifying heat for those two groups A and E. The 136 on your screen, this is Kinyo Azari, who's going to try to go around the inside of Cosco Nirfan. This is a beautiful battle at the moment for 7th place, but Cosco Nirfan is able to keep his position alive as for the moment. For driver in your picture with Kinyo Azari trying to go around the outside as well of Cosco Nirfan. This was very, very close. Up front, we have Kubenko still battling with Freddie Slater further up as well. There's battles happening all over the place. The 130 on your screen is Cosco Nirfan in front of Kinyo Azari as well. Cosco Nirfan in 7th place, Al-Azari in 8th. Douda Dekker doing a great recovery as well. 11 places up for the young Belgian driver from Czech Republic, up into 10th place at the moment. And let's see about the classification as they come around once again. But they're side by side into the middle sector of this track. The first sector already coming into the two last right-hander. But there's a battle for the lead as well. And we're going to have a change for the lead. There you go with Christian Ho and Brando Badoer. And the young Singaporean just made his way past the young Italian. So Christian Ho leading this qualifying heat, entering lap number 4. Brando Badoer up into 2nd place, going to try to keep up as well with the Singaporean, the fastest on track in 1:03. Czech Republic against Czech Republic, Sober against Chetila Racing, and at the moment Badoer just took back the position, so he's back in the lead. The young Italian Christian Ho in 2nd. It's going to be a beautiful battle, and Christian Ho trying to go around the inside, clipping the curb, and watch out for Alex Powell in 3rd place as well, because Powell might actually take advantage of the situation to get close and maybe surprise them both, because we're still early into this qualifying heat. But at the moment Badoer and Ho in a good and strong explanation for the win in this qualifying heat. 3rd place with Alex Powell, Alexander Kubenko down in 4th. Let's have a look at the gap with 4.7 seconds between Kubenko and Powell in 3rd and 4th place. So a huge gap between the top 3 and the rest of the field as we went past the half mark of this qualifying heat. And watch out for Christian Ho. He's going to try to line himself up the leader, Brando Badoer. Badoer is closing all the doors into this lap number 5. But Christian Ho knows that his time is limited, and watch out for Alex Powell going around the inside. And I think there was a bit of a mistake from Christian Ho, and Powell might try to go around as well. The 1:10, very, very close Jamaican driver down in 3rd place. So there's a change as well in the process in the battle for the lead, as Brando Badoer is increasing his gap, getting a few meters ahead of Christian Ho. But there was a bit of a mistake, I'm afraid, from the Singaporean, who just went wide in one of the corners in the middle of the track, and it allowed actually Alex Powell to get very, very close to Christian Ho. Let's see how it happens in the closing laps of this qualifying heat. But Brando Badoer is still firmly in the lead. Further back in the ranking, there's your battle on the screen. Freddie Slater and Matheus Ferreira battling for what could be a 5th place overall in this classification as they make their way onto the start-finish line. This is the penultimate lap already of this qualifying heat, as we have Slater down in 4th, Kubenko and Ferreira in 5th and 6th place. Alexander Kubenko losing the positions to Slater, as you can see the battle is Badoer and Christian Ho still split by 6/10 of a second. Harley Kimball, the fastest on track, the 1:05, 59.6. And there's a change. This is the battle on your screen, the 1:28 of Alexander Kubenko in front of the Czech Republic driver Matheus Ferreira. Very, very close indeed, those two, as Kubenko made his way up to 5th position in front of Ferreira. Is going to try to go around the inside once again. Beautiful battle, and the Brazilians going around the inside of Kubenko. So another change for 5th place, and Ferreira make his way up to 3rd place, my apologies, no, 4th place indeed, as we had a bit of a trouble with the live timing. But Alex Powell is still well in 3rd position as the leader. complete the penultimate lap. This is final lap of this qualifying heat. Brando Badoer, 0.3 of a second advantage of Christian Ho. This is not that much to be entirely comfortable in the closing lap of this qualifying heat. As the two are still very close to each other. Alex Powell down in third. He might want to try. He might want to keep actually this third place. You can see the leaders on your screen. Badoer, Christian Ho. Further back we have Powell on his own planet. Actually, Alex Powell, and all he needs to do is to see the checkered flag in one piece and keep that third place in hand. Further back, Matheus Ferreira in fifth place, getting past Alexander Kubenko for the top 5. Then we have Kinyu Alazari in 7th. As we wait for the leaders to make their way onto the start-finish straight for the last time in this race. You can see Badoer still under intense pressure from Christian Ho, who is trying every angle that he can to destabilize his opponent, and watching over his shoulder Badoer to see where he is. He's not far behind, just a couple of meters, 2, 3, not more, as Badoer is about to secure the win. Victory, and it was very close indeed onto the last meters before the checkered flag, but Brando Badoer was able to keep first position for just 43,000 of a second on Christian Ho. So good recovery in the end for Christian Ho, who tried in one last kick of the throttle with a better exit of the last right-hander to surprise his opponent, but I think that Brando Badoer had that one in the bag, and certainly was under control of the situation. So victory, the first one this weekend for Brando Badoer, the pole sitter of this junior class. Christian Ho, second place, and that was very close, almost a photo finish on the line for those two drivers. Keep those two names in mind, of course, for the battle for the win, because last weekend during the preparation race they were as well very strong, as you have the qualifying heat results appearing on your screen. Badoer in front of Christian Ho, Alex Powell good third as well. Fifth place gain for Matheus Ferreira up to 5th. Then we have Alexander Kubenko in 6th place, 7th place for Kinyu Alazari in front of Alec Kimball, Martinus Tenzorm, and top 10 completed by Doe de Decker. 11th place for Korskon Irfan in front of Gabriele Gomez. 13th place for Theodor Odmark in front of Romain Andriolo. 15 is Julius Dinesen in front of Aaron Ceppi, Maxime Ferron-Castellin, Sonny Smith, Gustav Jineski. Top 10 top 20 for Antonio Leit in front of Luca Lamalisto, Aurélien Nobels, Frederic Lund, Alessandro Silvaggi, Eton Nobels, and Oscar Wurtz. 4 drivers who retired in this race. Arthur Ronjon, Rintaro Santo as well. Quite a surprise already for the young Japanese who retired already in his first heat. Igor Chepil as well retired. So 2 big names out of this classification, and Alessandro Giussi, unfortunately, for the young French from VDK. Let's have a quick look, shall we, with the replay and the best moments of this past race. We go with the replay. We have a good start from the pole sitter Brando Badoer, who took advantage of his pole and the inside line of the first right-hander to pull away already from the rest of the pack and make sure not to be caught again, even though Christian Ho was very close in the opening stages. Beautiful picture of the entire field diving into the first right-hander. Very fast first part of the track that has seen a few drivers actually go out of the track in treacherous conditions, but this is certainly part of the track that you don't want to miss in order to make yourself a best position. Unfortunately, the first retirement of this race went to Arthur Roujon, the young Frenchman, out of this qualifying heat, who tried but unsuccessfully to get back on track and get his engine going again. Then we have on your screen the battle with Alexander Kubenko, one of the Cosmic drivers, battling hard and going around the outside of the track, but he was able to keep control of his machinery, Alexander Kubenko, as he was hassled by some of the RFM driver, Untaro Sato, before his retirement, the 130 on your screen. So we had a lot of battle as well. Korskon Irfan, who lost 7th position in the end, down to 11th place, unfortunately, after battling in the upper part of the field in the opening stages. Good race as well for Matheus Ferreira, the young Brazilian. On your screen, the 122 was Doe de Decker, who pulled off a good recovery as well, the young Belgian, as he was very close in the opening stages, but he was able to make up for 11 positions and finish in the top 10. So a good start of the weekend for the young Belgian. As we had the battle on your screen right now behind Brando Badoer, Christian Ho, and Alex Powell just behind. So those two had a strong explanation in the opening laps for 2nd place, allowing Brando Badoer in a way to escape in the lead. But further back, we have right now the 128 Alexander Kubenko battling as well, very, very close indeed, with Matheus Ferreira, the young Brazilian, who finished ahead of the Russian in fifth and sixth place respectively. This is the moment when actually the move happened, and in the closing corners of this race, you could see that Brando Badoer seems like he had the race under control, but still Christian Ho was coming very fast back at him. This was the last corner, and they almost finished on photo finish, side by side, pretty much on the line, even though Brando Badoer crossed this checker flag in first place in front of Christian Ho. So that was a replay, ladies and gentlemen, and some of the best bits of the qualifying heat. The replays I will propose you, of course, throughout the course of this weekend for each of the qualifying heats as well as the finals. Right now, we're going to switch categories as we're done for now with the junior class. We're going to switch, of course, to the senior category coming up. The first qualifying heat of the weekend opposing the group C and E. But before that, I suggest that we have a quick listen to the pole sitters of this FIA Karting World Championship, Matheus Morgato and Brando Badoer.
Yeah, I'm really happy about my qualifying, and the session was really difficult because the conditions were very wet, but on the middle of the dry. We didn't know what to do exactly, so I did a perfect lap. I pushed very hard, and yeah, I'm really happy. I think I can achieve great results on the heat because on the dry here I was very fast. So yeah, let's hope to do better as we can.
First of all, thank you everyone. I want to thank Albiro, Ronnie, and also Machak Engines, TM. The quali was in wet conditions. I would say it was a bit hard, but it's a condition that I like to drive, that when I'm in Brazil I drive a lot, and when I saw it raining I got very happy and could do the pole overall. Yes, now knowing that I start P1 in all heats, the confidence for sure is much higher now, and I think we can do a good job this week.
Good to hear from the two fastest young men on track in yesterday's qualifying series. We heard Matheus Morgato, the young Brazilian from Birelart, on one side, and Brando Badoer from Czech Republic on the other side. They were talking to us yesterday. Those reactions and other interviews, of course, that you can find online on the Facebook and Instagram page of the FIA Karting Championship. And if you stay with us, of course, throughout the live stream of today and tomorrow, you'll have plenty of other reactions as I actually made our own little paddock tour yesterday, collecting for you guys as many reactions as possible from, of course, the contenders of this year's FIA Karting Championship in both classes, as well as from some of the team managers from the biggest teams and factories. Well, it's always interesting to hear a bit more from the inside perspective from the people that we don't get to see that much or that often on camera. Of course, the most that we see are the drivers, but in the background, there's like tens and hundreds of people working tirelessly to make that happen and to make the performance as it can be. So those drivers are very well surrounded, very well joined and backed by a lot of people, engineers, mechanics, team managers, of course, and all those people in the background that you don't get to see that very often. We had a chance to give them the mic and to hear from the team managers about the perspective and the views on the past season, the 2020 season, of course, far from being normal, the perspective of the future and the expectations for this FIA Karting World Championship. So stay with us if you want to hear more from the actors behind the scene of the FIA Karting competition, as we had a busy season made of 3 races in the European Championship. Of course, we went to Zuera, we went to Sarno and to Wackersdorf before completing this beautiful FIA Karting program here in Portimão. We were supposed to have a 4th race in the European Championship, but still the FIA Karting Federation and RGMMC produced tireless work behind the scene for month and month to make sure that the entire season could at least be run pretty much complete. So once again, hats off to everybody in the organization and to the FIA Karting International Federation for assuring, for making sure that the world event as well as for the rest of the season could actually take place in the best conditions possible, and that's partly thanks to you guys, of course, and we couldn't be more thankful for all the teams and drivers from all over the world. We have more than 40 nations represented on track this weekend, more than 160 drivers in 2 classes from the 5 corners of the globe. So this is actually fantastic numbers, fantastic entry numbers considering the unusual sanitary situation. So once again, thank you all very much, guys, for not only participating and showing up into this beautiful world event, but as well for the entire duration of the FIA karting season. And that's of course you guys, the actors, the drivers, the teams up front, that we give the most credit for, as well as for all the people working behind the scene to make everything possible. So once again, a big thank you to everybody. One last reminder, of course, don't forget to keep your social distancing in the restaurant, in the cafeteria, wherever you are on track, in the facilities, in the paddock as well. And don't forget to keep wearing your mask at all time. Right now, we're going to get back on track with the senior category, the OK class. And we're going to have some of the big names as well to keep an eye on for this event. The number 22 on the left side of the screen is Callum Bradshaw, the British driver. Signed up this year with Tony Kart, and on pole position he was the third fastest drivers in the qualifying series, and he's going to be starting from pole position in this race, opposing the group C and E. Morgan Porter is a fellow countryman from the UK, who will be starting alongside him with the Argentine Motorsport team. Then we have Taylor Barnard and Lawrence Van Hoepen alongside each other on row 2. Taylor Barnard, the Vice European champion in this year's season, and one of the top favorites in the race for the title, as well as many others, including Lawrence Van Hoepen, Callum Bradshaw, Morgan Porter, all the guys that you have in the upper part of this classification of the grid. Nicolas Pirtilate and Juho Valtanen will be on row 3. Then we have Ruben Moya and Josep Martí Soprabera on row 4. Row 5, Nikita Pedro and James Walton. Watch out for those two as well, as the drivers make their way onto the track for the 2 laps. The first one to get the tires up to temperature, so the warming laps if you like, and then the second one for the formation of the grid. Rolling start, of course, for both categories. You know the drill, you know how it's like, and this all for the better of the intensity of the starting proceedings that we had the pleasure of following so far. And talking about the starts, keep a close watch on the first sector, the right-hander, where you don't want to make any mistake, otherwise that might mean a lot of positions lost in the process. So in the rest of the starting grid, we have on row 6 Tanapangan Sutummo and Joe Turney. We have as well Charlie Wurtz and Alexander Dunn. Row 8 we'll see Charlie Wurtz and Alexander Dunn, as I said, on row 7. Noah Dengbol and Jenny Civic on row 8. Row 9 Jamie Day and Marlon Hernandez. Row 10 we'll see Lorenzo D'Alosio and Rasmus Anderson. Row 11 Miguel Silva and Levante Revez. Then row 12 Thomas Gilles in front, as well as Ricardo Garcia, followed by Cole Morgan, Bruno Bertocello, Andre Gillespie, David Sobrero and Maximus Mayer, the young Spanish, who didn't have the best of qualifying, as he had some mechanical trouble preventing him from setting any fast lap into his qualifying groups, which means that Maximus Mayer, as well as some others in the OK class, will have to start from the back end of the grid with a lot of recovery to do and a lot of work to put together, as the sun is back on track. So there's a bit of an opening in the clouds, and that's all for the better of the conditions, of course, as the track is getting drier and drier. The 6 tires are on, and unfortunately we have the 66 that won't be taking part in this race. This is Rasmus Andersen, unfortunately, from Cosmic, who's out of this race, unfortunately. Oh, such a shame, always, as you don't get to even start this race. And it seems to me, by the look of it, that there was a loose wheel in the process. I didn't quite see, as yes, indeed, he actually lost a wheel in the process of the warming up. So that's quite unusual that can happen, but unfortunately for the Cosmic driver, this will mean no qualifying heat this time around. We have 10 laps to go through, ladies and gentlemen. C against E, as we have Callum Bradshaw and Morgan Porter on the front row of the grid, making their way into the last corner, the last 2 right-hander. Once Nigel Edwards, our clerk of the course and race director, decides to go for the racing. And here we go, 10 laps. The first qualifying heat of the OK classes go, as Callum Bradshaw and Morgan Porter side by side into the opening sector. Watch out for Bradshaw, Morgan, as well as Taylor Barnard, who I think had a terrific start, the Car Republic driver. And there's a driver out on the left side of the picture who actually was forced on the left side of the track. This is not part of the racetrack homologated by FIA Karting, but one of the 4 homologations of this Kartodromo. And beautiful stuff from Taylor Barnard, who actually from the inside of the second row was able to surprise both the leaders. So Taylor Barnard in the lead, in front of I think it was Morgan Porter in second place. Let's watch out on the number 8 of Lawrence Van Hoepen, who had a good start as well, up to a 4th place, I think. Morgan Porter and as well as Callum Bradshaw battling their way out to the 43 of further back. Yeah, this is Morgan Porter up in second place, so was able to keep second place, although Callum Bradshaw, I think, lost a bit of ground. Let's watch for the closing, the first lap completed under the lead, under the commandment of Telo Barnard watching over his shoulder. Barnard in the lead, Morgan Porter in second, Callum Bradshaw down in third place. And watch out for the battle behind Laurens Van Hoopen with Juho Valtanen attacking already. Van Hoopen for fourth place, Valtanen in fifth, Nicolas Pertilati down in sixth. And you have all the drivers still very tied up at the end of the first lap. So Van Hoopen on your screen, pursued by Juho Valtanen with the Pantano Racing Team just behind. Watch out for Nicolas Pertilati. Joe Turney, who just went past Nicolas Pertilati indeed for sixth place. So watch out for the race and the charge from Joe Turney. The number 3 from Tony Card, third best driver in this year's European Championship, of course, behind Anthony and Telo Barnard, and one driver to keep an eye on as well for the race of the title. But in the end, Barnard was able to have a terrific start and put himself into first place. But further back, Van Hoopen is leading another field, as it seems to me that he's not on the same pace since the start of the race as the rest of the rival, and is blocking all doors, trying to keep his position alive, but not for long, as Juho Valtanen, Nicolas Pertilati, as well as Joe Turney might find a way through, and yes, they did. So Valtanen up in fourth place, Joe Turney as well in fifth. So the driver from Britain was able to get past, and he goes again. Joe Turney making his way up to fourth place through Juho Valtanen into the first corner. So that's going very, very fast indeed into the first opening laps of this qualifying heat. The OK Senior have no time to lose. This is now or never to collect the points and collect the satisfaction of a good result, as well as good confidence into this World Championship. So Telo Barnard ahead with 7/10 of a second already ahead of Morgan Porter. So he's really cruising away, Telo Barnard, as for the moment. Porter in second, Bradshaw keeping a close watch on his countrymen down in third. Then we have the battle further back, Joe Turney and Juho Valtanen on your screen. Turney in fourth, Valtanen in fifth. Watch out for Nicolas Pertilati, as well as behind we have Joseph Martins Prebera in eighth place in front of Nikita Bedrin, and Ruben Moya actually down in eighth, dropping a few positions in the process. Valtanen going around the inside of Van Hoopen. Change for another one of positions. This is fifth place, and Valtanen getting past Laurens Van Hoopen, dropping a position as well to Nicolas Pertilati. So it's going all the directions as well for Van Hoopen, who might lose even more places in the process, because at the moment Van Hoopen is under the pressure of Ruben Moya and Nikita Bedrin, who might want to go for the inside as well. Watch out for the CRG driver. Very, very close indeed, as Pertilati lost a position to Moya in eighth place. This is battle on your screen, the 58 of Ruben Moya, taken in sandwich between Pertilati and Laurens Van Hoopen. Pertilati under intense pressure as well from Nikita Bedrin down in ninth place. We have like 5, even 6 drivers in the same picture, as Juho Valtanen actually make his way through Joe Turney. Sorry, my apologies. Joe Turney is still up in fourth place, as it seems, but the battle is on your screen, and Joe Turney actually made his way past. Let's watch out for the battle on the screen. This is for fourth place indeed. So classification up now. Telo Barnard, Porter, Bradshaw, Valtanen, Turney battling for fourth place. That's Juho Valtanen, the Pantano Racing Team driver, just went past Turney. These are the drivers on your picture. The number 7 in front of Turney into the first corners of the track. And further back behind, we have Ruben Moya actually was able to get past Laurens Van Hoopen, Nicolas Pertilati, as it seems. Let's watch out for the classification to update itself. Ruben Moya up in 6 in front of Van Hoopen, Bedrin in 8, Nicolas Pertilati losing some momentum over there down in 9. But the battle on your screen, we have 2 battles happening in different places in this upper part of the field. Right now between the number 7 of Juho Valtanen and Joe Turney, down in 5th place at the moment. Battle for 4th, as the top 3 has so far nothing to worry about, with Telo Barnard up to 7/10 of a second still in front of Morgan Porter. Morgan Porter, who's just increased his gap on Callum Bradshaw in third. Half of a second between the 2 British drivers, up down in second and third, as they come across the start-finish line just in front of us. And Telo Barnard passing. Apologies, Telo Barnard actually passed the halfway through this race, so we have 5 laps completed into the lap number 6 of this qualifying heat, and Telo Barnard is increasing his gap, almost a second advantage, as he's the fastest on track. You can see the British driver 57.4, and his advantage will certainly go behind the second once this next lap is completed. Morgan Porter in second, Callum Bradshaw in third, but the battle for 4th place is still raging behind Juho Valtanen and Joe Turney, split by just less than 2/10 of a second. Let's keep a close watch on this too, as well as the leader on your screen, Telo Barnard from Rosberg Racing Academy, of course, one of the strongest drivers of under the tent of Car Republic for the past few years, as he reached second position in this year's European Championship. and came close to clinch the title on some occasions, the world title as well, as he finished 4th in this title in 2018, 2nd as well in 2019. So he is in contention for maybe the crown for the first time of his life. But we're not there yet, and still a lot of races to go through to see who will follow the achievement of Lorenzo Trevisanuto, if we don't have a surprise and Trevisanuto being able to defend and keep his crown for the 3rd year running. These are just rough bets about what might happen for the rest of the weekend. But right now, Telo Barnard is taking a good option on the final win of this qualifying heat with 1.2 seconds advantage on Morgan Porter. Callum Bradshaw down in 3rd. The battle is on. Gio Valtanen, who just went past by Joe Turney in the process. So Joe Turney up in 4th, Valtanen in 4th, and Callum Bradshaw still in 3rd, as he's dropping a bit of a transponder problem over there, but Callum Bradshaw is still up in 3rd place. As it's getting closer, Callum Bradshaw. Let's keep an eye on that one as well. 0.3 of a second. He just decreased his delay of 0.2. Callum Bradshaw up in 3rd place. So Porter, Bradshaw, we might have the battle for the 2nd place coming up. As you can see, actually, right now, Nikita Bedrin going past Ruben Moya. There's a change for 5th place as Nikita Bedrin is making his way up to 6th behind Gio Valtanen in 5. So there's a change. Nikita Bedrin, under the Tony Kart colours, we're racing for World Racing. Getting past the CRG driver, and this is the battle for 6th place at the moment. Bedrin in front of Ruben Moya, Lawrence Van Hoepen down in 8th, Charlie Wurtz making his way up to 9 in front of Nicolas Pirtilati. This is your top 10 as we are about to complete lap number 8 out of 10 into this qualifying heat. Still led with charging ambitions and domination, shall we say, by Telo Barnard. But right now, Telo Barnard, Morgan Porter and Callum Bradshaw have a big explanation, and Callum Bradshaw just made his way past his fellow countrymen. So there's a change for 2nd place at the moment, with Callum Bradshaw up in 2nd place in front of Morgan Porter. Beautiful battle between the two. British driver, as we're about to conclude. This is the last lap already of this 10 lap qualifying heat between C and E, the first of the day for the OK category. Telo Barnard 2 seconds advantage on Callum Bradshaw. Bradshaw just 0.2 advantage on Morgan Porter. One last lap, 1.5 kilometer for any of those two drivers to take the upper hand on the other one. But at the moment, it seems like Callum Bradshaw might be in control. But watch out for Morgan Porter, who was just trying to go around the inside of his fellow countryman, but is still behind, number 43. Oh, this is going to be tight. This is going to be tight all the way to the end as they make their way into the middle sector of this track at the moment. Bradshaw still having the upper hand on Morgan Porter. Can we see one last attempt? We have seen already 2 overtaking maneuvers in the last lap in the previous qualifying heats, but Morgan Porter is trying to go around the outside at the moment, but Bradshaw is keeping all doors shut at the moment. And we're gonna have the last 2 corners, but in the beginning, in the upper part of the field, this will be victory for Telo Barnard, crossing the start-finish line in 1st place, the young British driver from Rosberg Racing Car Republic. First victory of the weekend for Telo Barnard, who crashed the opposition into this qualifying heat with 1.8 second advantage on Callum Bradshaw. Morgan Porter down in 3rd place in front of Gio Valtanen, crossing the start-finish line in 4th. Then we have Joe Turney in 5th place in front of Nikita Bedrin. 7th place for Ruben Moya, and Lorenz Van Hoepen crossing the start-finish line in 8th place, followed by Nicolas Pirtilati and Josep Martí Soprabera down in 10th position. 11th place for Charlie Wurtz in front of Marlon Hernandez. Noah Begbol in 13. Alexander Dunn in 14th place. Good recovery from Cole Morgan. As you can see, the qualifying results appearing on the screen. Cole Morgan was able to make up 10 position up to 15 in front of Revente Reves. Jamie Day in 17. Followed in 20th place, 18th place, my apologies, by Lorenzo Galauzio. Tanampong Gansum Nanto, 20th place for Ricardinho Garcia in front of James Wharton. Janis Civico, David Sobrero, Miguel Silva, Thomas Guedes, André Pielescu. And we had two drivers out of this race, Rasmus Andersen and Bruno Bertoccello, as confirmation that Maximus Meyer, unfortunately the young Spanish driver, didn't take part into this qualifying race, as he had some trouble into the qualifying series, and hopefully he will be able to take part into the other qualifying heats. We shall have a bit of information at lunchtime about what happened with Maximus Meyer. But before we follow with the next qualifying heat for the hockey class, let's once again have a look at the replay and the best moments of this past qualifying heat. So here we go, back with the start, as we had a good start from Colin Braccio, but Telo Barnard was the fastest. You can see on the left side of your picture, Telo Barnard, who took advantage of the inside line from third on the grid, and he just went past Morgan Porter and Colin Braccio in just one overtaking maneuver down into corner number 3. So beautifully made by Telo Barnard. This was the important the turning point of this race, as Barnard was able to make his way past two opponents at once. And from that point on, he just kept on charging his way through and really pulling away from the rest of the field. In the meantime, Colin Braccio will further later into this race be involved in a very increasing and tight battle for second place, at the advantage of Braccio over Morgan Porter in the end. But you can see very, very tight midfield outside of corner number 5, one of the hairpin, shall we say, of this track, down all the way down in the first part of the Cartodromo Internacional. And the opening lap very, very tight and very eventful, with a lot of overtaking maneuvers happening through the field. But the first part of the race, you could see the number 8 of Leclerc by Landmark Racing, Lawrence Van Hoopen, leading the second part of the field, as the top 3 was pulling away from the rest. Lawrence Van Hoopen was keeping Joao Valtanen behind him for much of the first part of the race, as Van Hoopen was at some point able to make his way through, as well as the other Tony Car drivers just behind. And we had a very, very tight battle with up to 5 to 6 drivers behind them. But one of the drivers who took advantage of the situation very early on was Joe Turney, who made his way past Van Hoopen, then Joao Valtanen after a very intense battle. But in the end, Turney had to admit defeat against Joao Valtanen. But you can see as well a good battle, and tangling a little bit was the CRG driver Ruben Moya, who finished this race in 7th place. But this particular first part of the track is one of the many overtaking spots that you can have on the International Cartodromo do Algarve. Later on in this qualifying heat, beautiful. Oh, it was pretty much. He came close just to go out of the track, actually, Joe Turney. And this is a moment when he lost the position in the process of the qualifying heat. A bit of a mistake over there for Joe Turney, who actually was able to control his kart outside of the last right-hander before the start-finish line. Up ahead, we had the recovery as well from Nikita Pedrin, who was starting from 9 on the grid and made his way up to 6. Getting past Ruben Moya on your screen, the CRG driver, as you had Van Hoopen trying to find as well a bit of space into the opening corners. But further up, you had the battle between those two, Colin Braccio and Morgan Porter, two British drivers battling tooth and nail for the second place of this race, at the advantage of the Tony Car driver, who kept watching behind his back to see where Morgan Porter was, and he just stayed on his tail for majority of the race, battling for second. But in the end, it was Colin Braccio who was able to have the upper hand in second place, while in the end Telo Barnard crossed the finish line as the winner of this race. Beautiful performance from Telo Barnard. And we're back on track. Thank you once again for joining us before the start of this next qualifying heat for the hockey class. Before we get going for some more intense racing, let's hear, shall we, before the start of the next race opposing the Group B and D, let's hear from the new European champion himself, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who's going to be starting from pole position in the next race coming up.
I'm feeling very excited. It's going to be hard because everyone are very competitive. So yeah, I will do the best that I can. I don't feel any pressure. My mind will be clear for this race, and yeah, I will do the best. We started the first race. We already know that could be very hard. We struggled a bit in the first round, but in the heats. But then in the final, we found the best way with the chassis, and I won the first round. Then the second round in Sarno, I had a crash in the first heat, and at that point I was a bit upset because already starting with a bad result is not easy. But then I just focus on the race and try to do the best. And I still managed to get a P2. That was really important for me and for the championship. And then we arrived in the last round, really high pressure. I was fighting for the championship with my teammate. And yeah, at the end, I've just been really focused on my job, and yeah, I did a really good weekend. And I won the race and all the heats, and at the end I bring back home the championship.
Good to hear once again from the young Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who's going to be wearing the number 1 on his front fairing for the majority and the entirety of this World Championship. So that's certainly a push of confidence for young Antonelli, who is going to be starting on pole position in this race. Is on the left of your picture as the drivers are getting ready to sit in the kart, getting one last handshake from the mechanics. A bit of stretching before getting ready. This is important for the drivers of the B and D group. This is the first qualifying heat of the day, and certainly you want actually to start this weekend, the most important weekend of the year, on the right step. And this will be important, of course, for the level of confidence and the way you approach the rest of the qualifying heats, even though those drivers have enough experience, certainly, and they are being trained to think that way, that even though you might run into some trouble, so have some mechanical issue ruining all the efforts in just one race, all you need to do is just go to the next one and try to forget as much as possible about what happened, and start with a fresh mind every time you get back on track. So the mental training is very important for all those drivers, both in the OK and the junior class, and you can make sure that these drivers, which are definitely the best of the best in the international karting world, here to compete for the biggest event of the season. And let's make sure that all throughout the young career already over the past few years have been trained mentally and physically to be able to cope with the pressure of such an important event. And we shall see what's going to happen between Andrea Kimi Antonelli on the front row of the grid, the reigning European champion in the OK class, one of the top favorites to seal the crown for the first time in his young career. We shall see about that, because Pedro Hilbrand, the former OK World Champion who had this honor back in 2016 to be crowned in this category, will try to give him a hard time as much as possible. But watch out, because on this beautiful starting grid we have another world champion, the reigning 2-time world champion Lorenzo Trevisanuto, wearing the colors of the Karting Racing Kart team. He's going to have Luigi Coluccio, the fast Italian from the Cosmic Racing department, by his side on row 2. Lorenzo Patrese and Mattia Salonen will be alongside each other on row 3. Row 4 will see Nico Ancte and Kyle Signelis, last year's winner of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy in Lonato, on row 4. Row 5 will see Rasmus Uchimis and Gilles Dorgeest alongside each other. Row 6, Axel Sarniala and Maya Weng. Row 7, Rafael Chavez Camara and Christian Bertuccia. Kim Arwang and Oli Pilka will be on row 8. Row 9 will see Enzo Trulli and Ken Osgar Algri alongside each other. Then we have on row 10 Miguel Algar and William Silverholm. Row 11 Lola Lovinfoss and Oli Vieiragalli. Row 12 Manuel Espirito Santo and Daniel Vasile. Row 13 Christian Loven and Sebastian Gravelen. Row 14 Marcus Amann and Pedro Perino. Row 15 Cecilia Envingst and Teresa Babikova. 15 rows on the grid, 30 drivers on track, and you might have heard one big name that certainly you might not have expected to find so much further back on the grid. Marcus Amann will be starting from row 14 on the grid in 27th position. So what happened to Marcus? Quite unfortunate turn of event in the qualifying series yesterday, and a spin that actually ruined his very, very short series against the clock, meaning that he will have to start all his qualifying hits from further back on the grid. We have a lot of work to do in terms of recovery. So let's keep a close watch to what's going to happen, not only with Marcus Amann, but as well with William Silverholm, who was one of the best drivers in the last weekend race for Forza Racing. Some of the drivers did not have maybe the best outcome in qualifying. Let's see what's going to happen in the next 10 laps as we're about to go racing. The lights go out. Yes, we are racing once again in Portimão. And a terrific start from Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who's keeping his pole in first place from pole position. Watch out into the first sector, the heavy braking zone with Pedro Hilbrand on his tail. The Spanish driver is going to try to give him a rough time right in the first corners of this race, but it's not happening quite yet. There's Andrea Kimi Antonelli closes all the doors, and Pedro Hilbrand lost 2 positions in the process with Trevisanuto and Lorenzo Patrese. I think who had a terrific start up to 3rd place. Trevisanuto in 2nd. Yes, confirmation of the Paralin driver up into 2nd place, chasing his opponent and fellow countryman already. Terrific start as well for the back from the young Lorenzo Patrese, wearing the Car Republic colors, just ahead of Pedro Hilbrand, who was on the outside of the track indeed into the first corners. And watch out for Travis Anuto, is going to go around the inside already, trying to attack Andrea Kimi Antonelli as early as the opening lap. Oh, this is a bit a tight battle already, and Antonelli is pushed around the outside and he goes through. Travis Anuto up in the lead at the end of the first lap, and this is the battle of the Italians, the battle of maybe soon to be world champion and the two-time reigning world champion for the first qualifying heat of the weekend. A beautiful recovery and overtaking from Travis Anuto. We didn't lose no time at all around the inside of the second row of the grid. But there comes Antonelli again, and he passes through. Antonelli back in the lead, and watch out for the response from Travis Anuto. Goes around the inside once again. Two overtaking in just two corners. This is very, very tight indeed. And watch out behind, because Pedro Hilbrand just made up for the ground he had lost in the opening laps. And Travis Anuto back in the lead again with Antonelli under the pressure from Pedro Hilbrand right now. Hilbrand in fourth position, a Tony Kart driver watching over his shoulder as is to see where the rest is. We have Patrese down in fourth place, Coluccio in fifth, sixth place for Rafael Chavez Camara, having a fantastic start of the race as he made up a sixth position into the opening lap. So watch out as well for the recovery of the Forza Racing driver. But up until now, let's watch as well what's going to happen for second place as Pedro Hilbrand goes round the inside of Andrea Kimi Antonelli. So change for second place as Antonelli has to shut the doors because Luigi Coluccio is coming back at him as well. Very, very fast, the Cosmic driver just in fourth place. Watch out. This is a four driver battle for the win in the first qualifying heat of the weekend for those two groups. And at the moment, Travis Anuto might have the upper hand as Pedro Hilbrand just went through. So change again for the lead as the young Spaniard, the former world champion, went through, but not for so long as Travis Anuto going around the inside. And there's another change, a beautiful battle once again as Hilbrand just lost first position to Travis Anuto. In the meantime, it seems to me that Antonelli indeed lost third position as well. Luigi Coluccio going past the young Italian as well for third place. So it's happening all over the place at the moment. And watch out for the mistake over there from Rasmus Uchimis, I think it was, who just went a bit outside of the track. And he's in the battle with Rafael Camara at the moment. So Camara making his way up to fifth in front of Rasmus Uchimis. He's in sixth place. Mattia Salonen in seventh in front of Patrese, losing a bit of ground down to eighth place after a terrific start of the race. But at the moment, the battle is still raging for the lead. Travis Anuto losing the first place to Pedro Hilbrand, and another change in the lead and some trouble from one of the world racing drivers, the 27, unfortunately. Let's try to see who that is. This is Kenos Garalgre. Unfortunately, the young Estonian was running in 18th place, who lost, by the look of it, the control of his car, but was able to get back on track. Let's see if he's being able to take part again in this race. This is lap number 4, and this is overtaking in pretty much every corner of this track. Lorenzo Travis Anuto in the lead at the moment. Coluccio making his way up to second with Pedro Hilbrand down to third. Hilbrand is going to try to cover from Andrea Kimi Antonelli coming back in fourth place. This is two battles on your screen as Travis Anuto is trying to increase his gap, pull away from the rest of the field, but Coluccio is keeping a close watch. Just 0.3 of a second between Travis Anuto and Coluccio. Third place for Pedro Hilbrand. Andrea Kimi Antonelli down in fourth. The Car Republic driver trying to go around the inside of Hilbrand as he's very threatening, and there he goes through. Andrea Kimi Antonelli up into third. And look out, because indeed Rafael Chavez Camara just went through as well. So 2 places down for Pedro Hilbrand, who just went from 3 to 5, as Rafael Camara is keeping on the charge. 9 places recovered from the young Brazilian, wearing the new colors of the Forza Racing team. As you might have noticed, there's a brand new livery for the Forza Racing team just for this World Championship. So beautiful new colors with more red and more dark colors as well on the livery. So watch out for William Silverholm, the number 5 on your picture. Rafael Chavez Camara, my apologies, up in 4th place. 9 places recovered for the young Brazilian. And we have a top 3 from Italy. Travis Anuto in front of Coluccio. 3rd place for Kimi Antonelli, as the young Italian, the 3rd one, not the 1st, is going to try to go around the inside of Coluccio. This is battle for 2nd. Andrea Kimi Antonelli knows that he's losing time on Travis Anuto as the Apollo Lane driver is trying to pull away. He had almost half of a second advantage on the previous lap, but Travis Anuto is watching over his shoulder, but trying to keep focus on his race at hand, because further back, Coluccio and Antonelli are battling for second place, but Antonelli losing a bit of ground, and watch out for Camara. Rafael Camara going round the inside of Antonelli, and Pedro Hilbrand might want to do the same actually, and Antonelli losing not maybe 1 but 2 places. Watch out for Pedro Hilbrand. This is a beautiful battle, 3-driver battle for third place at the advantage of Camara, now making his way into the top 3. Antonelli still in 4th, under the pressure of Pedro Hilbrand as we're entering lap number 7. We're getting near the end. We're getting near the conclusion of this qualifying heat. At the moment, nothing is done. Nothing is done for third place. Trevisanuto increasing his gap, 0.7 of a second on Luigi Coluccio, up in second place, and Camara up in third. Antonelli keeping all those shirts. He's trying to defend as much as he can in front of Pedro Hilbrand, but the young Spaniard, he's not particularly happy about what's happening. Pedro Hilbrand, as he seems to have raised his arm in the air, but he's still behind Andrea Kimi Antonelli. This is battle for 4th place, and he's trying to go around the inside, but Kimi Antonelli has none of it as he shuts the door. Beautiful battle for 4th place as Camara is keeping advantage of the situation, and Antonelli is trying to go around the inside, keeping all doors shut as well, but Pedro Hilbrand doesn't have much time left to try to make his move, as we're about to conclude lap number 7 into lap number 8 of this qualifying heat of the Hockey class, dominated as so far by Lorenzo Trevisanuto. Trevisanuto who couldn't ask for more than having his opponents battling for second place as well as third, because in the meantime he's able to pull away from Luigi Coluccio more than 0.7 of a second. Rafael Chavez Camara, the fastest on track, in 57.2. The young Brazilian keeping a close watch as well on Luigi Coluccio, but 0.6 of a second might be a bit of a trick to try to recover, but you can see the top 3 is still quite close to each other as for the rest of the field. On your screen, Andrea Kimi Antonelli keeping everything, at least giving everything that he has to keep Pedro Hilbrand behind him. This is a battle for 4th place, and Kimi Antonelli is doing a great job right now, but Pedro Hilbrand is still there, is still keeping the pressure on, and we might see a move, and there's your move as Pedro Hilbrand is going through Andrea Kimi Antonelli on lap 8. And watch out, because Oli Pilka might have similar ideas as he's getting close to the Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who lost a position down in 5th place. This is penultimate lap, ladies and gentlemen, and the battle is heated. The battle is on. Trevisanuto, Coluccio, Camara, your top 3 that might not be moving that much actually, as and I've spoken too soon, as Rafael Camara goes round Luigi Coluccio. So in the meantime, Rafael Camara was able, thanks to another fastest lap in this race, was able to decrease his gap on Coluccio and just went round the inside of the Italian. So change for second place. Rafael Camara, one of the fastest last weekend, as we said, with the Forza Racing team, and so once again showing everybody how much of a pace he has on the Cartodromo Internacional de Algarve. 9th, second place, Camara. Coluccio done in 3rd. Trevisanuto, no problem at all for the reigning world champion, as he keeps pulling away from the rest of the field on his way to what will be a potential first victory in this weekend for the young Italian. As we getting to the last lap of this race, Trevisanuto watching over his shoulder, up to 0.8 of a second advantage on Rafael Camara. I think in 1.5 kilometers that might be a bit too short in time for Camara, even though he's one of the fastest on track, to decrease enough the gap on Trevisanuto to really threaten him for the win. But as a result, Camara pulled a fantastic recovery of 11 positions up to 2nd in front of Luigi Coluccio. Pedro Hilbrand in 4th, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli still in 5th position, appearing on your screen right now. Antonelli is still very close to the Spaniard, as we have Oli Pilka in 6th, Rasmus Ucimi is in 7th, Christian Bertuccia is 8th in front of Patrese, and William Silverhorn as well, the teammate of Rafael Camara. The two Forza Racing drivers really on the pace for the start of this World Championship, as they both recovered more than 10 positions each. So, in the meantime, this is one last corner, and Lorenzo Trevisanuto is going to seal the deal. First victory in the qualifying races for Trevisanuto in front of a brilliantly recovered Rafael Chavez Camara in 2nd place for 0.3 of a second. And raising his fist in the air, Trevisanuto, he knows that this victory is important. You have to start the weekend on the right foot, and making sure that you can actually get all the puzzle pieces in the right order. Trevisanuto in 1st place, victory for Rafael Chavez Camara, as well 3rd place for Luigi Coluccio in front of Pedro Hilbrand. Andrea Kimi Antonelli In 5th place in the end, 6th position for Oli Pilka in front of Rasmus Cimis, Christian Bertuccia. 9th place for William Silverholm in front of Oli Vierragali, Lorenzo Trovesanuto in 11th position, as you can have the classification, the provisional classification of this qualifying heat to be, of course, updated and make definitive on FIAkarting.com. 12th place for Kay Signelis in front of Maya Weng, Axel Sarniala in 14, followed by Kim Ahwang, Tishi Dorgeest, Matthias Salonen, Enzo Trulli, Lola Lovingfoss in 19, 20th place for Michael Ogard in front of Sebastian Gravlen, Daniel Vasile, Nico Ankte, Pedro Perino, Cecilia Engvist, Christian Loven, and Ken Osgar Algre was able to complete this qualifying heat despite some trouble in the opening stages, and 2 retired drivers in this race, Manuel Espiritu Santo, Teresa Babikova didn't take part in this qualifying heat, and the second retired driver is the former European champion himself, Marcus Amann, who unfortunately had to say goodbye to this race after 3 laps in this qualifying heat. So after the difficult qualifying series of yesterday, another disappointment for VDK Racing, Marcus Amann, with retirement into this opening race. So let's hope for the sake of the battle that we'll be able to bounce back. But just before we go any further with the rest of the program and go back to the junior category, let's watch some of the best parts of this qualifying heat with a replay. So here we go, back in the start of this qualifying heat, as we had Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the first leader of this race, as he took advantage of his pole position going around the inside. But one of the best starters was no doubt Lorenzo Trovesanuto, who went around the inside of the corner from 3rd place. He was able to surprise both Pedro Hilbrand and Luigi Coluccio, as Pedro Hilbrand lost 2 places in the process, getting passed by Lorenzo Patrese as well. Patrese, you can see, in 3rd place, just behind, but the first duel of the race was between those 2 young Italians, Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Lorenzo Trovesanuto in 2nd, Patrese up in 3rd place in front of Pedro Hilbrand. There was the first of many overtaking between Antonelli and Trovesanuto, as Antonelli was trying to protect his 2nd position from the rest of the field, but those 2 kept battling tooth and nail in the opening stages of this qualifying heat, followed closely by Pedro Hilbrand, who was able to get past Patrese on the 2nd lap, so not to lose any more ground, to make his way up to 4th place at the end of the qualifying heat. The field was still very, very tight, with Coluccio battling against Oli Pilka, Rasmus Cimis and Christian Bertuccia, as we had Antonelli as soon as he was passed by Trovesanuto. Pedro Hilbrand found a way to get past as well. He found that tiny open door in the right-hander just to make his way up to 2nd place, chasing Trovesanuto at the time, but it was not before the Spaniard would lose a bit of momentum, thanks also because of the charging race of Luigi Coluccio in 4th place on your picture before making up positions. But it was way before the return of Rafael Chaves Camara, the young Brazilian, who was starting from 13 on the grid, but managed to make his way up to 2nd, as is about to get close and close to the top 4 leading this race. In the meantime, but we didn't see that on screen, Marcus Amann had unfortunately to retire from lap number 3 of this qualifying heat. In the meantime, there was the overtaking from Pedro Hilbrand around past Lorenzo Trovesanuto. In the meantime, unfortunately, retirement, the first of 2 for Ken Oscar Halgre, who was about to retire, my apologies, before getting back on track and finishes in his race, but dead last, unfortunately, for Ken Oscar Halgre, the Estonian. In the meantime, Trovesanuto was increasing his pace and his gap, while Antonelli was in a bit of a trouble against Camara, Hilbrand, and in the meantime you can see in 2nd place Luigi Coluccio, who managed to find his way through up to 2nd. Antonelli under the pressure of Pedro Hilbrand, the former world champion, trying to keep the pace with very fast charging Rafael Camara up to 3rd place with the Forza Racing colours. Further back we had Oli Pilka in 6th place, keeping a close watch on what was happening in the upper part of the field, but not able quite to fight for the upper positions. But the 2nd part of the race was really marked by the charging race of Rafael Camara on your picture here, getting past Luigi Coluccio for 2nd place in the closing stages of this qualifying heat. So Coluccio had no other choice to make do for 3rd place, while in the lead Lorenzo Trovesanuto was on his way to a victory, the first qualifying heat victory of the weekend for Lorenzo Trevisanotto, already taking a good option on what could be a very strong weekend from the two-time OK world champion. So Trevisanotto, winner of this qualifying heat, very happy about it, obviously, in front of Rafael Camara and Reggie Coluccio. This was some of the replays that we had. So we're back on track, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to switch once again category, going to the junior category right now with the group B and C already ready on the pre-grid. As you can see, we're waiting for the signal of the race director and the marshals to make their way onto the track. Before we get back to racing, let's hear from one of the fastest and strongest drivers of the junior class this season, one to keep an eye on throughout the World Championship, Arvid Lindblad for Car Republic, behind the mic.
Of course, like you said, it's the big one. We all want to win. And yeah, I'm just really excited, really confident, and can't wait for the racing to get underway. With having both wet and dry races going on, it gives different challenges to us drivers, really making it more exciting and really differentiating the really good drivers versus the good drivers. And yeah, my expectations is the World Championships. I'm here to win, but I think it's more important, instead of just winning, just to have good results. It's the biggest race of the year, so yeah, just super excited. All the European events this season have been fully dry, so in that sense it helped us in the dry part from this circuit, knowing what chassis, what equipment, what engines work well on dry circuits. But in the wet, we've had very few days of testing, very few events which have been wet this year, so that's a bit more of a question mark. Making it more difficult for us, but I think we're all learning from every session, every lap. I think the driver makes the biggest difference in these conditions, so I think it all boils down to that, who's the best, and I think the best driver will win this week.
Thanks to Arvid Lindblad for talking to us yesterday in what was a very rainy paddock of the Cartodromo Internacional do Algarve. Not so much today, as we had a bit of humid warm-up sessions and the first qualifying heats of the program. A busy schedule that we have with a total of 20 races to go through, 27 in total to crown the 2020 World Champion in the OK and Junior class. So a lot of things to happen still on this beautiful 1.5 track. As you can see, the green flag is being waved to the next race. This is the Junior class B against the C. Two other groups, as we have Evan Gilter that will be starting on pole position. You can see the young driver from Sodicarte. Evan Gilter won already one qualifying heat this morning, as he was the first junior winner of the weekend of the World Championship. Evan Gilter, winner of the opening heats. The heat number 2 was won by Arvid Lindblad, as the race that came just after was won by Brando Bauer. So we had 3 different winners. Once again, Evan Gilter will be starting from pole position and might have a chance to make it 2 victories in a row. We shall see about that, because Timothée Kuchacic, the young Polish driver, will be by his side on the front row. Nicolas Tsolov and Massimo Capietto, who came close to be the winner, the second French winner of the program before being overtaken just in the past qualifying heat, will be willing to take his revenge from row number 2. Row number 3, Ugo Egochukwu, the young American, 5th of his first qualifying heats, the reigning European champion of 2020, will be alongside Marcus Luzio. Row 4 will see Harry Burgoyne and Augustin Bernier starting alongside each other. Row 5, Conor Cilic, the freshly crowned winner of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, with alongside him Bruno Del Pino. Row 6, Ariel Elkin and Arvid Lindblad. Row 7, Nacho Tuno Garcia and August Terbo. Rachel Dahari and Zachary David in row 8. Francesco Marenghi and Lawrence Lecertua on row 9. Row 10, Francesco Soldavini and Nicolas Ross. Row 11, Theo Eriksson and Giovanni Trentin. Row 12, Karol Paziewicz and Albin Sturesen. Row 13, Jan Puciu and Levi Vapolla. Row 14, Nicola Lacorte, Diego Castro, as well as Yolan Rakamir and Guillaume Bouzard. 30 drivers on track, as we're going to have 7 laps to go through for this qualifying heat of the junior category, 10 for the senior, 7 for the junior. You know the drill. This will be so until the end of the program on Saturday here at Portimão, hopefully under the sunny conditions that we have right now. Slick tires on, no more wet parts of this track, and the drivers are allowed to give the maximum into those qualifying heats, as we're going to have Evan Gilter trying to go for another victory, as he won the Open X the opening heat in this junior class. A victory as well for Arvin Lindblad as well as for Brando Badoer. The field is making his way onto the start-finish line. The grid formation seems to be good enough for Nigel Edwards. The lights go out and we go racing once again with Evan Gilter taking the best start from around the inside. But watch out for Nicolas Solov, who's able to get past, I think, Timothée Kucharczyk around the outside. Oh, and a bit of a problem from one of the Cosmic drivers, was it? Who just went around the outside and left completely the track over there. Let's see who that was exactly, but that was very, very tight indeed. And we've seen that happening. And two other drivers, and we were able, 3 drivers now, 4 drivers out of contention, the 158, 196. We have Francesco Marenghi as well as Nicola Roos, Karol Pazevic and Alpin Storesson, unfortunately, all involved into the trouble of this opening lap, as you can see on your screen. Oh, that's quite unfortunate. And some of those drivers will try maybe to get back on track and get the engine running again on their own, but it seems unlikely to happen. So what an opening lap for this qualifying heat, as we had Lesotho United who actually left the track and lost all the ground over there. It was one of the Cosmic representatives, I think, was it Massimo Capieto actually, who lost all positions over there. Let's have confirmation as they come back just in front of us. Yes, I think confirmation that Massimo Capieto was the one having to go around the outside. He lost pretty much all the positions all the way down the end of the classification. So quite unfortunate for Massimo Capieto, the young Frenchman from Cosmic, starting on row 2 of the grid. In the meantime, Evan Gilter is still in the lead. Kucharczyk made his way past in 2nd place. Nicolas Solov in 3rd. In good explanation with Konrad Zilic, the 149 on your screen, getting past Solov for 3rd place. So Konrad Zilic, the young American, the first ever winner of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, is up into 3rd place with the World Racing colors on his back. With Solov from DPK Racing trying to get past once again with the Alonso Kart colors as well. But in the meantime, Evan Gilter, the young Frenchman on your screen, couldn't ask for more, and he's increasing his gap, pulling away already from the rest of the field. He has nothing else but to keep on going the pace that he has and aligning the qualifying laps just to increase his gap lap by lap. We shall see about that. It's still 2 laps in, lap number 3 of this qualifying heat. Evan Gilter, let's have a look. 1.1 second, but it's further back. The battle for 3rd place as Kucharczyk is on his own as well in 2nd place. Solov, Zilic and Bruno Del Pino, all the drivers in your picture, followed closely by Harry Burgoyne in the Car Republic chassis. This is a battle for 3rd place, and this is intense. Solov being taken in sandwich between the 2 Tony Kart chassis. At the advantage of Konrad Zilic, but Bruno Del Pino is right on his tail, the 109 on the picture, and Del Pino has a revenge to take after the trouble he had in the opening qualifying heat earlier this morning, as he had to finish all the way down the table of the classification. But now Del Pino is back in contention. He has the pace and he's chasing at the moment Nicolas Solov. He's going to try to defend, but in the meantime, Harry Burgoyne, the young British driver, is making his way through for 5th place. So Bruno Del Pino was unable to get past Nicolas Solov fast enough, and Burgoyne took the advantage to get past as well. So Burgoyne up into 5th place at the moment as we completed 3 laps. Lap number 4 of this qualifying heat, still led by Evan Gilter. Timothée Kucharczyk just 1 second down of the Frenchman, but he just decreased his gap in the opening lap, in the previous lap, sorry. So we shall see what's going to happen between the 2 leaders, as Evan Gilter needs to keep his pace, but Kucharczyk was one of the fastest in the past lap. Ugo Chukwu, the fastest lap in the race, as you can see, 58.7, and the battle is raging for 3rd place, led by Konrad Zilic, trying to increase a bit of his gap with 0.4 of a second in the past lap, and he's pulling away a bit, the American, because just behind Burgoyne, Solov and Del Pino are just involved in a big battle over there, as Ugo Chukwu is going to try to get close as well. Watch out for Ugo Chukwu in 7th place, the young American, with the grey crash helmet, driving the Sauber junior karting color card. And Ugo Chukwu is back in the lead, back in the tail of Bruno Del Pino, as it seems. So watch out for Ugo Chukwu right in the tail. He's going to try to go for an attack certainly in this race. This is lap number 5 of this qualifying heat, and Ugo Chukwu up down in 7th place. He's going to try to go around the inside of Bruno Del Pino. Bruno Del Pino seems to be blocked by Harry Burgoyne just in front in 5th place, and there comes a move. There comes a move from Harry Burgoyne, getting past Bruno Del Pino, my apologies, getting past Harry Burgoyne, and Burgoyne in the process is losing another place to Ugo Chukwu. So well done for both, as Ugo Chukwu was able to get himself into the open door and getting past Harry Burgoyne, dropping 2 positions in the process. So let's have a look as well at the gaps further up, but in the meantime the battle is raging. Beautiful battle, as Del Pino is under the pressure of Harry Burgoyne, as it seems Del Pino is unable to keep on the pace of Hugo Igochukwu, even though the three are still very, very close to each other. In the meantime, Igochukwu is getting close as well to Nikola Tsolov in 4th place. So we shall see a battle coming up for 4th place as well, with Tsolov, the DPK Racing driver, unable to keep on the pace from Konrad Zelic as it seems. Let's have a look at the gap. Konrad Zelic, Nikola Tsolov, 1.1 second between the two. Evan Gilter in the lead still with 1 second full in front of Timoteusz Kucharczyk in the penultimate lap of this qualifying heat for the junior class. Evan Gilter the upper hand at the moment. Kucharczyk in second. 3rd place for Konrad Zelic, and there's a battle for 4th with Hugo Igochukwu going past Nikola Tsolov, at least trying to go around the inside, but Tsolov is keeping all doors shut in this particular pace. And part of the track beautifully made from Nikola Tsolov now into the double left-hander of corner number 8 and 9, and Tsolov is right on the racing line. Hugo Igochukwu unable to find a space where he could put himself in, but he still have 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go after this one to make his attempt, but watch out behind because Bruno Del Pino is very, very close indeed, as well as further back is direct opponent Harry Burgoyne. Harry Burgoyne getting past as well in 5th place and trying to attack Hugo Igochukwu, is going to go around the inside, certainly on the start-finish straight. Final lap in this qualifying heat, and Igochukwu going around the outside in a right-hander, trying to keep a bit of a pace and surprise Tsolov around maybe the inside line of corner number 3. It's not happening quite yet as Tsolov is shutting the doors. But watch out because Igochukwu might lose another place if Harry Burgoyne is able to keep his space and maybe find a bit of space that he needs to get past as well. This is a 4-driver battle, beautiful, as we could see even Ariel Elkin, the young Israeli, in 8th place getting involved, even though time is running out, just less than a lap less to complete for Evan Gilter and the rest of the field. The battle is on. Tsolov still in 4th place at the moment, but he's going to have a lot of work to do in the last corners of this track. And further back we have a bit of a change as well with one of the Car Republic. If this is a 102, I think Arvid Lindblad getting past Ariel Elkin, was it? Yes indeed, Ariel Elkin, who lost 8 position to Arvid Lindblad further back. But in the lead, 1 last corner, and this will be victory number 2 for Evan Gilter, the young Frenchman, crossing the line in first with 3/10 of a second advantage on Timoteusz Kucharczyk. So an end of the race that was quite heavy on pressure for Evan Gilter, with Kucharczyk actually decreasing the gap from 1 second to 3/10, even though Gilter might still have that race under control and left the foot a bit of the throttle, but still 3/10 between Evan Gilter and Kucharczyk, and victory number 2 for this man on your picture, the Solicard official driver Evan Gilter. Konrad Zelic made it to 3rd place with a beautiful recovery of 6 positions in front of Hugo Igochukwu. Harry Burgoyne in 5th place, 6th place for Bruno Del Pino. Nikola Tsolov, as you can see the classification, crossing the line in 7th place with 3 position loss from the start of this qualifying heat, in front of Arvid Lindblad. Marcus Luzio down in 9, in front of Ariel Elkin in 10th. Rachel Daheri outside of the top 10 in 11, followed by Zachary David, Francesco Soldavini, Theo Eriksson, Auguste Terbo, 15th place, 16th place for Yampu Chu, in front of Nacho Tunan Garcia, Lorenzo Lesertua, followed by Giovanni Trentin, Nicola Lacorte, 20th, 21st place for Yolan Rakamier, in front of Massimo Capietto. Unfortunate turn of event for Massimo Capietto, as you can see, the 106 of Birelart. This is Karol Pasiewicz, who was able to maybe make his way back to the pit on his own. As not quite happening, as we had a couple of the drivers, Augustin Bernier down in 23rd in front of Diego Castro, and the list of retirement is quite long in this one, as we have Levi Vapulla, Guillaume Bouzard, Albin Storesen, Karol Pasiewicz, Nicolas Ross and Francesco Marenghi, who retired from this race. Let's have a look at the best bits of this race in the replay. Once again, we're back with the start, and Evan Gilter, as for the first qualifying heat of the day, was able to keep advantage of his position in the right inside line of the track. But Nikola Tsolov actually was surprised by the good start behind him from Hugo Igochukwu as well. Timoteusz Kucharczyk surprised by the good start of Nikola Tsolov. My apologies. We had Massimo Capietto, unfortunately, who had to go around the outside of the track and left completely the track, the official one at least, tumbling down the order at the end of this qualifying heat. So quite unfortunate, and the first certainly of all the moments that we'll see certainly through the qualifying heats. But quite unfortunate for Massimo Capietto, as Timoteusz Kucharczyk had to lose second place to in front, as we had a bit of a trouble over there with 2, 4, 5 drivers involved in the opening lap, and the list of retirement, as we said, was quite heavy, with Guillaume Bouzard, Storesen, Pazevic, Ross and Marengi all involved in the tussle of the opening lap. So quite unfortunate, as none of those drivers, as you can feel and see the frustration from one of those as well, as was Guillaume Bouzard, regretting, of course, what has happened over there, and asking why in earth had happened. Why, guys, did you do that? But quite unfortunately, this meant retirement for all of them just in the opening lap of this qualifying heat. In the meantime, Tsolov, who had made his way past Timothée Kucharczyk in the opening lap, had to fall back into third, as Kucharczyk, the Polish driver, was back in second. But we had a good recovery as well from Konrad Zelic, the young driver from World Racing on your picture, who went past Tsolov in the opening stages and making his way up to a third place, the young American, under the pressure still from the 109 further back of Bruno Del Pino. Bruno Del Pino, who gave us a revenge and gave us a much better race since he was out of trouble. Unlike what happened in his first qualifying heat, Bruno Del Pino was able to be and fight for the upper positions as he made his way up to 6th place at the end of this qualifying heat. As you can see him taking in sandwich between Tsolov and further back the 182 of Harry Burgoyne, the young British driver, finishing his race in 5th place as he makes his way past Bruno Del Pino. A beautiful move outside of corner number 9, the double left-hander in the middle of this track. 16 turns in total, as a reminder. Iko Iguchuku on his way as well to, in the end, 4th place as he made his way, he's about to make his way past Nicolas Tsolov, who lost a bit of ground after a very good start of the race, down to 7th place, unfortunately for the DPK Racing driver, who was on his way potentially to a 2nd place finish before dropping a few positions down the end. But the battle throughout the field was once again numerous, and you can see here 5 drivers in the same picture, and going around the inside was Bruno Del Pino, getting past Nicolas Tsolov, as it seems, for the battle for 3rd place at the time. But Tsolov was trying to resist behind Iko Iguchuku, getting past as well Harry Burgoyne. So 2 battles in one, but up ahead you had Evan Gilter, the Sodica driver on your picture, keeping the pressure off his shoulders in front of Timothée Kucharczyk. Even though he had a 1 second advantage at some point in the race, he was able to cross the line in 1st place, just 0.3 of a second in front of Evan Gilter. So beautiful performance from Gilter, and another victory in the bag for the French driver. And we're back on track. Thanks once again for joining us on the live stream brought to you by the RGMFC Group for the FIA Karting World Championship. We're live from the Cartódromo Internacional do Algarve, and we're going to have the next race coming up, still in the junior class, with the group opposed D and E coming up. But before that, let's take a short break and remind you about the safety brought to you by the FIA.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Your life is in your hands. That's the message, of course, brought to you by the International Federation of the Automobile and Motorsport as well. And we have some of the officials in here with us for the FIA Karting World Championship. We have the pleasure of having, of course, FIA Karting President Felipe Massa, as well as FIA Karting Executive Secretary Kai Oberheid. So thanks to the both of you for joining us, of course, representing the FIA Karting Federation. We're going to have as well Mr. Bayer, the official Secretary of Motorsport of the FIA, joining us this weekend as well to have a proper look at what's happening here at the highest level of karting on the international level. So thanks again for being with us this weekend in Portimão. A great honor, of course, for all of us to welcome you here for this greatest competition, the greatest of all karting competition throughout the season, with the best of the best in both the drive classes, the OK and the junior categories. Of course, we had another World Championship not so long ago for the gearbox classes, the World Championship for KZ, the International Super Cup for KZ2, as well as the closing round of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. A beautiful spectacle once again that we had at South Garda in Lonato. This time around, no gearbox, just direct drive and 2 classes instead of 3 for a fantastic racing event as well that we have the pleasure to follow all together. Make sure to check out fiakarting.com for all the information that you need and all the links at your disposal for live timing, live streaming, and all the latest results. And don't forget to check out as well the social media of the FIA Karting Championship, Facebook and Instagram as well on the official YouTube channel of the FIA Karting Championship. Don't hesitate, of course, to drop us a comment, drop us a like, and give us some reactions and comments about what you see, what you hear. And we'll be happy to give you as many answers as we can. In the meantime, let's focus on the racing at hand, as we're going to have 2 more groups, the D and the E, starting right now in just a few moments with Ian Ekmans, the 121, the young Belgian driver wearing the Cosmic Ensemble on the left side of your screen, is going to be starting from pole position with the 4 fastest lap time in the bag from yesterday's qualifying. We will have Christian Ho, Singaporean, by his side, the 161 with the Sauber Junior Karting team colors. Kosko Nirfan and Maxence Verbrugge will be alongside each other on row 2. That will be followed on row 3 by Freddy Slater and Shu Dozzono. Rintaro Sato and Matteo De Paolo will be on row 4. Row 5 will see Matheus Ferreira and Jonathan Waymat starting alongside each other. Row 6, Roman Andriolo and Aidan Neat on row 6. Row 7, Theodore Odmark and Ivan Dominguez, one of the local drivers, as we're about to have the 1-minute board to be shown to the competitors. Row 8, Antonio Leit and Valerio Chedicella. Oscar Wurz, as well as Flavio Olivieri on row 9. Row 10 will see Luca Samalisto and Arthur Poulain. Row 11, Julius Dinesen and Carson Morgan. Sonny Smith and Caden Probst will be starting alongside each other on row 12. Row 13, Frederic Lund and Rodrigo Testa. Aurelia Nobles and Luca Fluccia on row 14. Ethan Nobles and Maxim Orlov on row 15. 30 drivers ready to rumble, ready to battle once again. This is the junior class and the FIA Karting World Championship, the one that you guys have been expecting with so much will for the entire season. This is the cream of the cream, the pinnacle event of the FIA Karting season, and we cannot be happier to be with you guys and to support you in the effort of bringing us the fantastic spectacle that we have on track. Hopefully the conditions will remain merciful in terms of weather all through the end of the day. But looking outside of my speaking booth, it seems to me that the sky above our heads is getting cloudier by the minute, but no sign of rain and no risk of rain as it seems on the forecast all throughout the day. For tomorrow, that's another story, of course, as the green flag is being waved and the drivers make their way onto the track with 2 laps before the start, the warm-up laps and the formation lap for all those drivers before the rolling start. You know the drill. Ian Ekmans, Christian Ho on the front row of the starting grid. 20 degrees in the air and the weather still very much beautiful for the qualifying heat of the junior class opposing the group D and E. Then we're going to have 1 more for the group A and F. Then it will be time already at 12:30 Portuguese time here at Portimão to have a bit of a break before we get back on track at 1 o'clock local time for the rest of the qualifying heat, and a busy afternoon ahead with a total of 20 races for the entirety of the day. Right now, Ian Ekmans, Christian Ho. This is battle at least for keeping the advantage into the first corners, as we saw and happening as well. The fast right-hander, the first one opening the track, can be tricky, can be treacherous for some of the drivers, and we've seen, unfortunately, for Massimo Capieto, the Cosmic driver, who had to go the long way around the outside of the track, losing a pile of position in the process because he had no other choice but to avoid contact by going this way. And we've seen that happening previously. That might happen once again as the first sector of the track on your picture coming this way after the right-hander into the first 2 corners, the heavy braking of corner number 2 to align yourself and position your car to make your entry in the right and left of 3 and 4, then making your way to the corner number 5, which is pretty much a hairpin, very tight hairpin, before going up again into the sector number 2 with the fast left-hander of corner number 6, then another left-hander a bit more, this one on your picture number 7, then a 2 left-hander, pretty much double left indeed, 8 and 9, where we have seen a lot of overtaking maneuvers as well, and some of the trouble for drivers in the preparation race. Then this is right-hander number 10, another right-hander in 11, then going back up again in the first sector, 12, 13, 2 left-handers, and then we have the last 2 turns going up on the start-finish straight, the turn numbers 15 and 16. And watch out for these 2 last corners, of course, because you don't want to put any wheel outside of the track, otherwise that could be actually very much costly in terms of time lost in this particular part of the track. As it seems, the grid formation is quite good, and if Nigel Edward, our clerk of the course, deem it good enough, we're going to be good to go for racing. Yes, we are. Green light, and we're on once again. Eyan Ekmans, oh, not so much of a good start on Eyan Ekmans. The pole sitter is getting passed by Christian Ho and Maxence Verbrugge, as it seems. Let's watch out as the Koskoner fan just made his way up to second place into the first sector. So not a good start at all, unfortunately, for the pole sitter, who was surprised by 2 or 3 drivers, as it seems. And the field just makes his way through the first sectors, right, with not much of contact, so everything goes fine and well. No tire banging inside the field as well, so everybody on track. That's a good thing. Let's try to keep it that way all throughout the race. But in the moment, it seems that Koskoner fan and Christian Ho were able to make their way past the pole sitter Eyan Ekmans, as the battle for the win is already raging into the first sectors of this track. Let's have a look at the classification as they're about to complete their first lap. The battle is on between the Ricky Flynn Motorsport drivers and the 152 outside of the track. Oh, Luca Samalisto, unfortunately, the Finnish driver, who was starting for the back with his XP chassis from the experiencing team. Unfortunately, Luca Samalisto was out of this race. Further up, the battle is on. You can see Christian Ho, Koskoner fan and Freddy Slater. What a beautiful start as well from the young Brit, who's going around the inside of his opponent, and also teammate of Ricky Flynn Motorsport. But at the moment, Koskoner fan is resisting from his opponent. And watch out as well. This is a beautiful battle from the teammates right now. Koskoner fan, Slater and Rintaro Sato, all 3 in the same picture, chasing the same leader. Christian Ho in the lead, the Singaporean who had a terrific start. But where is actually our pole sitter Eyan Ekmans? Is down in 6th place at the moment, as the field is still very tight entering this second lap of the race. But Christian Ho, best start from the outside of the front row, so he was able to get around the leader and the previous pole sitter Eyan Ekmans. But at the moment, the pressure is on for the Singaporean, because he has not 1, not 2, but 3 Ricky Flynn drivers just behind Koskoner fan, Slater and Rintaro Sato in second, third and fourth. This is going to be a terrific battle, and we shall see what's going to happen between the 3, because you have to go for the win, you have to go for the place, but in the same time, you don't want to risk anything for the team as well. You don't want to make your teammate lose position or lose a race in the process. So we shall see what's going to happen between the 3, even though still at the early stage of the World Championship, and it's a bit everyone for himself, but at the same time you have to think for the team. But in the same time, Freddy Slater was the first one to go for the win and go for the lead, as he gets past Christian Ho. So Christian Ho back to second place, and watch out for the pressure from Koskoner fan and Rintaro Sato, all the 2 in the same formation. And this is going to be quite hard, I'm afraid, for Christian Ho to keep it all together, unless he can get past once again Freddy Slater. He's going to try to increase his pace and increase his gap in the meantime. But watch out, as we have 3 RFM against 1 Car Republic, and there goes Koskoner fan past Christian Ho, or was it Rintaro Sato? My apologies, it's Rintaro Sato actually the first one, and Koskoner fan follows him through. So here we go, a triple from RFM, 1, 2, 3, Slater, Sato, Koskoner fan in the lead, entering lap number 4. Christian Ho down in 4th place in front of Eyan Ekmans, who just went past Matheus Ferreira in 6th. Then we have further back Maxence Verbrugge, Chu Dozono, Matteo De Parlo and Antonio Late in 10th position at the moment. But the battle is still raging. Keep a close watch on that one. This is for 3rd place between Koskoner fan and Christian Ho. And the Singaporean just went past. Once again he tried to go past his opponent, but lose the position. And Eyan Ekmans might actually take advantage of the situation. The young Belgian back in contention for a place in the top 3 possibly, as Christian Ho is losing a bit of ground over there, a couple of meters now that he lost in just this last lap after the overtaking maneuver from Koskoner fan. And Eyan Ekmans is on a charge as well. He's in the tail of Christian Ho. And further back, we have Matheus Ferreira leading the rest of the field under the pressure from Maxence Verbrugge, the young Frenchman from VDK Racing. 3rd fastest of his group yesterday, 10 overall for Maxence Verbrugge, who is bouncing back well from a difficult weekend at the preparation race last weekend, and is more than willing to have something to say in the battle for the best positions. We shall see what's going to happen, as Rintaro Sato is the fastest on track, 58.7 for the Japanese driver in 2nd place. This is a battle of the teammates, the battle for the win in this qualifying heat. Slater against Rintaro Sato, just split by 0.2 of a second, not much more. As we have the battle, numerous battles happening for the back in the field, with Kosko Nefan losing a bit of ground, 0.4 of a second behind. As you can see, the British driver in 4th, trying to keep Christian Ho behind him in 4th place as well. Then we have Ian Ekmans still in 5th place as well, trying to keep Matheus Ferreira and Maxence Verbrugge just at bay behind him. But let's keep on watching the battle for the win. Slater, Rintaro Sato making their way onto the start-finish line. This is lap number 6 we're entering right now. 5 laps completed. And just less than 0.2 of a second. Can actually Rintaro Sato try to go for the move? And in the meantime, Kosko Nefan keep 3rd position ahead of Christian Ho. And there you can see, it just happened with Rintaro Sato making his way up to 1st. So beautiful maneuver from Rintaro Sato, one of the fastest, and the revelations from last weekend as well, with a couple of 8 victories on his own. But a bit of front fairing banging over there. Watch out for any penalty in the way. And before the back, we have Christian Ho getting past Kosko Nefan for 3rd place. Yes, it just happened in the double left-hand of 8 and 9. And Christian Ho now back in 3rd place. Can he actually try to make the connection with the 2 leaders? You still have a couple of tenths of a second, try to decrease and try to catch, but there's not much time remaining as the drivers are going to enter the last lap. And I'm afraid this will be retirement for the Praga Racing driver of Flavio Olivieri, the 1:33. Mechanical trouble, I'm afraid, for Olivieri, who's parking down the track. Final lap and final explanation between the 2 teammates. 0.2 of a second between those two. Rintaro Sato and Freddie Slater. I wonder what are the rules here? What are they being said on the track side? Certainly, because the mechanics and the engineers are following through and closely the battle for the win here. But they don't want to do anything stupid. They have to think smart as well and think about the performance, their own performance as well, but the success of the team in the end as well. So you don't want to go at least for a too risky move that could prevent a possible 1-2 for the same team. So last lap for Rintaro Sato and Freddie Slater. Christian Ho still in 3rd, Kosko Nefan 4th, Ian Ekmans in 5th place. Just a couple of corners left, and you can see that Slater has none of it. And Mauer tried to go around the inside, clipping the curb, and it's not happening as Slater tried to surprise his teammate. But Rintaro Sato stays ahead in the last 2 right-hander. One last kick of the throttle, and this will be a victory on the edge for Rintaro Sato, the Japanese driver, winner in front of Freddie Slater for just 0.3 of a second. 3rd place for Christian Ho, Kosko Nefan in 4th, 5th place for Ian Ekmans, Matheus Ferreira in 6th, Maxence Verbrugge in 7th, Stu De Zone in 8th place, 9th place for Aiden Neat in front of Matteo De Paolo in 10th, 11th place for Jonathan Waymat, Ivan Dominguez just outside of the top 11 in 12th position. But what a race from the young Japanese driver Rintaro Sato, who made up 7 places up to 1st and was able to keep his closest opponent and teammate Freddie Slater just behind him in the later stages of this race. Christian Ho, who was starting from the front row of the grid, had to make do with 3rd place, and Ian Ekmans lost quite a bit of ground in the opening stages. He wasn't able to catch up just after, but still 5th place for the young Belgian. The classification is on your screen. As you can see, victory for Sato in front of Slater, Ho, Irfan, Ekmans, Ferreira, Verbrugge, Zono, Neat, De Paolo outside of the top 10, Waymat, Dominguez, Carson Morgan, Anthony Late in front of Luca Fluccia, 15, Wurtz, Smith, Testa, Props, Orlov, Odmark, Andriolo in 22nd place in front of Ethan Nobles, Frederick Lund, Aurelia Nobles, and further back in the classification we have Julius Dinezen and Luca Samalisto. 3 drivers out of this race, Flavio Olivieri, Valerio Incella and Arthur Poulain. Let's now watch a bit of the first bits of the previous qualifying heat and the replay right now coming up. So back in the start, you can see on the left, Ian Ekmans with the cosmic colors not having the best of start, actually losing not 1 but 4, even 5 positions in the the first right-hander. So not a good start at all, unfortunately, for Ian Ekmans, who will spend the entirety of the qualifying heat trying to catch up with the ground he had lost in the opening corners. But in the meantime, it was a beautiful start put together by the Rickenfeld Motorsport drivers. Rintaro Sato, Slater, as well as Kosko Nefan were able to make their way past, as well as Christian Ho, the first leader of this race. Very early on, we had the XP driver retired from this race. Unfortunately, Luca Samalisto we're still able to actually see the end of this race. It was Flavio Oliveri, Valerio Chincella and Arthur Poulet who joined him in the retirement list. But for the Hub, we had a thrilling battle between the teammates. Slater, Sato and Cosco Nirfan battling their way through the field and keeping the pressure on Christian Ho, who had a hard time actually keeping it all together. And you can see him right now being taken to sandwich between the leader at this point of the race, but actually around the outside was a beautiful move put together by Cosco Nirfan, trying to go after Rintaro Sato, as Freddy Slater as well made his way past. We had Rintaro Sato leading in front of Cosco Nirfan, and Freddy Slater was the last of Cosco Nirfan, my apologies, was the last of the RFM driver to make his way past Christian Ho on this particular move right now, around the inside of the Sigue Peruvian, who didn't have much to do except keeping the place and trying to fight back, but he will have to make do with third place at the end after being able to really getting past again Cosco Nirfan. The battle for the lead raged between Freddy Slater and Rintaro Sato at the advantage of the Japanese driver, as you can see, even though Slater will try one last attempt, or at least trying to surprise his opponent and teammate, but it just didn't quite happen the way he wanted. Another retirement, Flavio Oliveri, unfortunately, the Praga racing driver in the later stages of this race. For the Hub, of course, we had the battle all the way through the last lap, but Rintaro Sato was able to keep his opponent and teammate at bay, even though Slater was very, very close in the last corners. And there's one last attempt, at least he clipped the curb a little bit, the British driver, but wasn't able to keep his momentum on the exit of the corner to really make a difference in this maneuver. So it was all in the end victory for Rintaro Sato in front of Freddy Slater and Christian Ho in third place. And we're back live, ladies and gentlemen, on the live streaming wherever you are in the world. Thank you once again for joining here live from the International Cartodromo do Portimão, just a few yards away from the F1 track of Portimão that just hosted just a couple of days ago his very first Formula One Grand Prix. So a lot of action buzzing into the Portimão Motorsport Park. Before we get back to racing with the last qualifying heat of this morning, opposing A and F, let's take just a short break. Good to see some of the best bits of yesterday's action onto the Cartodromo Internacional do Algarve in Portimão. So if you want to watch those bits and videos back, of course, join us on social media, FIA Karting Championship on Facebook and Instagram, as well as the official YouTube channel of the FIA Karting Championship, not to miss anything that we've prepared for you guys all throughout the weekend and through the live streaming brought to you by the RGMMC Group professional crew. In the meantime, let's prepare and get ourselves ready for the last qualifying heat of the morning before we'll take a half an hour lunch break before getting back on track at 1 o'clock local time here in Portugal. So make sure to stay with us as well. 1 o'clock, we start racing again. In the meantime, a quick reminder once again, we thank you very much, guys, everybody on track for respecting the sanitary precautions. But once again, a quick reminder, don't forget to wear your mask at all times, wherever you are on track, inside and outside the facilities as well. That includes the restaurant and the cafeteria. Keep as well as much social distancing as you can and avoid contact as much as you can as well. These are the precautions that we have to take, but once again, thank you all very much for respecting them as you've been doing, guys, since the start of the weekend. So once again, a big thank you for everybody, and let's keep it all the same way until the end of the weekend. So sanitary precautions on, and we thank you for that once again. In the meantime, the grid is getting ready. This is the pre-grid as the drivers made their way outside of the Parc Fermé on the right side of your picture. It was interesting this morning as you can see, the 3-minute board is about to be shown to the drivers before they can make their way onto the track. This morning I was walking down the paddock during the warm-up sessions and having a bit of a chat with some of the drivers and mechanics and officials in the Parc Fermé. And it was interesting to see the ballet that we got to see as the conditions of the track were getting better and better, but still quite mixed, as you had like some parts of the track still very much wet, some others getting drier, but still it was very uncertain about what kind of setup, what kind of chassis and tires the drivers were to put for the opening heat of the day. So you actually had not one but 2 chassis per driver that the mechanics had to push inside the Parc Fermé, and it was as it is allowed in those conditions when this is a wet race as it was for the warm-up sessions and the qualifying heat of this morning. You're allowed in this case to bring 2 different chassis, one for dry setup and the other for wet setup. And at the very last moment, you take the decision, of course, to put the tires on and to take one of the 2. So very interesting strategic questions over there put to the drivers, of course, and the mechanics to decide what kind of option shall I take considering the evolution of the track. And I've been told by some of the locals that with the temperatures that we had this morning, the drying of the track was not particularly efficient, at least not as fast as you would expect, considering that we had sun above our heads, but the track was still very much wet in some parts and not drying out at least fast enough. So interesting considerations, of course, for the drivers, getting used to that sort of heavy wild bet that they have to take in consideration, of course, and in talk with the team. But right now, there's no more of that, and everybody is back on a dry rubber and a dry setup for hopefully the remaining of the day. This is the last qualifying heat that we're going to have this morning before a quick lunch break of half an hour before getting back on track at 1 o'clock. In 1 minute, as you're about to see the board, as the drivers are about to see it as well, we're going to have the last qualifying heat, A against F. And starting on the front row with 1 victory under his belt already is Brando Badoer, the number 108 from Czech Republic, supported by Chetila Racing. He's going to be starting from pole position on the left side of your screen and right side of the front row with the advantage of the inside line. But we have seen that even though you're starting on what is in theory the best line to make your way into the first 2 corners, we've seen that sometimes it can not actually provide you with the advantage as you expect. Thinking of Ian Aikmans on the race before, that actually lost a few positions after not so much of a good start. So you could see that still going around the outside could be an interesting option for all those drivers. And certainly Dion Gouda, the 124 from Ricky Flynn Motorsport, is thinking about that option to surprise maybe Brando Badoer with a better start around the outside of the first 2 corners. But he's going to have a lot of work to do as well to protect his position, because Alex Powell and Tuukka Taponen will be alongside each other on row 10. On row 2nd, my apologies, Alexander Kubenko and Nerolin Durandini will follow on row 3. Row 4 will see Igor Cepil and Alfio Spina. Then we'll have row 5, Kinio Lazari and Maxime Rem. Row 6 will see Arthur Ronjon and Aaron Walker starting alongside each other, followed on row 7 by Alessandro Giusti, Matthias Vieira-Jacobsen. Row 8, Maxime Furon-Castelin and Patrick Akala. Row 9, Arle Kiebel and Maxim Dutz. Row 10, Martinus Stenzorn and Kirill Kuskov. Row 11, Douwe de Decker and Tobias Klosen. The starting grid appearing on your screen right now. Row 12, Gabriel Gomez and Engar Ampilogov. Then Aaron Ricciappi, Emo Fittipaldi on row 13. Row 14, Alessandro Silvaggi, Jesse Carrasquedo and Gustav Winiewski closing the starting grid. We have a total of 29 drivers making it onto the track. This will be once again a 7-lap race, and here they come onto the formation lap. The first one to get the tires up to temperatures, the other one to put the grid in formation. You might have spotted in the list one name quite well known to any motorsport fanatics all over the world, the name of Fittipaldi, as we have Emo Fittipaldi, the son of the glorious 2-time F1 world champion Emerson Fittipaldi, that is with us as well this weekend in Portimão for the World Championship. He's not alone among the former F1 glories that we've had, and there's quite a few sons of those past F1 glories that we have the pleasure of having on track in both categories. Lorenzo Pratrese, of course, Brando Badoer himself, Rintaro Sato, along with Emo Fittipaldi. Of course, we have Charlie and Oscar Wurtz son of Alex Wurz, of course, former F1 driver as well. So quite some interesting names in the mix as well from former F1 drivers. Those former F1 drivers, fathers as well, are here to support their child and in the progress through the hard world of karting competition at the highest level. This is the best of the best, and to shine on track, we really have to put everything together, be on top of your game, and this is what we are lucky enough to witness, the progress and the excellence of those OK and OK Junior drivers. More than 160 entries for the FIA Karting World Championship. You can see right now in the picture the grandstands. It was very brief, but the grandstands and the F1 track of Portimão, the Autodromo do Algarve, that has been buzzing for the past few weeks with a lot of events. And it's fair to say that this end of the year, although unusual, has provided Portimão with a lot of great opportunities, as we're going to have numerous karting events with the pinnacle of the FIA Karting World Championship. A couple of car events as well happened. F1 European Le Mans Series, MotoGP coming up as well. So there will be a lot of activity in this particular part of the country and in the world of motorsport. But right now, let's focus on the last qualifying heat of the morning. Here we go racing, 7 laps, and Brandon Badauer and Dion Gouda on their way to 1 and 2. And a bit of a trouble from one of the Tony Kart driver further back, who's going on the right side of the picture, is able to rejoin. But dead last, I'm afraid. This is 2:08. The 1:08, I think it was. Let's try to identify actually who it was further later in the qualifying heat, but it was very brief. In a moment, the field still very tight in the opening lap. No more trouble as it seems, as each of those drivers trying to make his advantage, try to find his gap and a bit of a space to be comfortable. And one Czech Republic driver going out of the track on your picture was very brief as well, but another trouble for one of the drivers over there. Let's try to see who that was actually as well. But 2 drivers out of the race, at least out of the track, but being able to catch up and stay on track as well. But Brandon Badauer in the meantime had the best start from pole position and kept first position ahead of, it seems, one of the cosmic drivers it is, Alexander Kubenko, the Russian, who had once again a terrific start from row 3 on the grid. You can see Kubenko in second place being chased by Alex Powell, the young Jamaican driver, starting from row 2nd of the grid. Igor Chipil made his way up to 5th place in front of Dion Gouda. Not so much of a good start, I'm afraid, for Dion Gouda, who dropped all the way from 2nd to 6th. And you can see the battle is on, and Alex Powell is very, very close to Kubenko, the cosmic driver, with Alex Powell behind him. He's going to try something. He needs to get past as well, otherwise Brandon Badauer might be pulling away just in no time, as he's trying to do already. And Alex Powell trying to align himself around the inside, but it's not happening yet in the double left-hander of 8 and 9. And further back, a beautiful recovery from the 171. This is Errol Inderandini, the German driver, who's trying to get past. In fact, he just got past, indeed, confirmation on your screen, getting past Dion Gouda for 7th place. So 1 more place is dropped for Dion Gouda. Not the start of the race that he had expected. Unfortunately, the Ricky Motorsport driver who still has plenty of time to try to recover at least. But in the further part of the field, the battle is raging, and you can see actually 3 driving in the same picture. Kubenko, Powell and Igor Chipil battling for 2nd place, with Brandon Badauer not so far behind, not so far in front, sorry. Just 0.3 of a second advantage for Badauer, with Kubenko trying to prevent himself for any overtaking maneuvers from Alex Powell. But Powell is still very, very threatening behind. But Igor Chipil as well, equally threatening behind in 4th place, the young Czech driver. Those 3 drivers in the picture at the advantage of Kubenko, Powell in sandwich between the 2. And who's going to go first for the overtaking maneuver? And this is Chipil. Chipil is going around the inside of Alex Powell, dropping a place, 3rd place for Chipil. The chase is on, and Chipil is making his way up to 3rd, trying to get close to Kubenko as well as to Brandon Badauer. And Kubenko still over there. Actually, he wasn't able to increase his gap in the meantime in the corners during the overtaking maneuver. And Chipil see that, and he knows that he still has something to say as we're about to complete lap number 3. Brandon Badauer leading. Let's have a look at the gap. It just has extended over 0.3 of a second. Kubenko in 2nd under the pressure of Igor Chipil. Those 2 in your picture making their way to corner number 2 and 3. And the upper part of the field still very, very tight, with Alex Powell down in 4th. We have in 5th place Kinyu Alazari, my apologies, getting past to Kataponen as well. Dion Gouda up in 7th in front of Arthur Ronjon, Errol Inderandini, and Matthias Jakobsen in 10th place at the moment, with 3 laps completed. We are into lap number 4. And Igor Chipil making his way past Alexander Kubenko. It just happened in the sector number 2. And you have the Czech Republic driver making his way up to 2nd in front of Kubenko, the 128. Under the pressure now of Alex Powell, The young Jamaican who lost a bit of ground in the opening stages is now still in the mix, and let's see if Kubenko can actually keep third position for long. But Alex Powell as well as Kini Lazari both coming back very fast behind. Let's have a look at the fastest lap. We had Matthias Jacobsen the fastest, now Tuka Tappanen, and just beaten by Douwe de Decker. Good recovery once again from the young Belgian, the fastest on track in 58.8. Douwe de Decker, who had to start all the way from 21st on the grid and already making his way up to 12 as we just got past halfway point into this qualifying heat. This is lap number 5. We're getting near the end already. Douwe de Decker confirmation, the fastest on track, and the battle on your screen between Alexander Kubenko and Alex Powell. And watch out, and the change for the lead maybe. Yes, Igor Chipil going around Brando Badaware, and watch out for Kubenko, might try to get past as well. At least he's getting very, very close, the Russian driver, but unable to get past. But Brando Badaware just lost second place to Igor Chipil at the moment. There's your lead, there's your battle between the Car Republic chassis. One is backed by the team, one the other by Chetila Racing, but the Brando Badaware, the pole sitter of this junior class, just lost a potential possibility of a second win in the qualifying heats, but Chepel on his way maybe to potential first win of the weekend. We're not there yet, as we have less than 2 laps to go now before the checkered fly, but Kubenko under the threat of Alex Powell. The battle is on over there, is not over yet, with Tuka Tappanen getting past to Kini Lazar in the meantime. Tappanen making his way up to 5th place, as you can see Alex Powell now under the threat of a very fast recovering Tuka Tappanen. Beautiful race as well from Tuka Tappanen, who was starting from row number 2, and he lost a bit of ground in the opening stages as Dion Gouda, who is still in 7th place at the moment. But let's watch out, Kubenko and Brando Badaware losing another place. Brando Badaware losing it to 3rd place, and Kubenko making his way up to 2nd. So that's quite a surprise actually, because we thought that Brando Badaware might have enough to keep the lead, but Igor Chipil just made his way past, and followed by Kubenko just 1 lap later. So let's see what's going to happen, because Badaware is going to try to defend himself as well against Powell and Tuka Tappanen. Tuka Tappanen is coming back very fast as we enter the last lap of this race, last lap of this qualifying heat, and the last lap of this morning for the junior class, as we have Kini Alazari under the pressure of Dion Gouda, and is trying to defend his position. This is battle for 6th place, as we have Brando Badaware trying everything that he has, but he's under pressure. He's in a bit of trouble, Brando Badaware, and he's being touched, a bit of a contact with Kubenko over there, as Badaware making his way past his 2nd and losing 2nd place once again after a bit of a contact over there, but still nothing to worry about as it seems. And in the meantime, we have further back Powell, Tappanen and Kini Lazari battling tooth and nail for what could be a potential top 5. Beautiful racing from the junior drivers in the end of this qualifying heat, and it's battling all the way through the upper part of the field. But Kubenko has the advantage on Badaware in the last lap. Kini Lazari getting past Alex Powell for 4th place. Tappanen losing a position down to 6th, as we are having right now on your screen Igor Chipil. 1 last corner, and this will be victory, the first one of the weekend for the young Czech driver, crossing the start-finish line. Victory for Igor Chepil in front of Alexander Kubenko, able to stay in 2nd place for 3/10 on Brando Badaware, but not really the race that Brando maybe had foreseen in his head, but still a strong 3rd place for the young Italian in front of Kini Alazari. Alex Powell in 5th, Dion Gouda is 6th. Tuka Tappanen cross the line in 7th place in front of Mathis Jacobsen. Erolin Nerandini in 9th, and 10th place for Douwe de Decker, another top 10 for the young Belgian. 11th place recovered for the young Car Republic driver. Winner of this qualifying heat, Igor Chepil, one of the fastest and drivers in the spotlight in the previous Champions of the Future series as well. We had the closing round last weekend, of course, and the qualifying results of this heat between A and F. Victory for Chepil, Kubenko 2nd, followed by Badaware, Alazari, Powell, Gouda, Tappanen, Jacobsen, Nurendini and de Decker. Outside of the top 10, Alessandro Giusti, followed by Dotz, Stenzone, Rojon, Kutskov, Patrick Akalla, Wisniewski, Fittipaldi, good recovery as well for Emo Fittipaldi in front of Alfio Spina. Edgar Ampilogov 20th. 21st is Arle Kimball in front of Gabriel Gomez, Maxime Furon-Castelin, Tobias Clausen, Aaron Walker, Aaron Ricceppi, Alessandro Silvaggi, JC Carrasquedo, and the only driver retired from this race is Maxime Rem. Let's have a look at the replay right now and the best bits of this race. And you can see right now on the start with Brando Badaware taking the advantage from pole position. We're going a bit around the outside and a bit of a tangle further back, as we had one of the This is 200 with the Tony Kart chassis. This is Aaron Walker. That's the reason why he's finishing so further back the classification. That was Aaron Walker actually, who just went around the outside of the track in the first right-hander. So quite an unfortunate turn of events for Aaron Walker, the young British, who has so much pace on this Portimão karting track, but was forced to avoid a contact certainly by going around the outside of the track. As you could see, the opening corners and opening stages of this race were quite really fightful between some of the drivers in the upper part of the field, with Erling Mirandini, the 171, making his way past. But Alexander Kubenko and Alex Powell had a bit of a fight in the opening stages of this race, trying to follow those two drivers on your track, with Brando Badauer and Igor Chepil. That was a move for the lead at least, but Brando Badauer was going to try to fight back, as Kubenko was keeping a close watch from third place with Alex Powell just behind. But Igor Chepil was able to make his way up to first place at this point of the race, having started from 7th on the grid. So beautiful effort from Igor Chepil, as in the meantime, after losing second position, Brando Badauer lost another one to Alexander Kubenko, making his way up to second. Alex Powell had a bit of a tangle behind with one of the Tony Kart, the 103 of Tuukka Taponen, who was battling for a fourth potential place before losing a bit of ground, down to 7 in the end of this race. In the meantime, you had actually Dion Goda, Alex Powell as well, and Matthias Jakobsen battling for the other position in the top 10. Beautiful passing over there by the 136 of Kinyo Alazari, making his way up to 4th place, passing in the right-hander on the heavy braking part of corner number 2, and in the beautiful passing as well for Alexander Kubenko. This is another turning point in the closing stages of this qualifying heat, as Brando Badauer lost another position to Kubenko. This will be the place he will be crossing the finish line with, in 3rd position. But in the meantime, further up, Igor Chepil crossed the line victoriously in front of Alexander Kubenko and Brando Badauer. Kinyo Alazari was crossing in 4th place. That was for the replay of this last qualifying heat.
Don't tell me that I need saving. Finally awake and living. Yeah, yeah. The pressure inside was building. I felt under attack, and now my mind's attacked, and I've chosen my path. I've chosen my path. Oh, oh, oh.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
The long wait is over, and the pinnacle event that everybody has been expecting for the entire 2020 season is on at the International Kartodromo do Algarve. Welcome everybody, we're here live back after the well-deserved lunch break for another set of qualifying races all throughout the afternoon, and we're going to have a lot of fun all together here at the pinnacle of all karting events in the world. So thank you all very much for joining us. Welcome if you haven't been with us this morning to follow what's going to happen throughout the numerous qualifying heats that we have left to follow and follow all together throughout the afternoon. So welcome to you all. We're going to have in a couple of minutes the start of the first qualifying heat. This concerns the OK category, coming up with on the grid Matheus Morgato and Morgan Porter through groups A against E to get onto the track for 10 laps race coming up in just a few moments here on the Kartodromo Internacional do Algarve. Thank you for joining us live on FIAkarting.com. Check out as well the social media of FIA Karting Championship on Facebook, YouTube and Instagram, and make sure to keep yourself updated with all the latest results and classifications available to you on FIAkarting.com. My name is Guillaume Alvarez, and this is my pleasure to be your voice and host for the 2020 FIA Karting World Championship. Jake Sanson, that you know too well for the entire 2020 season, couldn't be here with us in Portimão, unfortunately, due to sanitary reasons outside of his control. But be reassured, he's getting absolutely well and be back behind the mic in no time. In the meantime, we have the pinnacle event of the Karting International Seat to follow all together. We've had yesterday a lot of practice time for the more than 160 drivers entering in the world event, as well as the qualifying practice, settling the grid for the qualifying heats. A total of 20 qualifying races to go through before crowning on Sunday afternoon the 2020 winner of the world title in OK and Junior. Last year, we had the pleasure of competing on the beautiful power park of Halarama in Finland. This time around, different temperatures, even though, as you might have seen on the stream in the videos that we made for you yesterday, the weather was less happy than today, much worse indeed, with pouring rain all over the qualifying practice sessions as well as the qualifying practice that followed. So it was a heavy and very difficult day yesterday, but all the drivers managed to get the maximum out of those conditions, most of them liking actually those conditions. But we're back on dry with the dry tires on for the remaining of the day, hopefully, after a bit of mixed weather conditions and mixed weather grips as well during the warm-up sessions of this morning, as well as the opening qualifying heats. We had a set of races this morning, and these are equally important for all the drivers in both categories, as this is now that you have to perform, collect the points, collect the good results, and keep your level of confidence as high as possible, because there won't be room for everybody, unfortunately, into the top 36 entering the final of each class on Sunday afternoon. That's all for the better. That's all for the high quality of racing that we've been witnessing so far. 10 laps to come for the qualifying heat between Group A and E. And this is our pleasure to welcome you all guys on the Portimão karting race track, where all precautions have been taken all throughout the week as well, ever since this event started. Everybody wearing masks, keeping social distancing at a maximum to make sure that the 2020 edition of the FIA Karting World Championship can be run in the best conditions possible. Here we go. We're back on track after the lunch break of half an hour. Thank you for being with us and tuning in to follow the best karting drivers in the direct drive categories in the world. Coming up, the qualifying heat between Group A and E with Matheus Morgado, the overall pole sitter of this category. He was the fastest out of the 4 qualifying series yesterday. This is the first time we get to see the Group A on track here in Portimão. We had 2 qualifying heats in the OK category this morning and a number of 6 in the junior class. In OK, we had 2 first drivers winning the races this morning. Telo Barnard won the opening heat, followed by Lorenzo Travesanuto, 2 of the biggest names, of course, to keep an eye on in the chase for this year's title, as Telo Barnard was not only vice champion of the world last year in Halarama, vice European champion this year behind Andrea Chimiantanelli, as Lorenzo Travesanuto is the reigning world champion, of course. Right now, we have more than one contender, of course, to fight for the title. Matheus Morgado and Morgan Porter will be among them. Alexander Hartwig and Lawrence Van Hoopen on row 2. Row 3, Danny Curl, the former world champion of 2017, and Hugh of Valtanen by his side. Row 4, Casper Janssen and Josep Martins Pereira. Row 5, Marcus Kayak and James Wharton. Row 6, Michael Paparo and Joe Turney. Row 7, Hugo Besson and Alexander Dunn. Franz-Emil Sariavi and Jenny Civico on row 8. Row 9, Oliver Gray and Maron Hernandez. Row 10, Florian Russorici, Rasmus Andersen. Row 11, Dylan Vantoff and Levente Rivez. Row 12, Aris Dukmeyan and Ricardo Garcia. Norton Johansson, Bruno Bertoccello on row 13, followed by Alexander Partishev, David Sobrero and Lewis Smith. The first of many heat races to come this afternoon. As you can see the track, the F1 track on your screen, just yards away from the Cartodromo. We're here in the Algarve region at the very south of Portugal, under the sun of this beautiful region and country, close to the Atlantic Ocean and just close to the F1 track that hosted its first ever Formula 1 Grand Prix. And a bit of a trouble, unfortunately, from the 23, I'm afraid, from Praga, isn't it? Let's have a look. This is Michael Paparo, the Italian driver. What a shame, once again, for Michael Paparo, having some mechanical trouble even before the end of the formation lap. So Michael Paparo out of this race, unfortunately, as he was due to start from row 6. In the meantime, let's have a look at the grid formation. Seems to be good enough, and when the light go out, we're going to be good for racing. Yes, we are. We are racing in Portimão for the first time this afternoon. Good start from Matheus Morgado, the Birra racing driver, and a bit of a tangle over there with a lot of drivers involved. Oh my God, some contact over there, heavy contact at the further back in the field. Ooh, that was a heavy5 over there, but all the drivers, I count 5 or 6 drivers involved in that tangle in the opening corner. There's up to 5 different drivers, I think, trying to get back on track. The 5 of them on your screen. There was a bit of a hectic start over there, but let's keep an eye as well on what's happening further back. But we're going to have to clean the first part of the track. This is yellow flag into the first sector, and a bit of a trouble for one of the Pantano drivers. It says Juho Valtanen, I'm afraid, who's going to have to retire as well. We have the number 18 from Lennox. That is, let's see where he is, where he stands in the ranking at the moment. But certainly not a good news if I saw correctly over there. But a couple of drivers were involved in that big incident, but he managed to get back on track. The number 66 of Cosmic over there won't be taking part in this race no more, but unfortunately for him as well. This is Rasmus Andreasen from Cosmic, who's going to have to retire from this race, unfortunately, as we're going to try to identify the rest of the drivers involved in that big contact in the opening lap. Let's have a look at the classification as the leaders in the meantime completed the first lap, and the change for the leaders already with Morgan Porter getting past Matheus Morgado, the Brazilian, in second place. Overall pole sitter being chased as well by Lawrence Van Hoopen. Josep Martins Pereira just went past Van Hoopen for third place. The Fernando Alonso kart, the driver on your picture in third place, chasing Matheus Morgado behind Morgan Porter, the representative of Argenti Motorsport in this FIA Karting World Championship. Porter in the lead in front of Morgado. Then we have Martins Pereira in third, Joe Turney in fourth place. A good recovery as well from the British driver, who was starting from the mid-side of the midfield. He actually made up 7th position up to 5th, and now 4th place in front of Alex Dunn. And look out for Turney, he's going to go around the inside of Matheus Morgado. Can he actually try to resist from the charge of a British man? It's not happening yet, as Joe Turney on a bit of the tangle over there, but I think Turney managed to stay on track. It was very tight indeed in the corner number 3. But Joe Turney makes his way up to a 3rd position ahead of Matheus Morgado. Alex Dunn in 5th place, the Irish driver wearing the energy colours in the mix as well, trying to get past Morgado, who's not having a good time at the moment in the opening stages of this qualifying heat. Morgado was starting from pole position and now fighting to keep his race alive, but as well as for Alex Dunn, watch out for Lawrence Van Hoopen and James Wharton behind, as I think that Van Hoopen has been passed. James Wharton getting passed as well, as behind we have Marlon Hernandez and Marcus Kayak. Alexander Ardvig getting passed as well, Lawrence Van Hoopen. So Lawrence Van Hoopen dropped 2 positions down to 8th place, as the drivers just completed lap number 3 into the lap number 4 of this 10 race qualifying heat at the moment. And Morgan Porter battling with Josep Martins Pereira, the Spaniard, on a fantastic race so far. He's keeping a good pace, the fastest in the first sector on the previous lap, and it's going to be very tight between the two. But Morgan Porter is your early leader, but for how long, as Josep Martins Pereira is coming just right behind him. Here they are, the leaders. In 3rd position, Joe Turney. He might want to get involved as well in the battle for 1st position. The gaps are still very, very tight indeed. Alex Dunn just went past as well behind in 4th position, with James Wharton following in 6th. Then we have Ali Kimball in 7th place, Alexander Hardwick, my apologies, in 7th place in front of Lawrence Van Hoopen. There's Marcus Kayak, and in 10th place, a good recovery as well from Dylan Ovantov, the Dutchman from Forza Racing, who just made up 11 places to put himself inside the top 10 in front of Marlon Hernandez in 11. So it's going all directions in this qualifying heat, and there's a change for the lead with Josep Martins Pereira getting past Morgan Porter, taking advantage of the slipstream. Such a difficult slipstream to get through in this Cartodromo Internacional de Algarve. All the drivers said that this is a very fast-flowing corner, fast-flowing circuit with a lot of fast corners, and it makes it even more difficult to keep the pace in the start-finish straight and taking advantage of the slipstream, because this is such a long straight when you keep it flat out through the first right-hander, which makes it even more difficult to get past your opponent. And we have approximately top speed around 160 kilometers an hour in this straight line for the start and finish. So impressive numbers indeed. And there's your change once again, and Joe Turney dives around the inside of Morgan Porter. So the British driver is losing another place down to 3rd, but he's still in the mix, keeping the pace up, and he's going to try maybe to answer to Joe Turney by getting past once again. But in the meantime, it benefits to Josep Martins Pereira, who is pulling away in the lead. As you can see, 0.7 of a second faster at the moment for Joseph Martin Soperbera. Second place to Joe Turney, Morgan Porter in third. Then we have Matheus Morgato keeping it all together in fourth place, trying to catch up with the leading trio. Fifth place to Alexander Dunn, still trying to keep as well. James Wharton, Alexander Hartwig in sixth and seventh place behind him. Eighth place, Dylan Novantov, who just made up 2 or more positions in front of Marcus Kayak, and Arias Deukmedian getting past Marlon Hernandez for the top 10. We passed the halfway point of this qualifying heat, and to confirm you the list of retired drivers: Bruno Bertoncello, Rasmus Andersen, Jenny Civico, Michael Paparo, Juho Valtanen, as well as Oliver Gray and Norton Andreasen, I'm afraid, are all drivers who won't be able to see the checkered flag in this qualifying heat. So quite unfortunate turn of events for a lot of drivers after the tangle and the misfortune happening in the opening lap, even after the first corner. We had warned the drivers, and they had been warned themselves as well about the tricky part of the sector number 1, that right-hander that you want to keep flat out as much as possible, but during the starting proceedings, that's all but maybe too risky to keep it all flat out. And in the meantime, Morgan Porter and Matheus Morgato keep on battling for third place, with the Brazilian going for third. Morgan Porter keeping a close watch on Morgato. Battle for third and fourth place at the moment. Right now the Birla driver getting ahead, the representative of Argenti Motorsport, the British team supported by the Mercedes-AMG squad. But at the moment Porter is keeping his pace and trying to stay with Morgato as long as humanly possible on his side. Joseph Martin Soperbera in the meantime trying to increase his gap and keep preventing himself from a comeback of Joe Turney. Let's have a look at the gaps as they come across the start-finish line just in front of us in our speaking booth. This is lap number 8, not so much time remaining, and 8 tenths of a second is the gap between Soperbera and Joe Turney at the moment. So the British driver on his own in here with 8 tenths of a second, almost 9 advantage on Matheus Morgato. And Morgato has other things in mind, of course, than trying to chase Joe Turney, because he has Morgan Porter just behind him, the British driver. And further back, beautiful battle between the number 20 of Pauline. This is James Wharton, Alexander Hartwig, the number 16, Dylan Novantov, the number 16 of Forza Racing, getting past, I think, Alexander Hartwig as well. Let's have a confirmation, but Alex Dempsey in 5th place, Hartwig losing the place to Wharton, as well as to Dylan Novantov. Beautiful battle, and a bit of a tangle over there with 4 drivers in the same picture, as we have indeed Dylan Novantov getting the upper part. Beautifully made between those 3 drivers, but at the moment it seems like Marcus Kayak as well is back in the mix and just went past over there. Alexander Hartwig as well. We just lost another position to James Wharton. Vantov in 6, Kayak in 7 in front of Hartwig. James Wharton down in 9 as we just lost a bit of ground in this driver battle. We're getting near the checkered flag of this first qualifying heat of the day, and at the moment you can see that the sun is brightly shining onto the Cartodromo. Is back in contention, and as well back in contention the number 55 over there. This is a beautiful move put together by Arias Deukmedian from Car Republic, the American driver, getting past James Wharton for 9th place. And we're entering almost the last lap of this race, still led by Joseph Martin Soperbera, 8 tenths of a second advantage on Joe Turney. Matheus Morgato on your screen at the moment. This is a battle for the back, of course, in the field. There you can see Matheus Morgato, the Birla driver, still trying to keep Morgan Porter just behind. Here's your leader, Joseph Martin Soperbera, wearing the Alonso Kart colours. Car Republic chassis, of course, leading the way. Almost a second advantage on Joe Turney. One final lap, 1.5 kilometer. Joseph Martin Soperbera, Joe Turney, 3rd place for Morgato in front of Morgan Porter, and the battle for 5th place, Alexander Dunn in 5th, Dylan Novantov is 6th. On a charge pace is Dylan Novantov. Is going to try to go around the inside of the Irish driver maybe. He has less than a lap to do so, but it's going to be, of course, no easy trick. And you can see the battle right now further back, still the gaps being maintained between the leaders for a very controlled race from this driver on your screen, Joseph Martin Soperbera, the number 39, on his way to seal his first heat victory of the weekend, number 39. We were starting from row 4 on the grid. A beautiful recovery of 7 places, and talking about recovery, Joe Turney pulled off a beautiful performance as well of 10 places made up. Here we go, the victory for Joseph Martin Soperbera, crossing the line in front of Joe Turney. 3rd place for Matheus Morgato, who was able to save the top 3 under the pressure from Morgan Porter. Then we have Dylan Dovantov, one of the recovery of the day. 16 places made up by Dylan Dovantov, the Forza Racing driver. The Dutchman who went through some difficulties in the qualifying practice, but is on a charging mission if he wants to see the final tomorrow afternoon in the best conditions. Alexander Dunn finished this qualifying heat with another good performance, 8 places made up to 6. Then we have Marcus Kayak in 7, Alexander Ardvik in 8, 9th place for Arias Deukmedian in front of James Morton, Marlon Hernandez, 12th place for Lawrence Van Open. This is the first part of the classification. 13th place for Florian Rossovicci in front of Hugo Besson, Ricardinho Garcia, Lewis Smith, David Sobrero, Danny Curl. Didn't have the best of outcome. Danny Curl 13 places down in 18. Levente Rivez follows in 19 in front of Alexander Partishev. Franz-Emil Stariavi, Kasper Jansson, the first of up to 8 drivers who had to retire from this race. Janssen, Andriansen, Oliver Gray, Juha Valtanen, Paparo, Civico Andersen and Bruno Bertonchela, unfortunately for all of them. An eventful race, an eventful qualifying heat to start the afternoon with, and let's watch back some of the most exciting moments of this qualifying heat right now. Back at the start, you can see on the left side of your picture, Matheus Morgato with the Birella chassis getting the best start from pole position. And there was a bit of a tangle over there. You could see one of the drivers losing his chassis, and 4, 5, 6 drivers got involved into this incident, with one of the drivers actually from CRG losing his front end. And it was very, very impressive. One of the Cosmic drivers on the left side of the picture actually going almost around another rival. It was very, very impressive, but fortunately I think no harm done for the drivers who were all back on their feet. At least we'll wait for further confirmation, but it was quite an impressive incident into the opening meters of this qualifying heat. Some of them managed to make it through, but I think we lost just up to 5 drivers into this incident. And you can see right now with the number 66 of Cosmic was Rasmus Andersen, who went together with one of the Lennox racing drivers. This was Oliver Gray, wasn't it, that went tangled over there. This is a very impressive incident, and 6 drivers involved into this quite unfortunate turn of events in the opening lap, the opening corners of this qualifying heats, with a lot of retired drivers in the end, and quite an impressive incident over there, but no harm done as it seems. Looking by the streaming and the replay that we have, everybody was back on track. Juha Valtanen, another unfortunate drivers, as you can see the marshal responding to the Pantano driver. This is out of a race, unfortunately, and there won't be no more racing for Juha Valtanen as well in this qualifying heat. Not the best way to start your afternoon, obviously. Further up, we had the battle starting already between Morgan Porter and Matheus Morgato. Matheus Morgato, the Brazilian pole sitter, who lost a bit of pace and a couple of places along the way as well. First to Morgan Porter, then to Joseph Marti Soperbera, the future leader and winner of this race. And you can see Joe Turney, the Tony Kart, on the right side going around the inside. He saw the door open by Soperbera and went for it as well. And unfortunately, Matheus Morgato wasn't able to close that door quite soon enough to prevent Joe Turney to get through. Then we had another battle for the lead between this time around Morgan Porter and Joseph Marti Soperbera, with the Alonso car driver going around the inside of the British driver, who was looking the other way quite friendly, and maybe expecting, not quite expecting maybe such a move in the start-finish straight, but still he had to keep working his way through this race by keeping his defense against Joe Turney in second place. But Joe Turney would finally have the upper hand on Morgan Porter all throughout the later stages of this race. There you see the change of position for second, where Joe Turney making his way up to second places, but unable in the meantime to catch up with Joseph Marti Soperbera in the remaining laps of this race. Matheus Morgato then went tangling a little bit and dancing with Morgan Porter. Porter, who actually left the door just a bit too much open for Morgato to dive into it and take third place throughout the end of this race. And you could see that either Matheus Morgato was asking Morgan Porter to stay with me and just let's keep it together and try to chase the leaders, or maybe maybe he wasn't that happy about the maneuver, but still he was able to see the checkered flag in third place. You could see actually the other battles happening further back in the field. We're in this very eventful race with the battle involving here number 16 of Dylan Dovantov, who pulled a 16th place recovery into this qualifying heat up to the top 5. So great performance as well from one of the fastest Forza Racing karters on track. Battle of Car Republic with the number 55 being Arias Dukmeyan, getting past the number 20 of James Wharton. This was a move for a 9th place in the closing corners of the qualifying heat, and up ahead we had the victory of Joseph Marti Superbera with a good margin of almost a second on Joe Turney and Matheus Mogato in 3rd place. And we're back on track, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us. We're going to have a lot more races to come this afternoon, starting with another one for the OK class, opposing the group C and D. As you can see, the drivers are getting ready to have the signal to get onto the track. Before we get back to some more racing, I suggest to hear from one of the top drivers of the OK class throughout this season and for the past few seasons. Is the Vice European champion and one of the contenders for the world title, certainly this weekend. He was with us yesterday. This is Telo Barnard.
It's going to be a very tough weekend, but the conditions look changeable, so we have a good chance. The track is very, very nice in the rain conditions. The lines can vary quite a lot. I think if you can hook up a good lap, you can get pole position, it'll be really good. We started off the year very well. In Zurera we won all the heats, just lost the final. In Sarno we had a clean sweep, which was good, and then Wackersdorf we struggled a little bit, but we still managed to get second and just keep this confidence and good speed into this weekend.
Good to hear from young Telo Barnard, the British driver, wearing the easily recognizable Rosberg Racing Academy colours. Rosberg Racing, as you might remember, that was created back in 2018. And the first World Championship concluded at the time in the junior class for Telo Barnard, done in 4th place before becoming Vice Champion of the World last year in Alhama, behind, once again, the same winner as the year before, Lorenzo Stravzanotto. Once again, second into this year's European Championship after a heavy battle between himself and Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Joe Turney. The 2 drivers who finished the European competition on top of the standings. Antonelli being crowned for just 2 single points after his final victory on the Pro Kart Racing of Wackersdorf race, where Telo Barnard unfortunately was penalized and lost a couple of precious points that could have made a difference, but still managed to finish vice champion in this European season in front of Joe Turney. 1 victory under his belt, Telo Barnard, this season in Sarno, and a couple of pole positions as he wasn't able to, as he said, get any pole in the European competition for the past 3 seasons. But this time around, this season, he was able to be fastest in qualifying on 2 occasions. In Zurera as well as in Sarno. So certainly a name to keep an eye on, as we're going to have him starting from row 2 on the grid. It's going to be just behind the pole sitter on the left side of your picture, Callum Bradshaw, the number 22 from Tony Kart, with by his side another representative of the OTK kart group team. This is Pedro Hilbrand, the Spanish driver, former world karting champion as well. Callum Bradshaw, Hilbrand on the front row of the grid as the drivers make their way onto the track for this 10-lap race, C against D. Telo Barnard with 1 heat victory under his belt already this morning. Luigi Coluccio by his side, Nicolas Pertilati and Matthias Salonen from row 3. Row 4 we'll see Ruben Moya and Keo Signelli start alongside each other. Then we have row 5, Nikita Pedrin and GC Dorkest, Tana Pongan Santummo and Maya Wong on row 6. Row 7, Charlie Wurtz and Christian Bertuccia. Then we have Noah Dengbol and Oli Pilka. Row 9, Jamie Day and Ken Oscar Hargray. Lorenzo D'Alosio and William Silverholm on row 10. Row 11, Miguel Silva and Olivier Regali. Row 12, Thomas Guedes and Daniel Vasil. Cole Morgan and Sebastian Graflund on row 13. Row 14, Andrei Piesescu, Pedro Perino, and as well as Teresa Babikova, who won't be taking part in this race, as it seems, as well as for Maximus Meyer. It was confirmed to me that the young Spanish driver from Kart Republic won't be competing no more into the FIA Karting World Championship, and we'll see if it's still the case for Teresa Babikova or if she will be back on track later on. We'll keep you posted about those 2. In the meantime, we have a total of 28 drivers onto the track right now for 10 laps and 1 victor in the end. So far in the OK class, a couple of different winners, with obviously Telo Barnard winner on 1 occasion in the start of this set of qualifying races, then Lorenzo Stravzanotto, then Josep Marti Superbera, the young Spaniard, managed to beat the rest of his rival in the race just before that we had together. So right now, Callum Bradshaw with Pedro Hilbrand by his side, the 2 Tony Kart teammates. That's going to be interesting to see, certainly, on the way to the fast right-hander. And we shall see if Callum Bradshaw, newly signed to the Tony Kart Factory team, will be able to keep his advantage and keep his position from Pedro Hilbrand. And Pedro, who joined a couple of months ago the Tony Kart Factory after competing for the past few seasons with the Tinelli Group and CRG. And it's going to be interesting to see what those two can do with Telo Barnard, Coluccio, Pirtilati, Salonen behind them. The grid formation into the last corners. Once Nigel Edwards say it's okay, then we're good to go for 10 laps. Once the light go out, we'll be good to go racing. Yes, we are racing. 10 more laps to go for those drivers into the qualifying heat, C&D, and a good start from Callum Bradshaw, but Hilbrand by his side, the Tony Kart driver leading the way. And watch out, I think Hilbrand just had the upper hand with Luigi Coluccio by his side as well, taking second place. Here they come into the first sectors, and let's try not to make any contact and keep it all together. It goes pretty much fine for everybody, as we have the two Tony Kart. I think Pedro Hilbrand making his way up into first position, but in the meantime Callum Bradshaw was able to protect second place in front of Luigi Coluccio. Fourth place for Telo Barnard, who lost a place to the Italian Nicolas Pirtilati, Salonen and the others just following through into the second sector of this track. Here we go for 10 laps. Qualifying heat against C and D. And at the moment you can see confirmation of Pedro Hilbrand. The Spaniard took the best start just after the lights out in front of his own teammate Callum Bradshaw. Bradshaw is still keeping his pace just behind the Spaniard. Watch out for Coluccio in battle with Telo Barnard for third place at the moment. Telo Barnard won the win already for him. He's going to try to go as well for another, if possible, the Rosberg Racing Academy driver. 0.2 of a second between Pedro Hilbrand and Callum Bradshaw. The British driver is still very threatening. This is first lap completed on your track, and on your picture the battle further back with one of the CRG drivers further back as well. Let's have a look. This is Ruben Moya Lopez as well in fifth place at the moment. Nicolas Pirtilati getting past Ruben Moya for fifth place. Further back, Casey Knelly has lost a bit of ground, but one past Charlie Wurz for ninth position. Oh, and a bit of a tangle, I think, for one of the GP drivers over there, and almost losing control on the screen. It was very, very close indeed. I think it was GC Dorcas, wasn't it, who came close to lose control of there, but kept himself onto the track. Right now, at the beginning of the field, Callum Bradshaw making his way, at least trying to make his way in front of Pedro Hilbrand at the moment. Here they come, making their way onto the track. The start-finish line once again. Pedro Hilbrand back in first place. Callum Bradshaw still very threatening, going around the inside at least, trying to threat his opponent and teammate Luigi Coluccio in second place. And have we had a change? I think yes, Pedro Hilbrand just lost first position. Confirmation of Bradshaw now in the lead. Hilbrand by his tail, chasing him just behind. Coluccio is getting near as well, so the Italian might try to get around as well the Spaniard for second place. So watch out for Telo Barnard just in fourth place as well. Those four drivers leading the way, and Barnard goes for it as well. Watch out for Coluccio, and there might be a bit of a problem for Telo Barnard. I think with Nicolas Pirtilati was very close for them to touch, but I think that Telo Barnard might lose a place to Pirtilati. Yes, indeed, it was very close, and Callum Bradshaw has a warning flag in the meantime. So white and black flag. This is the first warning for actually Callum Bradshaw, or maybe a bit of a bad driving over there, at least deemed unfair by the marshals and the officials of this race. Right now, let's focus on what's happening further back, and we have a change with Telo Barnard getting past the Pedro Hilbrand. So Callum Bradshaw leading the way with almost 0.7 of a second advantage. And now Telo Barnard, the British driver, managed to get past the Pedro Hilbrand in second place. So the Kart Republic driver being sandwiched, being surrendered by the Tony Kart driver. But watch out further back as well, as we have Nicolas Pirtilati as well, the teammate of Telo Barnard, getting past Luigi Coluccio. This is very, very close indeed. Your battle on the screen, the battle for fourth place. Coluccio behind Pirtilati with Nikita Bedrin. Good recovery as well from the Russian driver that we haven't seen too much since the start of the World Championship after some difficult qualifying. But he has the pace to shine at the front, Nikita Bedrin. And he has the material as well. He just needs to put everything together, and right now he's working on it, increasing the pressure on Luigi Coluccio with Nicolas Pirtilati just behind as well. Ruben Moya down in 7, Charlie Wurz making his way up to 8, and Casey Knelly, as well as Matthias Salonen still 9 and 10. And I've spoken too soon because I think Luigi Coluccio lost a bit of ground over there. Indeed, in the battle, as Coluccio just lost a couple of positions over there, down to 9 as it seems, the Cosmic driver. Up in the lead, Telo Barnard still in the lead now in front of Callum Bradshaw. So change for first position with a British driver for another one. Telo Barnard now leading for the second time this weekend ahead of a qualifying heat. Telo Barnard, Callum Bradshaw, Hilbrand in third, Nicolas Pertilati making his way up to fourth in front of Nikita Bedrin, Moya. Then we have Coluccio who dropped all the way down to 9. I wonder what happened there, because it just happened outside of our screening, but certainly not a scenario that Luigi Coluccio had one in his head, at least had foreseen before starting this race. Let's see what he can do, actually, the Italian driver making up for the lost positions as we're getting past the halfway mark of this qualifying heat. 5 laps completed, lap number 6. And at the moment, Telo Barnard has built himself a gap of almost more than half of a second on Callum Bradshaw, trying to protect himself from a return from the British driver. And on your screen is a battle between one of the CRG drivers. This is further back happening, Ruben Moya and Charlie Wurtz as well, number 38, beautifully made by Charlie Wurtz, getting past Ruben Moya for 6th place over there, being chased by Caius Signelis, the teammate of Charlie Wurtz, the 2 official driver. This is going to be interesting between the two, as Ruben Moya has been tangled at the moment by the 2 XP drivers. Battle for 6th place at the moment, with Coluccio down in 9 under the pressure from Matthias Salonen in 10th place. And we have Noah Degball in 11 in front of Jamie Day, trying to recover from 17 on the grid. Is up to 12. So at the moment on lap number 6, we have still Telo Barnard, a solid lead built together by the British driver, coming across the start-finish line just in front of us. Telo Barnard top, 7/10 of a second. Callum Bradshaw still in second, under the pressure from Pedro Hilbrand in third, just 3/10 down. The Spaniard, the battle on your screen with the number 18 of Nicolas Pertilati, getting passed by Nikita Bedrin. Bedrin making his way up to 4th place in front of Pertilati into the corner number 3. So change for 4th with Bedrin trying to catch up with the top 3. There's going to be no easy task, of course, as you have the battle for the 2nd place. Callum Bradshaw in front of Hilbrand. I wonder, and there he comes with Pedro Hilbrand diving around Callum Bradshaw. Beautifully made by the Spaniard. You can feel the experience of the former world champion. I think he just made a little mistake. There was a bit of a mistake, I think, if I saw correctly, from Hilbrand, who keeps himself on the track and gets back in the 2nd position, because Callum Bradshaw just took a quick advantage of the situation outside of the corner. But the 2 are side by side battling for 2nd place. This is beautiful racing between the 2 teammates. Watch out not to do anything stupid and to pull the both of you outside of contention. But they have the experience, they have the respect, and what it takes to make it home in safe place. 2nd and 3rd, Hilbrand in front of Callum Bradshaw. Then Telo Barnard, who's increasing his lead, of course, most logically. 1.8 second advantage for Telo Barnard now. Is out of reach, most likely, with the time that we have left in our hands for this qualifying heat. So Hilbrand, Bradshaw still battling tooth and nail for 2nd place. Watch out for Nikita Bedrin, actually. He might want to take advantage of the situation and getting close and maybe surprise them both, as we have Nicolas Pertilati catching up as well. We might have a 4-driver battle for 2nd place. Beautiful between the OK driver here in Portimão, and they all know that the more we get into the day, and the less opportunities they will have to collect the points and secure the results they need for the best starting grid position in the final, at least making it into the final in one piece. And right now it seems that Callum Bradshaw back in 2nd position might have the upper hand, but Pedro Hilbrand is right behind his teammate. Let's stay with those 4. Let's stay with those 4 as we have Telo Barnard up ahead, Bradshaw, Hilbrand, and Nikita Bedrin, who goes for it. Nikita Bedrin diving around the inside of Pedro Hilbrand for 3rd. So there we go. This is the battle of the Tony Kart chassis, World Racing against the factory team. And behind we have Nicolas Pertilati trying to get past as well with his Car Republic of Rosberg Racing. Beautiful battle between the 4 of them, as this is quite uncertain, as we have less than 2 laps to go. And Nikita Bedrin is going for 2nd. Nikita Bedrin is keeping his charge and going around the inside of Callum Bradshaw. Watch out, there's a bit of contact, I'm afraid. And Nikita Bedrin losing 2 positions as well as Callum Bradshaw. Oh, they went together, I'm afraid. There's a bit of a touch over there. And it just all benefited to Pedro Hilbrand, who made his way past, as well as Nicolas Pertilati for 2nd and 3rd. Oh, what a ton of event. That was very tight indeed, but that could always happen, unfortunately, between the 2, and it did. Last lap for Telo Barnard, 2.2 seconds. No worries in the world for the young British driver. In 2nd place, Callum Bradshaw still over there. Nicolas Pertilati, Pedro Hilbrand lost some positions as well. He's the one who got tangled over there with Nikita Bedrin. So he's down in 5th place, the Spanish driver. Certainly not the conclusion of the heat that he had expected, but he can actually still win something outside of this last lap. On your picture is the 22 of Callum Bradshaw under the pressure of Nikita Bedrin in 3rd place. This is Nicolas Pertilati, my apologies, getting past Bedrin for 3rd place. and you can see the Car Republic driver getting very, very close indeed. Can he actually try to make something in this last lap? One last attempt to secure what could be 1-2 for his colors, because in the lead there's nothing worrying for Telo Bana is watching over his head and to see where the rest is, where the rest of the field is. They're very, very, very further back. So this will be dominant and beautiful victory for Telo Bana, the second one in the qualifying heat in Portimão, in front of Callum Bradshaw, who was able to defeat Nicolas Pertilati for 0.2 of a second. But what a race that was. What a fantastic battle we just had once again. Happens every single qualifying heat. We are never disappointed at such a level of karting competition. And once again, this is just a teasing of what's to come. We've had a lot of fantastic battles so far, a lot of entertainment on track. But this is all paving the way for the pinnacle of all races, the finals taking place tomorrow. But those qualifying heats are certainly equally, if not more important, to be able to see the conclusion of the weekend in the top 36. So Telo Bana, the dominator of this qualifying heat, in front of Callum Bradshaw. Nicolas Pertilati taking 3rd place in front of Nikita Bedouin. Charlie Wurtz in 5th place in front of Pedro Hilbrand. Cleio Signelis in 7. Ruben Moya is 8 in front of Noah Negbol. Matthias Salonen, Luigi Coluccio outside of the top 10, unfortunately for the Italian, after battling in the opening stages of the race, in front of Olivier Galli, Jesse Dorkest, Maya Wing. 15th place for Christian Bertuccia in front of Jamie Day, Oli Pilka, William Silverhorn, Sebastian Graflund, Tanapongan Sumunto, Pedro Perino, Cole Morgan, Lorenzo D'Alosio, Kenos Garalgri, Miquel Silva, Thomas Guede, and 27th position for Andrei Pielescu, with, as we said, 2 drivers unable to take part in Maximus Meyer and Teresa Papikova, and 1 driver out was Daniel Vasile. Let's have a look back at what happened in this eventful race in the replay. And here we go, as you can see the 2 Tony Khan's teammates tangling side by side into the first corner. A beautiful battle between Callum Bradshaw and Pedro Hilbrand, who just kept us on the edge of a seat for the entire qualifying heat. But in the end, it seemed like Pedro Hilbrand was able to take the advantage on Callum Bradshaw. Further back, Nicolas Telo Barnard, as well as Luigi Coluccio, Matthias Salonen and Nicolas Pertilati got involved in the mix as well, the battling for the first places into the opening stages of this race. But as you can see, Coluccio was chasing Pedro Hilbrand for 2nd place. A good start of the race for the Cosmic driver before, unfortunately, losing a bit of ground. The ground, he lost it in some of the first corners, but you can see already charging his way through. This is Telo Barnard with the Rosberg Racing colors, but he was about maybe to lose some more with Nikita Bedouin and Pertilati just behind, but being able to stay on track without any other damage. Beautiful recovery and beautiful overtaking put together by Hilbrand, as you can see, who took Telo Barnard with him, and that was the start, unfortunately, of the trouble for Luigi Coluccio, who from that point on actually lost position on position all the way down to 11th place outside of the top 10. Right now, the battle as well, so Nikita Bedouin making his way through the field as well, and getting close to finishing the top 3. Telo Barnard, after losing some positions into the first 2 laps, managed to fight back quite quickly, and after overtaking Pedro Hilbrand, managed to get past his fellow countryman Callum Bradshaw for the lead. Further back, we had a good battle as well from Ruben Moya, the CRG driver, against some of the drivers in the midfield, making his way up against the XP driver, the number 38, being in this case Charlie Wurtz, who made up 8 positions in this race. A good battle as well for the CRG driver between the 2 XP driver, the Case Signelis and Charlie Wurtz, in the battle for the top positions, as Case Signelis finished 7th as well. On your screen right now was the battle between Nicolas Pertilati and Nikita Bedouin. Bedouin going around the inside of the Car Republic driver, beautifully made by the Russian. That was the move for 3rd place at the time, before Pertilati managed to get back after the tangle that we saw happening in the closing stages of the race. The 2 Tony Khan teammates with Pedro Hilbrand ahead of Callum Bradshaw. There was a moment when Hilbrand made a little bit of a mistake, allowing Bradshaw in before fighting back for 1st position. As you can see, going around each side as Bradshaw left the door a little bit too open to defend his position enough. So this beautiful battle between the 2 kept us really focused all through the end, and you could see Bedouin just coming back straight behind him. But it was a battle no longer for the win as for 2nd position, because Telo Barnard had really built enough of an advantage just to be comfortable in this race. Nikita Bedouin making his way past Pedro Hilbrand, chasing Callum Bradshaw, and this is when actually everything is going to go wrong for Pedro Hilbrand, I'm afraid, here in this battle with Nikita Bedouin. And you could see actually the contact quite clearly on those images. Thanks to RGMMC for putting this replay together. You could see actually this is when Pedro Hilbrand lost some positions down to 6 and allowed Nikita Bedouin through for 4th place. In the lead, it was done, deal and dusted for Telo Barnard, taking his 2nd victory in the heats in front of Callum Bradshaw and Nicolas Pirtilati, with 4th place for Nikita Bedouin and 5th place for Charlie Wurtz in an eventful, another one, qualifying heat of the hockey class. So congratulations once again, Telo Barnard taking double options on possible, of course, leading at the end of the qualifying heats. And we're back on track, and we're going to switch as well categories after those two first qualifying heat of the afternoon for the hockey class. We're going to switch to the junior category with the Group C against E opposing each other. We're going to have Timotheus Kuchacic and Christian Ho alongside each other on the first row of the grid. C against E just in a few moments, just after this short break.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
And we're back live from Portimão, the International Cartódromo do Algarve. Thank you for joining us once again. Wherever you are in the world, make sure to tune in throughout the rest of the day and tomorrow as well, because we are having already so much fun witnessing the numerous battles in between the OK and the OK Junior categories. 160 drivers made the trip, them and the mechanics, engineers and teams, all the way to the south of Portugal for the pinnacle event of the FIA karting season. Once again, good to have you with us. We would have liked to have you on location as well, but we were not allowed to admit in the public around the karting track, and for that we are sorry, but all the precautions are being taken. Once again, as you can see on screen, everybody is wearing masks at all times. Thank you for keeping that precaution as well, everybody on location, inside and outside the facility, as well as keeping social distancing as much as humanly possible. The World Championship is on, and we're going to have a lot more qualifying heats to go through this afternoon. Going back to the junior class with a 7-lap race coming up, the qualifying heat starting grid appearing on your screen with Timotheus Kuchacic and Christian Ho alongside each other on the front row of the grid. We're going to have as well Massimo Capietto, who lost heat win on the edge earlier this morning from row 2 with Cosco Nefan by his side. Marcus Lucio and Freddy Slater will be starting from row 3. Row 4 will see Augusta Bernier and Rintaro Sato alongside each other. Row 5, Bruno Del Pino and Matheus Ferreira. Row 6, Arvid Lindblad and Roman Andriolo. Row 7, Auguste Terbo and Theodore Rodmark. Row 8, Zachary David and Antonio Leit. Row 9, Lawrence Lesertua and Oscar Wurtz. Row 10, Nicolas Rus and Luca Samalisto. Row 11, Giovanni Trentin and Julius Dinezen. Row 12, Albin Sturesen and Sonny Smith. Row 13 of the grid, Levi Rapula and Frederic Lund. Diogo Castro and Aurelia Nobels on row 14. Row 15, Guillaume Bouzard and Ethan Nobels. 15 rows of this grid, 30 drivers once again ready to battle tooth and nail for the victory. So far, we've had a couple of other qualifying heats in the OK Junior category. We've had a total of 6 races so far, with 2 victories for Evan Gilter, the young Frenchman of Sodicart, who is the current provisional leader of the category, with 2 heat wins by his name. Then we had a victory as well for Arvid Lindblad, the European vice champion. A victory as well for his teammate Igor Chepil, as well as Brando Badoer, and a victory for Rintaro Sato from Ricky Flynn Motorsport. So all bets open. We have a lot of different winners. 2 win so far for Evan Schilter, and we could see maybe another win coming up for any of the drivers in the top 10. Rintaro Sato already 1 win under his belt. We shall see what's going to happen in the 7 next laps between the drivers of the junior class. Timothée Kucharczyk, the young Polish driver, driving the Robert Kubica chassis, supported by the Birellard factory, obviously. Christian Ho defending the colors of the Sauber Junior Karting team, supported by the Formula 1 team, with Kart Republic, obviously. Massimo Capieto from Cosmic may be willing to take finally that victory that he missed earlier this morning. Once the lights go out, we'll be good to go for racing. Yes, we are. We're racing once again. Here we go. 7 laps and a good start from Timothée Kucharczyk, who's taking Massimo Capieto with him just around the inside. Watch out for the first corner and a bit of a tangle, I'm afraid, with a bit driver out, a couple of drivers out. Unfortunately, one of the Rosberg Racing was, it seems, or one of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport, I'm sorry, Freddie Slater, I think it was involved. The 164 VDK Racing, unfortunately, as well, involved in the tangle. This is Antonio Leite, the French-Brazilian driver, who won't be taking part in this qualifying heat no more. So we had Rintaro Sato as well and Augustin Bernier. So it wasn't Freddie Slater, my apologies. Rintaro Sato is out of this race, at least. We have seen him going out. Is he actually back on track or not? But that could be retirement for the Japanese driver, winner of one heat earlier this morning. And Augustin Bernier, another VDK driver, involved as well in the incident, as well as Antonio Leite. So quite unfortunate. We have confirmation of the 139 of Augustin Bernier, who won't be back on track, unfortunately. So a bit of an incident as we had in the previous qualifying heat for the Oka class, this time with the juniors. But fortunately, no harm done to the drivers, just a bit of more extra work for the mechanics. And confirmation on your screen then the 154 Rintaro Sato is out of this qualifying heat. So definitely not a good news for the Japanese driver. Back in the lead as we have the battle between the 161 of Christian Ho with Massimo Capieto. This is for second place. Christian Ho making his way past Capieto for second, as we have Timothée Kucharczyk, who was able to keep his position from pole. So here we go, battle for second. Further back we have Koskun Irfan down in fourth place with RFM Chassis in front of Freddie Slater. So the two teammates battling for fourth place at the moment in front of Marcus Lusio. Arvin Lindblad making up 4 positions already, up to 7 in front of Bruno Del Pino, Auguste Terbo, as well as Zachary David closing up the top 10. And watch out for Sonny Smith, the young British driver, who's pulling already a 13th place recovery up to 11. And watch out for the battle. This is for second place with Koskun Irfan, as well as Christian Ho being attacked further back. Beautifully made by the two, but no, this is further back, my apologies, with Bruno Del Pino, Auguste Terbo, Sonny Smith, the drivers involved on your screen, with Kucharczyk increasing his gap, almost half of a second advantage on Christian Ho, and Massimo Capieto in third. There they are in second and third position at the moment. Fourth place, Marcus Lusio. Let's see how this evolved, as Koskun Irfan just making his way up to 6 in front of Arvid Lindblad. This is great racing happening at the moment, led with Freddie Slater down in 5th, but who can actually prevent in this very, very tight midfield at the moment, as the top 3 is trying to increase his gap. We have the CRG on your screen. This is further back, the 158, the 148, I think, was of Zachary David further back. We'll try to make a good classification once in just a few moments, as Freddie Slater just went past Marcus Lusio for 4th place. Freddie Slater up to 4th place in front of Lusio. Then we have Koskun Irfan in 6th, under the pressure of Arvin Lindblad, the Czech Republic driver, winner of the Champions of the Future preparation race not so long ago, last weekend. Let's see what he can do right now after a quite middly start of the weekend here for his World Championship. There he goes, Arvin Lindblad, the 1-2, getting past Koskun Irfan. Yes, he just did in the economy number 2 and 3. He's going to be very tight, and chasing Marcus Lusio, the 172 in 5th place. So very tight midfield, as we said. Lindblad on the picture, the Car Republic colours, being chased by Irfan, and Bruno Del Pino with the Car Republic colours, the Tony Kart colours, my apologies, down in 8th place in front of Zachary David, and Sonny Smith keeping on charge after getting past 14 other drivers. So it's going very, very fast in those qualifying heats. 7 laps, that's very, very short, 3 laps less than we have in OK. And those drivers don't have that much of a time to be able to make a difference. But one who is making such a difference right now is Timothée Kucharczyk, driving the Robert Kubica chassis. He's keeping his pace, and he had like a 3/10 of a second advantage, a bit more now on Christian Ho in 2nd place. But the battle for the win is not yet settled, as Christian Ho is keeping his pace, he's decreasing his gap as much as he can. Massimo Capieto might try to follow as well, even though he had 8/10 of a second disadvantage. Beautiful battle for the back, as we have Arvid Lindblad, as you just saw it, getting past Marcus Luzio into the corner number 3. So Arvid Lindblad up into 5th place at the moment. And watch out for the British driver. Let's see what sort of gap he has. Freddie Slater is quite further up ahead, 1 second, 0.4 on the previous lap. Let's see what it's going to be like this time around. But Freddie Slater is going to have to watch over his back because Arvid Lindblad is on an improving pace at the moment. Massimo Capieto, the fastest on track, 58.9. Let's see this lap if he was able to improve on his performance. But at the moment, the battle for the lead is on. Timothée Kucharczyk trying to protect what can be his in front of Christian Ho. Let's have a look at the gap. It was 0.3 of a second. Now it's down to less than 2. So the pressure is on, and Christian Ho knows more than ever that he has one opportunity. This is the penultimate lap of this qualifying heat. Not much time remaining, less than 2 laps to go. And Timothée Kucharczyk has a lot of work to do to prevent anything from happening to him. But Christian Ho is the fastest on track, 58.9 to 58.09 just before. So 59.09, so there's the difference. And Christian Ho was able to get past. And there he comes around the inside of the leader. Change for first position with Kucharczyk, who couldn't quite actually close the door enough. And let's see what he can do. But he keeps himself into pace and quite close to Christian Ho, but the two are very, very well caught together, just less than a meter between the two, really glued pretty much. But Christian Ho is on a charge and is leading the way right now. The Sauber Karting junior driver can actually, Timothée Kucharczyk, try to reverse things. We're entering the last lap, and warning flag for the 164. You just saw it briefly on your screen. This is for Antonio Late, who was just warned with the black and white flag, the equivalent of a yellow card in football, if you like. This is the first warning. The second one could be even leading to a black flag. We're not there yet, but the officials on the track and the marshals have both eyes open on what's happening. Kosko Nirfan, best lap in this race, 58.8. And at the moment, the battle for the win is still on between Kucharczyk and Christian Ho. We've seen some last lap moves, and we might see another one happening, but Christian Ho has just a couple of meters to defend his position, and Timothée Kucharczyk doesn't have much time remaining. He goes around the outside of the racing line. Christian Ho, watching over his shoulder, is not comfortable. He knows that he's there. He just needs to shut all doors in the last 2 corners. Are we going to have a photo finish arrival? And Kucharczyk is going around the inside. It was very close, but Christian Ho shuts the door. They're both very wide on the checkered flag, but still victory for Christian Ho. What a finish that was, and Kucharczyk was very, very close to surprise his opponent in the last 2 right-hander, but Christian Ho kept on watching and kept his head down all the way to the checkered flag. So victory for Christian Ho, the Singaporean, once again in this qualifying heat, the first one for him as well, and Timothée Kucharczyk came close to take his first win of the weekend. This will be maybe for later, but very, very strong and well-behaved battle for the win between those two. Third place for Massimo Capieto, the representative of Cosmic, in front of Freddie Slater. 5th place for Arvid Lindblad and Kosko Nirfan. 1, 2, 3, a very good tir groupé from the RFM teammates over there between the 3rd and 5th place, in front of Bruno Del Pino in 7, Zachary David in 8, as you can see the classification. 9th place for Auguste Terbo, in front of Sonny Smith, down in 10th place. With still the recovery of the race, 14 places gained from start to finish in the course of 7 laps. So that's an average of 10 places per lap, quite impressive. Romain Andriolo is 11, in front of Marcus Luzio. And Julia Dinesen, 14th place for Lorenz Lesertua, Oscar Wurz in 15, Luca Samalisto 16, Guillaume Bouzard 17, in front of Giovanni Trentin, Matheus Ferreira, 20th place for Albin Storesen, Nicolas Ross is 21st, in front of Aurelia Nobels, Theodore Odmark, Frederic Lund, Ethan Nobels, and Diego Castro. With a couple of drivers unable to see the checkered flag, Antonio Late, Augusta Bernier, and Rintaro Sato, retirement for one of the top contenders of the class. Let's have a look at just what happened in the replay. So you can see at the start, the pole sitter Timothée Kucharczyk keeping a good advantage and taking with him Massimo Capieto, the Cosmic driver, before we had a bit of a tangle in the on the way to the heavy braking of corner number 2. And you can see the two drivers coming together, and one of the VDK drivers, either Antonio Late, I think it was, and Auguste Bernier going off the track, as well as Rintaro Sato. Quite unfortunate turn of event for those 3 drivers who were unable to continue past the opening lap. A very eventful opening lap once again in the midfield, with the battles happening all throughout from P10 to P1st. That's confirmation of Antonio Leit's retirement, as well as for Augustin Bernier. So another good day so far for VDK Racing. Some of the junior drivers as well, and Rintaro Sato stuck as well in the on the backside of the track. In the lead, you had the battle between Massimo Capieto and the 161 of Christian Ho. Christian Ho going for a second place at the time it was, with Timotheus Kucharczyk trying to extend his gap on the rest of the field, but Kucharczyk would soon be cut out by Christian Ho after getting past Massimo Capieto. Further back, a beautiful battle involving the Ricky Flynn drivers, Koskone Fan, Freddy Slater, as well as Arvid Lindblad in the way. You can see Lindblad on the right side of your picture, going around the inside of the right-hander. At least a 4-driver battle just behind Zachary David as well in the mix of it. It was very, very tight altogether, battling for what was at the time a 5th place, since Freddy Slater was well attached to the top 4 all throughout the qualifying heat. The 172 on your picture that we actually lost throughout the end of the race. Marcus Luzio, who had a great first half of the qualifying heat before losing a bit of ground down to 12th position, so not really the outcome that we could have expected for him, considering the pace that he had in the opening stages of this race. Here's the move for the lead from Christian Ho, the important turn of event in this race, as Kucharczyk was trying to shut the door and shut the racing line, but Christian Ho was the fastest around the inside of the double left-hander of 8 and 9, and once in the lead he would not be caught again, even though Timotheus Kucharczyk kept pressuring the leader like never before. It was a beautiful battle between the two, far ahead of Massimo Capieto and Freddy Slater, who both secured 3rd and 4th place. As you could see, one last attempt from Kucharczyk, who was trying to go on a different racing line, but Christian Ho was actually able to keep his head down and keep it all together, focused all the way to the checkered flag to secure his first qualifying heat victory of the weekend in front of Kucharczyk. Keep an eye on as well on the Polish driver, who came very close. You can see clipping on the curb in one last attempt to go around the inside. It was beautifully made. It seems that Christian Ho and Kucharczyk were forced outside of the track on their way to the checkered flag. So that was a dominant, beautiful victory put together by Christian Ho, just 0.2 of a second on Timotheus Kucharczyk, with Massimo Capieto completing the top 3 in front of Freddy Slater and Arvid Lindblad. And we're back on track here with the next starting grid already getting ready, as they make their way out of the Parc Fermé, waiting for the first the 3-minute board, the 1 minute, and then the green flag. That will be the authorization to go out onto the track. This will be the qualifying heat still in the junior class, opposing the group B and F, that we're gonna see and live together in just a few moments after this break. And we're back live on the International Cartodromo do Algarve in Portimão. Thank you once again for joining us for this beautiful spectacle on track, the pinnacle event of the entire FIA karting season, the much awaited FIA Karting World Championship, live all over the world on the YouTube channel of the FIA Karting Championship, as well as on FIA Karting and social media, Facebook and Instagram. Thanks to the RGMMC Group video crew that put together the little clip that you guys just saw on the live stream. We have some more, of course, to show you throughout the course of the weekend. We had the occasion to talk to some of the drivers that you might have seen already, as well as to team managers, and those little footage of the inside action, of the background action that you don't get really to see in normal racing terms, in normal racing weekends, were happily put together for you by the RGMMC Group, promoter of this event, as well as the other FIA karting competition. So we're back on track right now. We have coming up in just a few moments the starting grid for the B and F qualifying heat in a bit less than 3 minutes. we're going to have Evan Gilter, the 113, on the left side of the picture. And that's an important race for Evan Gilter, the official driver of the Sodi Kart Factory, because this young man, one of the fastest on track ever since last weekend in the preparation race, has already won twice in those qualifying heats. 2 victories for his name for Evan Gilter. Dion Gouda as well by his side, the young driver from Singapore competing for Rookie Flame Motorsport, who has yet to win qualifying heat in this World Championship, but he's always been in contention for top positions. Not always so lucky in the outcome of his races, but keep a close watch on him as well. Nicolas Tsolov, representative of the DPK Racing Team with the Alonso Kart colors just behind, will be on row 2nd. 3rd place. Tuka Taponen as well, one of the fastest young drivers as well. 3rd best of the European Championship in the junior class that we had the pleasure to hear in interviews earlier. He will be starting from 4th position on the grid with Tony Kart. Then we have Ugo Igochukwu, the freshly crowned European champion of the junior class back in Wackersdorf for the German Grand Prix. Erwin Andini, the fast German driver from CV Performance Group, will be alongside him on row 3. Harry Burgoyne, the fast Brit as well, will start alongside Alfio Spina, driving for Tony Kart, previously driving for Car Republic, now with Tony Kart in 2020 on 4th row number 5. Konrad Zilic and Maxim Rem will be alongside one another. Konrad Zilic, who recently became the first American driver to win the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. And this is actually quite a good year so far for the American drivers. The win of Konrad Zilic in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy back in Lonato, and the win in the Junior European Championship for Ugo Igochukwu. So could it be actually good luck for him and for both of them in the course of the World Championship? We shall see about that, but certainly these are achievements to be remembered. Then alongside each other on row 6, Ariel Elkin, the young Israeli driver who recently became as well during the previous FIA Karting World Championship for KZ and KZ2, became the first Israeli driver to ever win an FIA Karting competition, as he took the victory in the 3rd and closing lap of the Academy Trophy. He's going to have Aaron Walker, the fast British driver from Tony Kart, that we have seen competing at the highest level for the past few seasons on home soil as well. The first Karting World Championship, the first appearance actually since champions last weekend of Aaron Walker with his new colors. You're going to have as well Nacho Tunal Garcia and Matthias Jakobsen on row 7. Row 8 we'll see Rashid Dahiri and Patrick Akala alongside each other. Row 9 Francesco Marenghi and Maxwell Lutz. Row 10 Francesco Soldavini and Kirill Kutskov. Theo Eriksson and Tobias Klosen will be on row 11. Row 12 Karol Paziewicz and Engar Anpilogov, as well as Jan Puchu and Emo Fittipaldi on row 13. Then we'll have Nicola Lacorte, JC Carrasquedo and Yolan Racalmier on row 15 for a total of 29 drivers right on time, running up the starting grid as the drivers make their way onto the track. The green flag is being waved, and we're going to have 7 laps for another winner. Could it be Evan Gilter starting on pole position on your screen? Could it be him for a 3rd time already since the start of the day? As a reminder, we had 2 wins for Evan Gilter, 1 win for Arvid Lindblad, Brando Badewer, Rintaro Santo, Igor Chepil and Christian Ho. So a lot of different winners, and at the moment there's don't have to be genius to guess who can be the leader, the provisional leader of the class in Evan Gilter, the young Frenchman. Let's see if he can make it 3 in a row, but this will be no easy job at all with Dion Gouda, Tsolov, Taponen, Igochukwu and the rest of them just behind. So 7 laps to decide who can prevent, as you can see the sun is a bit hiding to us right now with a bit of clouds above our heads. Still the temperatures is around 19 degrees, between 16 and 21 degree Celsius maximum here in Portimão throughout the day, with just a 3% chance of precipitation. So let's make sure, as you can see, the color of the sky quite cloudy, but we are likely to have no precipitation, no rain at all throughout the day. But still, I'm being told that the level of humidity is quite high, which can partially explain why the track actually kept being wet so long, and actually took more time than expected to dry out throughout the first warm-up sessions and heats in the morning. But now it's just fully dry for the past few races, nothing to worry about, and all the drivers can actually maximize themselves and maximize the potential of the machinery. Evan Gilter will be starting on the inside line of the track. It will be on the left side of your picture, right side of the track, with the theoretical advantage of maybe getting it up in front coming to the corner number 2. But we've seen actually ever since we got back from lunchtime, the first few races in OK and Junior were quite eventful in the opening lap, especially on the way down to corner number 2. We have that fast right-hander where we've seen some drivers going against one another and going together in some incidents. Unfortunately, no harm done, just a bit of extra work for the mechanics and a bit of a issue for some drivers. But let's pay attention and let's see how it's going to happen as the grid formation comes across the start finish line. The last right-hander, Nigel Edwards, ready to give the signal. Once the light go out, we're good to go and we're racing. Evan Giltert on the left side of the picture, going first into the right-hander, just followed by Nicolas Tsolov once again to get advantage of the inside line. Watch out for the first braking part of the track, and all the drivers braking in one man, and I've just spoken too soon as one driver is forced to go around the outside. Let's see who that is. That is number 171, isn't it? Erolin Nirandini, I'm afraid, the German driver from the CV Performance Group, who just lost pretty much everything in this race as going around the wrong way and the outside of the track. So quite unfortunate for Erolin Nirandini, that's going to tumble down the order. Up in front, Tsolov, Giltert, that's your fight for the lead. Just with Hugo Iguchuku, who made his way up to third place, chasing already the top 2, the 182 of Car Republic behind is Harry Burgoyne. A good start as well from both Hugo Iguchuku and Harry Burgoyne up in 3rd and 4th. This is the first lap of the qualifying heats, 7 to go between F, B and F, and Evan Giltert once again doing a good job at keeping everybody behind him at the end of the opening lap. Let's have a look at the gaps with 0.2 of a second. Nicolas Tsolov just behind, and a move for 4th place it is, with Konrad Zilic getting past Alfio Spina it is. Yes, the world racing driver, the 149, who just went past the Italian before the corner number 2. So Konrad Zilic up in 5th in front of Spina 6, Ariel Elkin in 7, and there's a change for 2nd place with Hugo Iguchuku, who has no time to lose in this race. He is yet to have won a race so far. He needs the results, and unfortunately there won't be any results, I'm afraid, for the 192 of Cosmic. This is Theo Eriksen, unfortunately a Danish driver who was running 22nd in this race, and he was trying to get back up, and it's happening in the corner number 3 in the first sector, outside of the picture, just looking at it. But it seems to me that unfortunately for the Cosmic driver, there won't be any return into the racing, unfortunately. So the engine ceased, as you can have confirmation on your track. This will be retirement for the 192 of Theo Eriksen. Back in the lead, and Evan Giltert is yet to have built a gap, as it seems, with Hugo Iguchuku very, very fast indeed, be in 2nd position, just over 1/10 of a second behind those two. Hugo Iguchuku very threatening the European champion. He knows that he has to take the points. He knows that he needs the win as much as Evan Giltert needs those as well, on his way to a potential pole position for the final of this World Championship. We're not there yet, but the battle is on. Hugo Iguchuku in 2nd place was going for it, and he goes around the inside of Giltert. Beautifully made in the corner number 9, just in the middle of the track, and Hugo Iguchuku making his way up to 1st. Giltert in 2nd, trying to protect himself from Nicolas Tsolov. There's one way to do that, is getting past again Hugo Iguchuku, but this won't be no easy task. Tsolov getting close in 3rd place as well. The Hungarian driver from the DPK Racing team. Let's have a look if we're going to have a 3-driver battle for the lead. That would be even more beautiful than we have right now. 4th place for Harry Burgoyne, the British driver, in 4th. Konrad Zilic in 5th. They come across the start-finish line once again. This is happening further back as we have a battle. Rachid Al-Daheri getting past for 9th position. It was for the back Nacho Tunon Garza, the Spanish driver, who just dropped the place to 10th. And then we have Dion Goda dropping all the way to 11. I'm afraid once again the Singaporean unable to keep the pace against his opponents, as he was starting from the front row after brilliant qualifying, but dropping all the way to 11. On your screen is we're back with the leader, and we have a 4-driver battle, beautiful, between Harry Burgoyne, Zilic, Elkin, and Alfio Spina. This is a battle for 4th position potentially, as Konrad Zilic, who just went past Harry Burgoyne. There's a confirmation with Ariel Elkin wearing the VDK colors just in the middle of the pack. He's going to try to do the same as well, but Konrad Zilic took actually the good wagon in this race, I think, because it seems to me by the look of it that Harry Burgoyne is in a different pace since the start of the heat, and he was blocking a little bit the American driver who just went past his opponent. Let's have a look at the gaps. Hugo Iguchuku into the corner number 5. There's not much time remaining, and Ariel Elkin just went past Harry Burgoyne as well. Confirmation with further back we have Alfio Spina on Tony Car, the 120 was being blocked as well. This is the 3 driver on your picture. Elkin, who just went past for 6, Alfio Spina for 5th place, my apologies. Burgoyne in 6, Spina in 7. Maybe for how long, as he's keeping close watch on Burgoyne in 6. Then we have in the rest of the top 10, Maxime Rem, Rachid Al-Daheri and Matthias Jacobsen closing in the top 10 right now. And look out for Burgoyne, and he just went past, was being passed, sorry, by Alfio Spina, but is taking the position back. So beautifully made by Harry Burgoyne, who still has something to say, and he won't let it happen. Alfio Spina dropping back to where he was in the 10th position, 8th position, 7th position, my apologies, just in front of Harry Burgoyne. So we're getting into lap number 6, 5 laps completed. On your picture is Ariel Elkin just behind. Harry Burgoyne being chased by Alfio Spina. There's a battle for 6 further up. Let's have a look at the gap between the leaders. There's not much, just 0.3 of a second between Hugo Iguchuku and Evan Gilter. We're back with the leaders. Tsolov in 3rd position. This is going to be tight, and the last lap promises to be exciting, that's for sure. Hugo Iguchuku, Gilter and Tsolov. This is your 3-driver battle for the win. And nothing is decided yet. There's Konrad Zilic on your picture as well, the World Racing driver in 4th place. 5th place for Ariel Elkin. And there's a change. The battle for the 6th place as well is raging between Burgoyne and Alfio Spina. And the young Italian of Tonica just lost the position again, I think, to Burgoyne. Up into 6, yeah, confirmation. No, Alfio Spina making his way past again for 6th position in front of Burgoyne. Confirmation on the left side of your screen. Taponen in the meantime getting past Maxwell Dutz further back for 12th position, and we have a change for 16th place with Patrick Kala dropping a position to Francesco Marengi in the meantime. Final lap, and Hugo Iguchuku seems to have the upper hand with just 0.4 of a second advantage on Evan Gilter, but Evan Gilter is not thinking no more about the win, as he has to defend for 2nd place against Nicolas Tsolov. Tsolov might have a little chance to get past the Frenchman once again. So we see that happening in the last lap. Rachid Al-Daheri the fastest in this track, but it's not of much importance in this closing round of the qualifying heat, and Gilter is doing everything that he can to protect 2nd place around into the middle sector. Tsolov waiting for the good opportunity to dive around the inside of the Frenchman. This will be not easy task, and in the meantime Iguchuku is about to maybe win his first qualifying heat of the weekend. Watch out for the last corners, and there he goes around the inside. Tsolov getting past Evan Gilter. Watch out as well for Konrad Zilic, who might want to try, who goes past too. Konrad Zilic up to 2nd place. What a fantastic maneuver from Konrad Zilic, who just went past not 1 but 2 drivers in the very last meters of this race. Brilliant victory for Hugo Iguchuku, and 1st place for Konrad Zilic. What a fantastic end of the race for the World Racing driver. 3rd place for Nicolas Tsolov, and Evan Gilter, unfortunately, was on his way to secure 2nd place, but lost 2 places in just the last seconds of this race. 4th place in the end, and victory for this man on your picture, the young Hugo Iguchuku, the American driver, taking his first win of the weekend in the junior class. Dominant win, 1.3 seconds in the end, taking advantage of the battle happening behind him. And Konrad Zilic was the other big winner of this race, taking 2nd place in front of Nicolas Tsolov. Gilter, Ariel Elkin, a good 5th place for the Israeli driver, in front of Alfio Spina, Harry Burgoyne, Rachid Al-Daheri, Maxime Rem, and 10th place for Matthias Jacobsen. 11th place for Nacho Garcia, in front of Tuka Taponen, Maxwell Dutz, Kirill Kotskov. 15th place for Marengi, followed by Aaron Walker, Patrick Akala, Dion Gouda, Jan Puciu, Yolan Rakamier, Emo Fittipaldi, Nicola Lacorte, Jesse Carrasquedo, Tobias Klosen, Edgar Rampilogov, and Karol Pazievich, with 3 drivers out of this classification. Nerolin Urendini, the young German, caught in an incident in the opening stages. We're going to see that in just a second in the replay. Then Theo Eriksson and Francisco Soldavini in the end of this race. This was qualifying heat between B and F, and let's watch back what we just had on track in the replay coming up right now. And back in the lead of this race, the first start with Evan Gilter taking the upper hand with Nicolas Tsolov. A good start as well, once again, from the Ukrainian driver from row 2nd of the grid. Took advantage of the racing line on the inside. Hugo Iguchuku as well going for 3rd place as well in a very, very tight midfield once again, coming into the first lap. And unfortunately, one of the big victims of this opening lap was Erole Nirandini, the German driver, as he went around the wrong way of the track and was able to get back, of course, onto the tarmac, but all the way down the classification, so the race was done for him, unfortunately, before it even started. Back in the opening lap, as you can see, the battles happening all through the field. The battle on your screen, Igor Gochukwu making his way up front. Nicolas Tsolov, this is for second place, one of the first turn of events in this qualifying heat, as Igor Gochukwu was on his way to a win in this race, but Evan Giltert was dominating the field at the moment on his thinking that he could secure what could have been a third result, a third best result for him. Retirement, the second one in this race for Theo Eriksson. That will be joined later by Francisco Soldavini, the three drivers, unable to see the checkered flag in this race. The battle was on and charging, and after getting past Nicolas Tsolov, Igor Gochukwu just went for the move and get past Evan Giltert for the lead. Giltert, who actually was able to shut the door quite in time to prevent Nicolas Tsolov to follow him too. And this was the battle for the victory that went through during most of the race before the conclusion of a fantastic qualifying heat that actually got turned upside down into the later stages, starting with Ariel Elkin getting past further back Alfio Spina as well as Arie Burgoyne on this particular footage. Ariel Elkin, who just secured a good top 5 at the end of this qualifying heat. And there you see it, Nicolas Tsolov going around the inside of Evan Giltert, and then look out for Conor Zilic, look out as the American just went around the inside not only of Evan Giltert but then surprised incredibly Nicolas Tsolov just 2 corners from the checkered flag, as it was enough for him to secure second place at the end of this beautiful recovery race won by Igor Gochukwu, Zilic in second, Nicolas Tsolov in third, and fourth place for Evan Giltert in front of Ariel Elkin. And we're back on track, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again for the replay, guys, as we're going to get ourselves focused once again for the next race of the junior class concerning this time around the A and D group. So this will be the third qualifying heat in a row this afternoon for the junior class before we switch back to the OK category. Let's get ready to go racing once again just after this little break. Thank you once again for joining us live wherever you are in the world watching. Thank you once again. This is the FIA Karting World Championship brought to you by the FIA Karting Federation and the RGMMC Group promoter of the FIA Karting competition. We're getting ready for the next qualifying heat, a big program, a big schedule this today. 25 heats in total, 20 of them today. We'll have 5 more qualifying races tomorrow in the morning before having everybody embarked pretty much for the final of the categories. We'll keep only the 36 best of each category for the last and most decisive race of the weekend that will crown in the end the world champion in both the OK and the junior class, as well as the top 3 finishers. I will get to celebrate at the end of the weekend. So far, another 2 wins in the bag for the Sober Junior Karting team. Christian Ho in the race just before the last one, and then followed by Igor Gochukwu, the 2 taking the first qualifying heat win in the junior class so far. We're going to have Brando Badoer, who's going to try to go for a second win as well. The young Italian who was the fastest in the qualifying practice. You can see him, or barely see him, as you can see, because the lightning is quite high. It's quite big on the Cartodromo Internacional de Algarve, and the wind has been increasing for the past few minutes. Looking just in front of my speaking booth, located just on the facility of the track, nearby the start-finish straight. I have actually quite a bunch of cart and chassis being covered by the blankets, and those blankets are really flowing into the wind. So it seems to be that the wind has been gaining some speed for the past few minutes on the track. That could be of some influence on the running of the qualifying heats, of the grip, and how comfortable the drivers feel onto the track as well. But otherwise, the conditions are absolutely fantastic in this region of the world. It wasn't so much the case yesterday, as you might have seen on the footage brought to you. And if you followed us through live timing as well and through social media, it was pouring rain, but no more of that today. And the qualifying heats have been absolutely nail-biting ever since the start of today. Brando Badoer might be chasing another victory. That would be victory number 2 in the qualifying heats for the young Italian of Car Republic, who secured yesterday his first ever pole position in the FIA karting competition. Ian Aikmans will be alongside him wearing the cosmic colours. Alex Powell and Maxence Verbrugge will be starting from row 2. Alexander Kubenko and Chu Donozzo will be on row 3. Igor Chepil, who took a victory as well in the heats previously, will be starting from row 4, as well as Matteo De Palo. Row 5 will see Kinu Alazari and Jonathan Waymat starting alongside each other, followed on row 6 by Arthur Ronjon, Aiden Neat, Alessandro Giusti, Evan Dominguez on row 7. Row 8, Maxime Furon-Castellin and Valerio Renicella. Row 9, Harley Kimball et Flavio Olivieri. Row 10, Martin Stenzom and Arthur Poulain. Row 11, Douwe Dekker, Carson Morgan. Row 12, Gabriel Gomez and Caden Probst. Aaron Wechepi and Rodrigo Testa on row 13. Alessandro Silvaggi and Luca Fruccia on row 14. Row 15, Gustav Vinievski and Maxime Orlov. 30 drivers ready to hit the track once again. As you can see, they are patiently waiting for the last signal to be given to them, and there will be one last hand check from the mechanic. We had a chance to talk to some of them, of course, in the days coming to the event. The mechanics being certainly the closest of all members of the team for the drivers. Their own mechanic, sort of a friend, of course, a confidant, a person they travel to all around the world and all around Europe when it comes to this particular season, and certainly the person they spend the most time with during a race weekend. So that kind of relation built between a mechanic and his driver is always interesting to me, I think, and we get to see that happening a lot in the background, and we tried to give you a bit of that inside impact before the start of the race. We're going to have the A and D race coming up. As you can see, the 1 minute sign is being shown to them, and if you want to stick with us, we'll have much more content and footage to bring you between the races, each of the qualifying heats that will keep us entertained until 5 o'clock Portuguese time, of course. But make sure to tune in on FIAkarting.com for all the latest results and classifications brought to you by the FIA Karting Federation. The president of FIA Karting is here with us, Mr. Felipe Massa, of course, who made us a pleasure to travel to Portugal to support the effort of both the OK and the junior drivers in the pinnacle event of the year. Many young drivers, of course, have been able to compete through those two categories over the years. But fun fact, among the top 20 drivers in the world, the Formula 1 driver, the current Formula 1 grid, just one of the 20 current F1 drivers has managed to win the World Championship in what used to be the KF category. This is Lando Norris himself back in 2014. He's the only one actually who managed to win that particular world title in the class that we have today. Used to be called KF. Now this is OK and OK Junior since 2016. 2016 was also the last time that we came to Portimão to compete for the European Championship back in the day. And surprisingly, we had at the time Callum Bradshaw, who competed as well the year before in 2015 in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. We'll get back to that, of course. That's for the history numbers. But right now, let's focus on the qualifying heat opposing the group A and D. 7 laps to go through, and Brando Badoer, the young Italian from Car Republic, starting on the front row on pole position alongside Ian Aikmans. One victory already in the bag for Brando Badoer. Not quite yet for Ian Aikmans, who just came close a couple of times throughout the qualifying heats. So we shall see what's going to happen, but definitely the inside line have proven to be the best choice for the start. At least if you manage to get a good enough start, you can actually keep your position. But we've seen as well some of the drivers going around the outside, at least being able to surprise some of the rivals on the way to the corner number 2. You can see, despite a bit of cloud above our head and some kind of grey clouds surrounding us, the temperatures are still absolutely fantastic. We have 20 degrees up in the air and no threat at all of rain. Once again, thank you guys for joining us wherever you are. This is the FIA Karting World Championship. The racing is on. The racing is raging at the highest level you could expect in international karting competition. More than 160 drivers and coming from the 5 corners of the globe, as we have more than 40 countries representing on track. So a success. The first success of the FIA Karting World Championship was to be able to take place, as we were supposed to go to Brazil in 2020. This will be for next year, but the first big achievement from the FIA Karting officials and federation was to be able to organize this event. The second success was to have a decent amount of drivers, and it's fair to say that it's beyond all expectations, considering all the trouble that we might have had so far this year. And the third success, it's happening right here, right now, with the level of racing and competition. That's absolutely astonishing, and the best you could expect throughout the different international categories. Here we come with the formation of the grid. Nigel Edwards, both eyes on the start-finish straight, as he's going to give the signal. Once the light go out, we go for racing. Yes, we are. Here we go for 7 laps, and Brandon Badaway taking around the inside line, taking Alex Powell behind him as well. Powell's going to try to go around the inside, a bit of a contact, I'm afraid. And Alexander Kubenko is going around the outside and losing all the positions. Kubenko out of this race, as it seems. And we had like 3 drivers, the 137 of Esprit as well got tangled. This is Arthur Ronjon. Unfortunately, who got tangled in the incident as well. I think Kubenko, the 173, confirmation on your screen. Let's see who was involved as well in that bit of an incident. Quite unfortunate. Alessandro Giusti, I think it was. Let's wait for confirmation. But yes, Alexander Kubenko was the one who actually lost control of his car in just the middle of the pack, and took with him Arthur Ronjon and Alessandro Giusti as well. Quite unfortunately, those 2 drivers involved in once again a little bit of an incident into the opening corners. 137 on your screen, confirmation of what will be a retirement for Arthur Ronjon, the Esprit driver. Quite unfortunate, just at the beginning of the opening lap. The opening lap is completed, and Brandon Badaway, the fastest on track, quite logically took the lead and kept the first position in front of Alex Powell. Igor Čepel making his way up to 3rd, 4 places gain for the Czech driver. Brilliant start of the race for Igor Čepel, and 1 other in the bag. Look at Igor Čepel going past Alex Powell for 2nd place. So the battle is on, and Igor Čepel has no time to lose, and he knows on his way maybe to catch Brandon Badaway in the lead. The top 3 drivers on your screen. There we have another 3 driver battle further back with Aiden Neat, 8 positions gained in just 1 lap. A beautiful recovery from the Car Republic driver, up to 4th in front of Kini Lazari and Ivan Dominguez. That's a good start of the race as well, with 8 places made up for Ivan Dominguez, one of the Portuguese drivers, one of the local drivers here competing on home soil. There's a couple of them, of course, the most represented being the British drivers as well as the Italian and the French. But throughout the more than 40 nations represented, the Portuguese can be actually proud of themselves and proud of the representation on home soil. Badaway in the lead, but for how long? That's the question, because Igor Čepel is coming right at him, and on a very good pace. Igor Čepel at the moment, 3rd place for Alex Powell as well. Čepel very threatening. He's going to try to go around the outside of corner number 5 on the way back up to the middle sector of the track. And further back we have a good battle as well with one of the Parolin drivers, Valerio Rincella, down in 6th place as well, in good explanation with further back Dominguez, Chu Donozzo, Arthur Paulin down in 8th and 9th place as well. Let's wait for the completion of this other lap, as Brandon Badaway is under threat, and he's going to have a lot of work to do to prevent the 2 other drivers just behind to get past. Igor Čepel and Alex Powell waiting for the good moment. They're here trying to observe. They're observing the leader, trying to see where he actually might make a mistake, to maybe trying to provoke that mistake, of course, and getting past fair and square for the victory in this qualifying heat. Brandon Badaway has already 1 win for himself, not yet for Igor Čepel as well, but not yet for Alex Powell. So shall we have another winning driver in the top 3? That's the question. We do still have a couple of laps to decide. Lap number 4 out of 7 on your picture, the 145. This is Ivan Dominguez from Lennox Racing, of course, the new team supported by Charles Leclerc, the Scuderia Ferrari F1 driver. And further back we have the battle between Chu Donozzo as well, and there's a change for the lead. And Igor Čepel on lap 4 getting past Brandon Badaway for 1st place, and Brandon Badaway was able to keep 2nd position from Alex Powell, but he's going to be tangled in between. There's going to be a lot of work to do. First of all, to get past Čepel once again if he wants, but prevent himself from being overtaken from Alex Powell down in 3rd. Then further back, let's wait as they complete another lap. This will be the end of lap number 5, as we're getting to lap number 6 and lap number 5 right now. 4 laps completed as the battle on your screen, the 136 further back. This is Kinio Alazari and Valerio Renicella, the young Parolin driver behind the DPK Racing representative. This is a battle for 4th place further back as the leading trio is out on his planet pretty much. And you can see that right now Alazari is just right ahead of Valerio Renicella with Ivan Dominguez further back in 5th, 6th place, just half of a second behind. Still no change in top 3, but Renicella goes for the move. Renicella goes for the move around the inside of Kinio Alazari in the corner number 9, and beautifully made by Renicella, getting past Alazari for 4th place. Ivan Dominguez might want to try to do the same, but in the meantime, Alex Powell is keeping a close watch on Brandon Balloway. Those two are still very much tight together. Sorry, as Igor Chepel might want to try to extend this gap and release a bit of pressure on his shoulders, but the Brando Balloway is trying to gain some speed in the straight line, as you can see, bending over his wheel to try to decrease the resistance to the air and trying to increase a bit of speed. Let's see if that works. 2/10, almost 3/10 of a second between Igor Chepel and Brando Balloway. Alex Powell for the 1/10 back in 3rd place, still very close between those three. And Chepel is being able to increase his gap. Actually, I'm trying to keep an eye as well on that battle, because there's like a lot of things happening onto the track. But Powell at the moment unable to get past as well. On your picture is the 198 of Arthur Poulain, the Sodica driver, trying to resist from Jonathan Waymat. This is a battle for 11th place for the back, as we have the 110 of Alex Powell is very close on your picture to Brando Balloway. These three have still something to say in the battle for the win. Igor Chepel might have the upper hand for a moment, but Brando Balloway and Alex Powell are not far behind, and we're going to get into the last lap. One last lap, 1.5 kilometers to go through for Igor Chepel to keep his first position. Aidan Neat actually got a warning flag in the meantime. Chepel, Balloway, Powell just split by less than half of a second, as we have further back the battle as well between Renicella down in 4th, being chased at the moment by Kinio Alazari. Dominguez in 6th. Giudonozzo is 7, Caden Prost is 8, Aidan Neat is 9, and Martin Stenholm in 10th place. And look out for Alex Powell, he's very close. He's never been that close to Brando Balloway behind, and they're pretty much glued to one another. And shall we see one last desperate attempt for Alex Powell into the middle sector? It's not happening quite yet, as Brando Balloway is shutting all the doors, but we've seen that happening in the last 2 corners. The drivers just want to go for it, and they're not afraid to do so. But it all actually goes down well for Igor Chepel, who is able to keep the lead, maybe all the way to the end, and this will be victory, the second one for Igor Chepel, the Czech driver. One last kick to the throttle, and this win result for Igor Chepel, winner of this qualifying heat A against D. Brando Balloway tried everything he can to catch up with the leader, but still was able to complete this qualifying heat in 2nd place. 3rd place for Alex Powell, and those three gave us a fantastic show, and enough for our money in this one once again. 4th place for Kinio Alazari for the back, with a beautiful recovery of 5 places put together by the Emirati driver, in front of Valerio Renicella, who managed to make up 11 positions from 16 to 5. 6th place for Ivan Dominguez, 8th place recovered as well for one of the local boys in the World Championship here in Portugal. Giudonozzo was able to keep 7th position, he was starting from 6th. 8th place for Kenan Probst, as you have the ranking appearing. Aidan Neat is 9 in front of Martin Stenholm in 9th place. 10th place, in front of Jonathan Waymat. Flavio Olivier is 12 in front of Arthur Poulain. Gustav Winewski, Douwe de Decker in 15. 16th place for Maxime Furon-Castellin in front of Rodrigo Testa. Maxime Orlov, Carson Morgan, Ian Ekmans, Gabriel Gomez. I was actually wondering where Ian Ekmans had gone, but losing 18 places, certainly in the issues that we had in the opening stages of this race. We're going to see this in just a few moments in the replay. But Ian Ekmans down in 20th in front of Gabriel Gomez, Maxence Verbruge, Arle Kimball, Aaron Riccieppi, Matteo De Paolo, Alessandro Silvaggi, and Alexander Kubenko, who managed to finish the race, unlike Alessandro Giusti, Arthur Ronjon, and Luca Fluccia. Let's have a look at what happened in this race in the replay. So we had a good start once again from Brando Balloway, able to keep his position from pole, but taking as well with him Alex Powell on the inside line, getting past Ian Eijkmans and Maxence Verbrugge. Then we had a bit of a moment over there with some of the drivers, and Alexander Kubenko, the 128, you can see him on slow motion actually losing control of his kart and taking Ian Eijkmans with him. So that's what happened actually, thanks to the replay. You can actually see the two Cosmic drivers coming together with Kubenko losing his kart just into the corner, and Ian Eijkmans having no other choice than going around the outside into the gravel, as well as the 153 further back, who lost a lot of position. That is Maxence Verbrugge, another bad luck result as well for one of the VDK drivers, as Maxence was forced out of the track as well. We had Arthur Ronjon, who had to retire into this first opening lap, an eventful opening lap, but quite unfortunate turn of event for both Ian Eijkmans and Alexander Kubenko. As you could see, they were both trying, Arthur Ronjon on one side and Alexandre Giusti on the other side. They were both trying, the two young Frenchmen, to get back on track and get the engine running again, but it was unfortunately not successful. Back in the race, as we had a very tight midfield in the opening stages once again of this race, and you could actually see the good battle going on with Kinyo Lazari making his way through. Here is the one of the first decisive overtaking put together by Igor Chepil, getting past the 110 of Alex Powell on his way to what will be victory for Igor Chepil in front of Brando Badoer. There's the second maneuver from Igor Chepil, getting past Brando Badoer, who was able in the end to save the second position, the young Italian. That was very close indeed, but as you can see, Badoer looking over his shoulder to see where Powell was. He was all the way down to third, very close for most of the race, but not in a position to get past. Further back, beautiful movement as well from one of the Sodicar driver, the 198. Further back, this is Arthur Poulain in the battle with Olivieri, as well as Gustav Wieniewski as well. You could see one of the number 15 of Lennox Racing, Martinus Tenzorm, getting past Arthur Poulain, and the 153 further back as well. That was, I cannot find him back in the, this is Jonathan Waymat from Forza Racing battling with the Sodicar driver. Back in the lead, the 108 of Brando Badoer was still trying to resist from the pressure from Alex Powell, but in the meantime wasn't able to catch up with Igor Chepil, and Chepil was able to not only keep his first position but extend a bit of his lead in the meantime, as Brando Badoer has had other things to do in defending himself against Alex Powell. Those two actually gave us for money, and the three of them stayed quite close to each other until crossing the checkered flag in this qualifying heat, opposing the group A and D. Very tight final, and a very tight qualifying hit, sorry, and a very tight final lap for Igor Chepil, who managed to win his second qualifying hit in the weekend so far. In just a couple of minutes, as we are watching the conclusion of this replay, the victory for Igor Chepil, Brando Badoer just behind, and Alex Powell, who would have maybe needed one more half of a lap just to be able to get past, who knows, but at least this is the way they finished this qualifying heat. And this was the replay of the qualifying heat that we just had of the junior category. Once again, we're switching to the senior class this time around with Matheus Morgato and Kimi Antonelli on the front row of the OK class. Talking about the OK class, let's hear, before we get going for the racing, let's hear from the two-time reigning world champion Lorenzo Trovasanuto.
Quite a strange weather actually to be in Portugal, but anyway, I'm really happy to be here, and we just got to be perfect. We got the speed, so whether it's wet and dry, we're very competitive, and I'm happy we made a big step forward, and so nothing, just looking at it. At the end, you really need to look step by step, because just one little mistake and you're off the game. So it's about making one step at a time, not taking too many risks. For me, the heats at the end are more about taking it home and try to have a good starting position for the finals. I think we found a lot of speed at the moment. Yeah, we worked a lot. We didn't have a lot of time because we changed basically 1.5 months ago. But anyway, we did some testing, we did a lot of improvements, and I need to thank the team for giving me a lot of trust, and also the engine tuner with TM. And yeah, I think at the end, also last week, we had a really good speed, and I think this weekend we even improved, so both wet and dry will be competitive. Then, you know, it's the World Championship, so anything can happen, but I think we can be there. For sure, in the wet is about really getting it right, because the condition changes a lot. Also, the track dries up very quickly, and also when it rains, it can get soaking wet very fast. So it's about, I think, every time getting it right, also with the setup. Also, it's a track where you put a lot of stress in the tires. So both on wet and dry, you really need to be perfect on the driving and setup to save the tires as much as possible, as we have many, many heats. And then it's about really getting it right in the final and give it all.
Thank you for joining us. This is the FIA Karting World Championship for the OK in the junior class, and we're back live from the International Cartodromo do Algarve in Portimão, under the sun of Portugal once again. If you're joining us, this is the rightest of all choices for this weekend, as we are waiting for the next qualifying heat of the afternoon, the OK class back on track, and this one will be certainly very, very interesting because it concerns the fastest drivers in the qualifying practice that we had yesterday. On your left of the screen, the number 14 from Birellart, Matheus Morgato, Andrea Kimi Antonelli by his side, the number one because he was just crowned this season European champion in the OK category, and one of the top favorites, one of the drivers to keep an eye on in the race for the world title. The two of them will be leading the field at the start of this qualifying heat. 10 laps, 7 for the junior, 10 for the OK, as it was the same since the start of the weekend. Lorenzo Giovinazzo, one of the men who can prevent anything from happening and maybe keep his crown, as he won the World Championship 2 times in a row for the past 2 seasons. You just heard him talking through about his expectations for this event. Of course, the dealing of the wet conditions that we had yesterday during the totality of the practice sessions, my apologies, and the qualifying sessions as well. So it was tricky conditions to deal with for the drivers, and Lorenzo Giovinazzo was kind enough to speak to us and talk us through his impressions of the World Championship to come, about the 2020 season. Quite unusual, to say the least, for all the drivers and teams involved in karting and in motorsport on a global level. Alexander Advig will be alongside him on the second row of the grid. Danny Kehl and Lorenzo Patrese, watch out as well for row 3. Row 4, Kasper Janssen and Nico Ankte. Row 5, Marcus Kayak and Rasmus Chimis. Row 6, Michael Paparo and Axel Sarniala. Row 7, Hugo Besson and Rafael Chavez Camara, one of the fastest and on the podium of the preparation race of champions last weekend as well. We have Franz-Emil Sariyavi and Kim Arwang on row 8. Row 9, Oliver Gray and Enzo Trulli. Row 10, Florian Russo-Ricci and Miguel Ogiard. Dylan Vanthoff from row 11 with Lola Lovinfoss by his side. Lola Lovinfoss from World Racing, as well as Dylan Vanthoff, who pulled an impressive recovery in his last qualifying heat. So watch out for those two from row 11. Row 12, Arias Dökmeyan and Manuel Espirito Santo. Norton Andriansen and Christian Loven on row 13. Row 14, Alexander Partishev and Marcus Amann. And row 15, Lewis Smith and Cecilia Ekvingst. One of the headlines, of course, of this in the start of this FIA Karting World Championship was the issues that Marcus Amann, the last year's European Junior Champion, went through in qualifying practice, as well as in his first qualifying heat, and he's going to be starting once again from row 14 for the back end of the grid, even though he managed to overtake quite a good number of drivers into his previous heat. Unfortunately, some issue meant he had to come back to the pit earlier than expected. So we shall see what's going to happen as well from the back end of the grid with Marcus Amann, Dylan Vanthoff, and as well as Oliver Gray, some of the fast drivers that didn't get through qualifying maybe the way they wanted, and that will count on the qualifying heats to try to recover as much as they can on their way to the final, where this will be a noisy task. The starting grid for the standard qualifying heat appearing with Andrea Kim Antonelli by the side of Matheus Morgato. Watch out for what's going to happen, as Andrea Kim Antonelli has yet to won qualifying heat so far. To give you a bit of an update about what's been happening so far in the qualifying heat in the OK class. The first of all the qualifying races was won by Taylor Barnard. Then we had a win for Lorenzo Giovinazzo, followed by a success of Josep Martins Cabrera. Win as well for Taylor Barnard, the win number 2 for the Rosberg Racing driver. And we're going to have this one as well coming up. 3 heats so far for the OK class, much less than the juniors. We have a total of 10 qualifying races for the senior category, 15 for the juniors. We have a bit less of OK driver, but still 74. Incredible success and incredible attending in this category as well for the juniors, with more than 160 drivers in Portimão. So now Taylor Barnard has 2 wins under his name. 1 win for Travis Zanotto, 1 win for Giuseppe Marti. A super wrap. And we're gonna see if Travis Zanotto can have another success with Tali. Can Tero Banal do the same later on? Andrea Kimi Antonelli, can he actually claim his first heat victory this weekend after showing his pace all throughout the last days as well, and being one of the fastest in the back? We shall see about that, of course, but in 10 laps time we'll have a few more answers to give you. Right now the drivers, as we have a bit so the drivers were a bit late to get onto the track, as it seems, but all the drivers are going to get themselves together entering the last sector of the track. Once they see the yellow flag, they have to pace themselves under the commandment of Matheus Morgato, of course, as the pole sitter in this race. He's the one who has to lead the pack to the grid formation, and it could be seen actually, and it's not unusual in karting, of course, at this level, that sometimes the leader and the pole sitter wants to take and the field a bit too fast onto the track without forgetting to slow enough for all drivers to get together in a good formation grid. But this time around we've had no problem so far since the start of the qualifying heat, and this should be the case once again. Yes, we're racing for the first time once again here for the A and B groups. Matheus Morgato taking around the inside line from pole position. Watch out behind from Alexander Hartwig, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and once again the driver forced to go around the wrong way to 3 drivers, and a bit of an incident over there in the opening corners. Once again 4 or 5 drivers involved. You have the number 60, the number 50 involved, Michael Paparo, the number 23. We have Hugo Besson as well as Kim Arang, who went together in the opening corners. We have Lola Lovinfors, unfortunately, as well as Arias Dukmayan and Christian Loven further back in the field. So 5 drivers, as it seems, run into some trouble, as you can see, trying to get back onto the track and getting the engine running again. But once again, a very difficult start of the race for 5 of the drivers in the 65 of Car Republic. This is Manuel Espirito Santo, unfortunately, who just took a step down, and he won't be able to get back on track. As for Lola Lovinfors, I'm afraid, as this will mean the end, a premature end to a qualifying heat. Let's have confirmation once everybody goes through. Matheus Morgato in the meantime, and you're going to have Hugo Besson as well. The VDK driver is trying to get back as well, but this won't happen, unfortunately, for Hugo Besson. And it was about time, actually, that they removed his Car Republic chassis from the field coming his way. But no problem at all. Matheus Morgato, Alexander Hartwig, 1 and 2. Danny Kiel up in 3rd in front of Kasper Janssen, Marcus Kayak, Travis Zanotto, who lost 2 positions down in 6th in front of Lorenzo Patrese. Where is Andrea Kimi Antonelli? Actually, I'm looking for him. He's down to 20th position. What happened there as well? Was Andrea Kimi Antonelli involved as well in the incident and the issues that we've seen in the opening lap? That's quite a surprise as well. We try to see that as well in the replay if we actually can. But the big news in this first 2 laps of the qualifying heat is that Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the driver starting on the front row, is all the way down to 20th place after just 2 laps. Lap number 3 on his way. Matheus Morgato extending his lead, almost half of a second advantage on Danny Kiel. Good recovery race so far, and good start of a race for Danny Kiel, the former world champion. In 2nd place in front of Hartwig, 4th place still for Kasper Janssen. Top 5 for Lorenzo Trevisanotto. And you can see him going through, and beautiful battle. And the 54 Kasper Janssen, who's actually losing 2 places, unfortunately, going from 4th to 5th. Kasper Janssen with Marcus Kayak going through as well and taking the lead of Lorenzo Trevisanotto. You can see the battles, everybody's tangling against one another, trying to find the best space, and this is a very, very tight indeed on the way to the double corner. That's the kind of picture that you don't want to see, of course, with Arias Dukmedian forced to watch the race from the side of the track. But racing can be cruel sometimes, and we've seen a couple of drivers unable to complete the open lap of some of the heats before us. And once again, this is the case with Manuel Espirito Santo, Dirk Meyen, Lola Lovinfors, Hugo Besson, and Michael Paparo, all out of the race after the first opening lap. Back in the lead, as you can see on the screen, with the 54 Kasper Janssen being chased at the moment by Rasmus Uchimi. Is just behind Danny Kiel, the fastest on track. The number 14 is Matheus Morgato, and you can see Danny Kiel, he can feel it actually. He is on a good pace, and he's going to try to prevent himself from being overtaken by Alexander Hartwig down in 3rd place. The battle for 2nd is on, but Matheus Morgato is up for grab actually, so the two might be thinking about trying to destabilize the leader. Matheus Morgato, the fastest in qualifying, and it was a very disruptive qualifying series that we had, 4 different groups, but Matheus Morgato managed to be the fastest in the opening series and not to be caught again in the end of the OK qualifying. But now Danny Kearl is on charge, the British driver. But we haven't seen so much at the highest level of international karting for the past few seasons, following his world title. But there he goes for the lead, and Matheus Morgado is opening the door, and is just shutting it to prevent Alexander Hardwick to get past as well. But Danny Kearl is going in for the lead. First place for Danny Kearl on lap 5. Matheus Morgado in second, and going round the inside already. So there's another exchange of position. Danny Kearl is going to have to defend himself against Hardwick, and going around once again the inside. And look at Hardwick is going too. Beautifully made by the two, and Danny Kearl back in the lead with Alexander Hardwick going around as well the inside of Morgado. And watch out, because Lorenzo Trovasanuto might want to do the same, as Marcus Kayak is in the mix as well. So this race is going to turn upside down as we're going to get past halfway mark of the race, and Trovasanuto is going past, and Morgado is in trouble. Matheus Morgado has just lost 2 more positions from first to fifth, as it seems, with Trovasanuto making his way past, as well as indeed Marcus Kayak. So there's a big change. Matheus Morgado is indeed being warned by the officials. Warning flag for Matheus Morgado on your screen, and number 14 is going to have a hard time actually trying to contend the attack from Kasper Janssen, the number 54 just behind. Let's see what it's going to be capable of doing, because it seems that Kasper Janssen, Rasmus Uchimi is in 6 and 7, as well as Lorenzo Patrese in 7th place. Uchimi, as I was talking about him, just lost 2 positions down to 9. On your picture, the battle between the 68 of Marcus Kayak and Trovasanuto. This is battle for 3rd place between the 2-time world champion and Marcus Kayak, one of the Estonian revelation for world racing. And as we are on lap 6, not much remaining into this qualifying heat, and Lorenzo Trovasanuto having a hard time trying to contend the attack from Marcus Kayak on the pace. Let's have a look at the gaps: 58.4, 58.3 for Marcus Kayak on the previous lap. So a little bit faster at the moment, the Estonian driver, compared to Trovasanuto. As we enter lap number 7, Danny Kearl extending his lead, at least trying, 0.3 of a second. And here comes Marcus Kayak. Watch out not to touch each other, and Marcus Kayak goes through. Beautifully made by Marcus Kayak in the turn number 2, and Lorenzo Trovasanuto, feeling his experience talking here, actually wasn't shutting the door too much, but he still have time. He still have time to answer and fight back on Marcus Kayak. Trovasanuto down in 4th, up in the lead. Danny Kearl is still ahead of Alexander Tarvik for 0.3 of a second, and technical flag, unfortunately, for Rasmus Uchimi, who's indeed tumbled down the order, as it seems. Rasmus Uchimi that we have lost, unfortunately, is down in 18 with a technical flag, and the orange and black flag is being shown to Rasmus Uchimi, the CRG driver, who's starting from row 5th on the grid. Let's see if he has actually seen it. He has 3 laps to obey to the marshals. It seems to me, by the look of it, that Rasmus Uchimi is trying to fix something on his chassis that is not going to use at all. Oh yeah, I understand why, actually, because Rasmus Uchimi just lost the left side of his CRG chassis, so quite unusual to see, but that's why the technical flag is being shown to him, so that might mean he will need to go back to the pit lane in no time. As we're getting back into the lead, lap number 8 on your picture, number 48, it is Lorenzo Patrese fighting with Kasper Janssen for 7th place, just behind Matheus Morgado in 6th. 4-driver battle in a very tight midfield, but in the lead, Danny Kearl is trying to prevent Alexander Hardwick behind him, and we have a 3-driver battle. Marcus Kayak as well in the mix for just 0.4 of a second in 3rd place. 4 drivers in the same picture. Look out for Lorenzo Trovasanuto. He might want to try to do something as well, but Danny Kearl is keeping the pace ahead. Let's have a look. 0.2 of a second as we're entering the penultimate lap of this qualifying heat. Danny Kearl ahead of Hardwick, Marcus Kayak in 3rd, Trovasanuto in 4th, and Marcus Kayak is going for 2nd place. There's a change for 2nd. Marcus Kayak diving around the inside of Alexander Hardwick, as Trovasanuto might want to do the same thing as well, but not quite yet. These are the drivers involved in the tussle for the win, and confirmation that CRG driver just went back to the pit. Rasmus Uchimi, who lost half of his left side on his CRG chassis. Quite unfortunate for him, but he's back in the pit. Now, let's focus on the final of this qualifying heat, as Danny Kearl is under pressure at the moment for Marcus Kayak, who just went past Alexander Hardwick in the last before. But Trovasanuto is very close as well. Just a couple of tenths of a second, not more than 6 between the four, as they're about to enter the last lap. 1,541 meters left for either of those four drivers to make a difference. But Danny Kiel might be on his way to his first qualifying heat victory in this World Championship. Marcus Gas in second, Hartwig in third, Travis Zanotto is fourth, losing a bit of ground over there, but let's not just take him out way too soon. And Danny Kiel watching over his shoulder to see where the rest is. Marcus Kayak might want to try to do something, and he goes side by side with Danny Kiel, and Danny Kiel cannot do much about it and just loses first position. Marcus Kayak up in first. Alexander Hartwig is going to try to do the same as well into the middle sector. Not quite happening yet, as Danny Kiel is doing everything he can to prevent that from happening. He's keeping all those short, and watch out for Travis Zanotto. Travis Zanotto goes for third place as well. Travis Zanotto, who just saw the open door and just went for the gap and took third place in just 3 corners from the end of this race. Marcus Kayak will win this qualifying heat, beautifully made by Marcus Kayak, the world racing driver, crossing the finish line in first place. Once again, a tremendous end of qualifying heat that really kept on the edge of the seat until the very conclusion of this race. Marcus Kayak out of 10 lap out of 10 and winner of this qualifying heat in great fashion, just for 3 tenths of a second in front of Danny Kiel. Lorenzo Travisanoto taking third place, fourth place for Rafael Chavez Camara, who pulled together a 10 position recovery in front of Matheus Morgato, Oliver Gray in 6th, Lorenzo Patuese in 7th, 8th place for Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who tumbled down the order but was able to make for the position he had lost in the first half of the race. And hopefully we'll be able to see what happened to Antonelli if he was involved in the issues of the opening lap. He's finishing 8th in front of Franceville Sarigavi. Marcus Amann in 10th place. Good recovery, 18 positions gain from the former European champion in the junior class. Beautifully made from Marcus Amann in front of Kasper Janssen in 11. Enzo Trulli is 12 in front of Axel Sarniala, Mikel Ogard, Kim Warang, Florian Russovici, Nikos Ankte, Alexander Partishev, Lewis Smith, and 20th place for Cecilia Engvingst, followed by Christian Loven. Just 21 drivers just made it to the final lap of this qualifying heat. Let's have a look at what happened in those 10 laps of qualifying heat in the replay. And we're here at the start with Matheus Morgato, the Birella driver, on the side, getting the upper hand just in front of Alexander Hartwig, taking the inside line as well, getting past Andrea Kimi Antonelli on the right side of the picture, and the so fast this weekend. Second place overall in the end, because here's the movement, here's the maneuver, clipping a little bit of the curve, and Marcus Kayak did that fair and square, but Danny Kiel was actually smart enough to shut the door, and he saw actually the danger coming from behind with Alexander Hardwick and Travis Zanotto, but he actually was able to keep second position all throughout the end of this qualifying heat, even though both Arquist and Travis Zanotto kept on trying to harass him as much as they could, and it seems to me that Hardwick had a bit of a trouble in the last lap. As you can see, Travis Zanotto is going around the inside of the Danish driver, and this is where actually something might have happened to him. Yeah, indeed, you can see actually the disappointment in Alexander Hardwick. It went so fast that actually there's the reason why he had to retire. Mechanical trouble, as it seems, for Alexander Hardwick. What a shame for him, as he produced such a magnificent race into this qualifying heat, but wasn't able to defend and keep his position all the way to the end. So quite a shame. And as we had the start-finish line crossing, and the victory for Marcus Kayak in front of Danny Kiel, third place for Travis Zanotto in front of Rafael Camara, promoted to this place due to the late retirement of Alexander Hardwick, and Matheus Morgato in fifth place. And we're back live, ladies and gentlemen, for even more excitement to come, as we're gonna have once again the OK class, of course, with the D and E group, before switching to the junior category. We're gonna have this time around a bit of an interview before we go back into the racing. Let's hear for the British driver from Tony Kart, Joe Turney, starting in this race from row 6.
We had a good race last week in the test, but now the rain's come, so it's going to be mixed conditions for this race, which, I don't know, I think it should be good. I have experience in the rain, and the speed looks quite good, but I know it will definitely be tricky. We had a good race last week, the speed was really good, so I think this race we can do well. It looks wet for this race, with some dry also, so it will be mixed but difficult. Oh, we had a good year, especially in the European, finished third with Antonelli and Barnard in front, and the speed in some of the races was really good, so we did well to come third. And no, again, the speed looks good here, so I think we have a good expectation for this race, hopefully in the top step at the end of the weekend. Now, the level's always really high, especially in the World Championship. It's the hardest race in the world. No, it's not going to be easy, it's never easy to win, so I think if we can finish on top, it'll be a really good effort from the team. Definitely tricky in both conditions. I'd say even more so in the dry, because the sprocket is so small, so to exit the corner is difficult. And obviously in the rain we use a higher sprocket, so it's more easy to exit the corner, but the level of grip is nice, and it's a nice mix of corners and elevation, this track.
And we're back live, ladies and gentlemen, right on time to follow the progression of the qualifying heat to come between D and E group. Pedro Hilbrand will be starting from pole position, Morgan Porter by his side, Luigi Coluccio and Lawrence Van Open from row 2, Matti Salonen and Juho Valtanen from row 3. Then we're going to have Keijo Signelis and Josep Marti Soprabera from row 4, row 5, JC Dochist and James Wharton, row 6, Maya Weng and Joe Turney, that we had the reaction on live streaming just before, row 7, Christian Betuccia and Alexander Den, row 8, Oli Pilka and Jenis Vico, row 9, Kenneth Garalgre and Marlon Hernandez, row 10, William Silverhorn and Rasmus Andersen, row 11, Olin Geragali and Levente Rivez, row 12, Daniel Vasile and Ricardo Mil Garcia, row 13, Sebastian Gravland and Bruno Bertoncello, Pedro Perino, David Sobrero and Teresa Babikova, who's not with us in this track. So a total of 28 drivers making it to the track. This will be qualifying heat opposing the group D and E in the OK category, as we had already a couple of different winners, of course, in the OK class. Tello Barnard, Josep Marti Soprabera on track, as we said, Travis Zanotto and Barnard once again. So 2 victories for Barnard, 1 victory for Travis Zanotto, 1 victory for Josep Marti Soprabera, and 1 victory as well for Marcus Kayak just before in the eventful qualifying heat. And eventful, this should be again the case in this race, as we have the former OK World Champion Pedro Hilbrand, former European Champion as well, Morgan Porter by his side, Luigi Coluccio, the young Italian from Cosmic, Lawrence Van Open, the fast Dutchman from the Birelart group as well. This will be very, very much interesting. Matti Salonen and Juho Valtanen from the Pantano team from row 3 of the grid. as the drivers make their way onto the last two right-hander before the start of this 10-lap qualifying heat. And then afterwards we'll switch to the junior category for 3 more races, and then the last 2 qualifying races of the day for the hockey class. Once the light go hot, we're good to go for racing, and we're racing 10 laps. Here we go. Pedro Hilbrand, Morgan Porter, this is your front row, and then watch out for Luigi Colucci, who's going to go around the inside, and a bit of a tangle over there. Watch out for the tire bumping, but it's not happening quite yet, but we fear that we could have a contact once again, and a bit of a tangle over there, and a tire banging just in the midfield. But in the meantime, Pedro Hilbrand was able to keep his first position in front of Luigi Colucci, as it seems, was able to get through Morgan Porter as well. Porter down in 3rd place, Luigi Colucci once again, and the 71 for the back. Watch out for the battle with GC Dorques, one of the privateer drivers, driving his Tony Kart from Portugal, brilliantly made from GC Dorques. Had to put 2 wheels outside of the track, as it seems, but he was able to manage and keep himself onto the tarmac and into this race. Pedro Hilbrand, Colucci, and Morgan Porter, that's your top 3 at the moment. And you can see Morgan Porter very close from the Italian. The battle for second is on. Laurens Van Hoopen in 4th place in front of Mattias Salonen and Juho Valtanen. Let's watch the gaps at the end of the opening lap. And Juho Valtanen getting past Laurens Van Hoopen. Change for 4th place, as it seems. Here the Pantano Racing driver getting past Laurens Van Hoopen from the Lennox Racing team. Further back we have Caius Signelis getting past Mattias Salonen, as it seems. Confirmation very soon on your screen as well. Yes, Morgan Porter, Colucci switch for 2nd place as well. So the British driver is on a charge, and Colucci had no other choice than to leave room for 2nd place. So here we go. Pedro Hilbrand in the lead. Morgan Porter 2nd, Colucci 3rd. Valtanen making his way up to 4th in front of Van Hoopen. Caius Signelis getting past Mattias Salonen, and Alex Dunn getting past for 8th place. James Wharton and Joseph Martin Superbera down in 9 in front of James Wharton, who lost 2 positions to Joe Turney as well as Jenny Silico and GC Dorques. Oh, unfortunately for the 71, GC Dorques, I was just mentioning him, that will be retirement. He's out of this race. Oh, quite a difficult turn of event for GC Dorques. It seemed to me that in the tight proceedings of the start, and 75 of Car Republic is out of this race as well. This will be David Sobrero, the Portuguese driver, that is out of contention. So 2 retirement into this lap number 3, sorry, the 2 laps completed. Lap number 3 right now intends to proceed. On your screen, number 39, this is Joseph Martin Superbera wearing the Car Republic and the Alonso car colors, of course. Laurens Van Hoopen in the battle with the XP official driver. Just behind him, Laurens Van Hoopen and Caius Signelis, the former FIA Karting Academy winner, of course, joined the newly created experiencing team for 2020, a year of apprenticeship, of course, a year of learning for the former junior driver on his first season in the hockey class. But right now he has something to say and he has something to do, and he's about to show it. Caius Signelis chasing and getting past Laurens Van Hoopen. Confirmation on your screen. Van Hoopen has been passed by the young Caius Signelis. Let's see what he can do actually in the remaining laps of this qualifying heat. Pedro Hilbrand trying to increase his gap a bit less than 0.3 of a second, still being kept under close watch by Morgan Porter. Juho Valtanen in 3rd place, 4th place for Luigi Colucci, who dropped 2 positions. This is your top 4. Still in the same picture, battling for the win, the potential win once again into this qualifying heat. Watch out for Alex Dunn getting past. This was just for the back, Laurens Van Hoopen. Yeah, Laurens Van Hoopen, who just lost another position to Alex Dunn. And the battle on your screen is beautifully made. And Juho Van Hoopen actually in a bit of tangle over there with was happening further back, but we're gonna have to wait for the classification. Here they come across the start-finish line again. The number 24 on your screen, Pedro Hilbrand and Porter. There's your change for the lead. Porter now ahead, half of a second advantage on Pedro Hilbrand. 3rd place for Juho Valtanen this time around. We got it right. Luigi Colucci in 4th place. Caius Signelis down in 5th with just a couple of meters between Colucci and Signelis. Let's see if the young driver from the experiencing team will be able to decrease the half of a second gap that he has from the top 4. But in the lead, Morgan Porter on the pace really ever since the weekend started, and after making his way past Pedro Hilbrand, is increasing his gap, taking advantage of the fact that Hilbrand has to resist from Juho Valtanen in the meantime. James Wharton, good move put together in front of Joe Turney, as it seems. And we have the battle between Coluccio as well as Juho Valtanen, beautifully made at the moment, but Hilbrand is under pressure, and Juho Valtanen has understood it and just passed the Spanish driver. So Pedro Hilbrand up down to third place, Juho Valtanen making his way up to second. And there we go, the chase for the win has started as we're entering lap number 6. Lap number 6 out of 10. Morgan Porter managed to get ahead with more than half of a second advantage. He just pulled away as much as he could, waiting for the good moment, of course, and hoping that Juho Valtanen would not get past Pedro Hilbrand, since Juho Valtanen was much faster than Pedro Hilbrand just before, almost half of a second faster in the previous lap. And there's a confirmation that the Finnish driver from the Pantano team is on a charge, really putting together a great pace into this qualifying heat. And we shall see if Pedro Hilbrand is going to be able to resist from Luigi Coluccio's charge, as well as the rest from the field. Morgan Porter, and you can see actually Valtanen getting close and close to Morgan Porter. Let's have a look at the respective qualifying laps as they come across the start-finish line once again. Just in front of us on your picture, Morgan Porter from the Argentine Motorsport leading the way, looking over his shoulder to see where the rest is. 0.3 of a second. Juho Valtanen just pulled the gap together in 56.9, 57.1, so up to 4 tenths faster than Morgan Porter at the moment. Juho Valtanen really on a great pace, as you have the 57 on your screen. Brilliant battle as well. This is happening for the back between Olivier Ragali and William Silverholm. Battle for 15th place between one of the Forza Racing drivers. Up in the lead, Morgan Porter and Juho Valtanen just on his tail. This is going to be crazy, and it's going to be tight until the end of this qualifying heat. But Valtanen is on a charge, and Morgan Porter is going to have to defend with everything that he has in his organism and in his machinery to try to prevent that from happening. But right now Juho Valtanen is unstoppable and goes past Morgan Porter for first place. So here we go, Valtanen in first, Porter in second. Can he actually try to bounce back and maybe getting past again the Finnish driver from Pantano? And Morgan Porter is keeping the pace. He knows that he has to do that, otherwise Pedro Hilbrand might want to try to search for that open door. They don't want to give him, of course. Lap number 8, a bit more than 2 remaining before the end of this qualifying heat. And in a moment, Valtanen is on the charge. Let's have a look at the gap, 57.1 the last lap by Juho Valtanen, 57.6 for Morgan Porter. So there's your difference. Juho Valtanen now with the clear head and the clear track just in front of him might want to pull away from the rest of the field. It's always easier, of course, to chase than to be chased. And in the case of Morgan Porter and Pedro Hilbrand, then see the drivers that they have to attack, they see the drivers that they want to defeat. But Luigi Coluccio as well is in the mix. 4th place for the Italian driver, the fastest in the opening sector at the moment, is on the tail of Pedro Hilbrand, almost glued together. Can we see a move from the young Italian who hasn't been always lucky in the past qualifying heats? He might have a chance to actually do once again good, hopefully, and getting past first Pedro Hilbrand and maybe attack the rest of the leading field. In the rest of the ranking, Joe Turney is making his way up to 7, just behind Alex Dunn in 6. Then you have Joseph Martin Superbera, and there's a change potentially. Pedro Hilbrand getting past Morgan Porter. There's a change for second place with the Spaniard from Tonica diving around the inside of the British driver who's in trouble. Luigi Coluccio might want to try to do the same. And watch out for Kirill Signelis, the Ford driver on your picture. Beautiful between the two. But Morgan Porter had no other choice than to back out. And there's a bit of a contact, I'm afraid, with watch out for Coluccio's getting past Pedro Hilbrand. Beautifully made. And Morgan Porter is losing 3 places in the process. Quite unfortunate for the British driver. But there was a bit of a tangle over there. But Luigi Coluccio saw the opportunity and just went for it, getting past the 3 drivers at once. Beautifully made from Coluccio up into second, and he's taking Pedro Hilbrand ahead with him as well. Porter just dropped 2 positions. Case Signelis ahead as well in 4th places. This is the final lap. This is the final lap of the qualifying heat here that we have. Juho Valtanen is untouchable, 1.6 seconds. But now all eyes on the battle for second place. Your leader on your screen. Untouchable for the time remaining. But Coluccio still has something to say and still something to do, is keeping everything that he has ahead. So he needs to shut all the doors. But at the moment, Pedro Hilbrand, could he be actually in a position to get past? So watch out for Morgan Porter, just in the back of Kirill Signelis. And we have Alex Dunn actually getting involved as well. Look out for the energy driver. And this is going to be tight as we follow the leader on his way to a first qualifying heat victory for him into the FIA Karting World Championship. The Pantano team representative The last two corners, one last click on the throttle, one last click on the curb, and this will be victory for Juho Valtanen. Well put together. He was able to dominate pretty much the entire field thanks to a fantastic pace put together. Juho Valtanen 1.6 seconds ahead of Luigi Coluccio. Third place for Pedro Hilbrand. Caius Signelis in fifth place for Morgan Porter. Alexander finished in 6th with 8 places made still since the start of the race. George Turney crossing the line in 7th place in front of Joseph Martin Superbera. 9th place for James Walton. Matthias Soren in 10th. 11 positions for Christian Bertuccia. Oli Pilka crossing the finish line in 12th. That's going to have the official classification appearing on your screen. Just on the other side of the ranking, Jenny Civico finished in 13th. William Silverholm 14th, 15th place for Oli Pierragalli, 16th place for Lorenz van Open in front of Pedro Hilbrand. Pedro Perino, my apologies, in 17th. Hilbrand finished in 3rd. Then we have further back Lorenz van Open in 16th, Pedro Perino in 17th, 18th place for Maya Wing in front of Marlo Hernandez, Levante Revez, Kenos Garalgre, Daniel Vasile, Sebastien Gravlin, Bruno Bertoncello, Ricardinho Garcia, Rasmus Andersen, as well as 2 drivers out of this race, JC Dorquest and David Sobrero. That's the end, dear friends, of the qualifying heat for the OK class. We switch to the junior, but before, let's have a look at the replay. And here we go for the start of this qualifying heat. Pedro Hilbrand from pole position, able to keep the lead with Luigi Coluccio taking him around the inside line. And you can see actually Coluccio had a bit of a tangle in the moment over there, but he was able to keep his track on tarmac, making himself up in 2nd position ahead of Morgan Porter. But it was a bit of a scary moment for Coluccio. He would have lost the traction and the wheel of his car. It would have been a disaster, certainly for him and maybe for some others in such a tight field. But none of which happened, and Coluccio was able to keep himself on the track and actually keeping his attack on Pedro Hilbrand. So this is the battle in the opening stages of this race, with Hilbrand, Coluccio, Morgan Porter being chased by Lorenz van Open and Juho Valtanen, all in the upper part of the field. As you can see the number 8 further back of Lorenz van Open from Lennox Racing, trying to drive his way through as well, up for 5th place, and Luigi Coluccio being passed at the moment by Morgan Porter on a chase behind the leader Pedro Hilbrand. Well, Hilbrand was the first leader of this qualifying heat, and trying to pull away already as much as he could, considering that Morgan Porter had lost a bit of momentum behind Luigi Coluccio. But right after he had passed the Italian driver, Morgan Porter could actually increase the pressure on the Tony Kart driver in the lead. Watch out as well for the remontada of Alex Dunn as well, who made up a total of 8 places up to 6. Unfortunately, there was a retirement in this race for JC Dorquest, one of the 2 retirements with David Sobrero. And on screen you had the battle and as well between James Walton, who made up 1 place up to 9. Juho Valtanen was on the charge, increasing his pace lap by lap and getting past Pedro Hilbrand for what was at the moment the 2nd place of the race. And at this point we would have thought that Morgan Porter could have kept his advantage all the way through the end of the qualifying heat, but Juho Valtanen was really pretty much almost half of a second faster than the leader at some point in the 2nd part of the race. So you could see actually him, the Pantano Racing driver, getting very, very close to the leader, to the point where getting the upper hand at some point. There he comes with the maneuver around the inside line of Morgan Porter in the corner number 5, the downside of the track. And further back here, the battle between one of the other drivers further back into this race in the very tight midfield. Behind Valtanen, Morgan Porter tried to keep the advantage against Pedro Hilbrand, but the Spaniard went for the inside in the corner number 2. Morgan Porter just in front of Luigi Coluccio, and at this point there were the 3 of them pretty much glued together, with Caius Signelis keeping a close watch and trying to get himself in the mix as well, as Morgan Porter is losing a bit of momentum and a few places in the process as well. But watch out for Luigi Coluccio, who did the smart move on that one, just surprising them, all 3 of them around the inside, and that's actually the decisive move that allowed Luigi Coluccio to make his way up to 2nd, way behind this man on your screen, Juho Valtanen, who drove impeccably all throughout the qualifying heat to secure his first qualifying heat of the weekend. Luigi Coluccio made it to 2nd in front of Pedro Hilbrand, and Caius Signelis able to keep Morgan Porter just behind all the way until the checkered flag. Alex Dunn took 6th place in front of Joe Tony, Josep Martí Sopebera, James Wharton and Matthias Salonen at the end of this qualifying heat. And we're back on track already with no time to lose, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to switch our attention to the junior category. Once again, Evan Gilter, one of the fastest drivers so far, with a total of 2 victories and a third place, if my memory is correct, for Gilter so far. Into the ranking of the qualifying heats, he's going to have Christian Ho by his side as the drivers are waiting for the signal to make their way onto the track. This will be the qualifying heat opposing the group B and E of the junior category that we're going to live together just after this small break.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
We're back live wherever you're joining us. This is the right choice that you have to do. Follow with us the FIA Karting World Championship as we're getting ready for the junior category to come back on track. This will be the first of 3 more qualifying heats to have together for the junior category. This time around opposing the group B and E, with Evan Gilter, the young Frenchman of the Saudi Kart factory, starting on pole position as he was the second fastest of the qualifying practice of the junior category behind Brando Badoer. Christian Ho will be starting alongside him. Christian Ho, the young Singaporean who has already also 1 victory under his belt so far. Nicolas Solov and Koskun Irfan will be starting alongside each other on row 2. Row 3, Hugo Gochuku and Freddy Slater. Row 4, Ariel Burgoyne and Mitaru Sato. Conor Zelic and Matheus Ferreira on row 5. Row 6, Ariel Elkin, as well as Roman Andriolo, Nacho Tunon Garcia, as well as Theodore Rodmark on row 7. Row 8, Rashid Al-Dahiri and Antonio Late, Francesco Marenghi and Oscar Wurst on row 9. Row 10, Francisco Soldavini and Luca Samalisto. Row 11, Theo Eriksen and Julius Dinesen. Row 12, Karol Paziewicz and Sonny Smith. Row 13, Jan Puciu and Frederic Lund, Nicolas Lacorte, Aurelia Lobels on row 14. And row 15 will be composed of Yolan Rakami and Ethan Nobels. 30 drivers on track into the formation lap after the warming up the tires. Now it's time to get together for the grid formation, making their way onto the start finish line for the rolling start. You know the drill. This will be the junior class, the category, the group B against E. And to give you a bit of an update at the moment. Who's leading the classification in the junior class? This is the pole sitter of this race, Evan Gilter, with a total of 4 points in front of Brando Badauer and Christian Ho, just split by 1 point. So this will be a decisive one already, and we're racing 7 laps in the junior class with Evan Gilter going around the inside, keeping the... Oh, there's a bit of a tangle further back in the field with a couple of drivers involved, and one of them went for a spin, I'm afraid, but was able to get back, and one of the Birella drivers actually tangled all the way down to the back end of the race. But otherwise it's going pretty much well for the rest of the drivers. Let's try to identify who that was, but I think Karol Pasiewicz indeed was one of the drivers involved in the issue in the opening corners. And in the meantime, Evan Gilter, as you can see on your screen, managed to stay at the front. Nicolas Tsolov took second place thanks to his inside line, but watch out for Ugo Ugochukwu. The young European champion is already on his back in third place. Ugo Ugochukwu once again knows that he has no time to lose if he wants to compete for a potential pole position. He needs the results, and for that he needs to get past Nicolas Tsolov for second place and actually prevent Evan Gilter to build too much of a gap. Otherwise it's going to be too late for him if he wants to catch with him. 1 lap down, and we have for the back beautiful move by Christian Ho, actually, who lost 3 places in the process of the first lap. We're trying to recover the ground that he had lost. Christian Ho, Harry Burgoyne, and I think Christian Ho just made the overtaking happen. In the meantime, yes indeed, Christian Ho on your screen, the 161, getting past Harry Burgoyne just behind, and Burgoyne in the process lost another place down to 6 with Konrad Zilic, the world racing driver, in between the two. So quite an eventful opening lap, as a confirmation of the trouble for Romain Andriolo, who tumbled down 14 ranks into the classification. But in the meantime, the battle is on. Konrad Zilic on a good space as well in the opening stages of this race, chasing Christian Ho in 5th place, Harry Burgoyne all the way down into 6th. Then we have Tsolov in 3rd, Ugochukwu in 2nd, and there's a change with Ugochukwu in 2nd place, as I was saying, but further back Christian Ho in 3rd, Tsolov in 4th, and being chased by Konrad Zilic. That's your top 5 at the moment. 2 laps completed. This is lap number 3. And Evan Gilter has built himself a bit of a gap, 0.2 of a second. That's not much at all, as we have Ugo Ugochukwu still harassing the French leader. The pressure is on, and Ugochukwu knows he needs the results, and for that there's just one way through, getting past Evan Gilter. But the same idea goes for Konrad Zilic, who's very close, coming near Nicolas Tsolov in 4th place. Christian Ho up in 3rd. This is the 2 teammates of the Sauber Junior Kart, and Ugochukwu goes for the lead with a move around the inside of Gilter. Once again, fair and square, and nicely done from the 2. No tangle, no contact whatsoever, and Evan Gilter might want to try to do the same as well. For that he needs to just stay on the back of Ugo Ugochukwu and keep the pressure on as well throughout the course of this qualifying heat. But easier said than done. But Ugo Ugochukwu, as a result, put himself in the lead. Evan Gilter in 2nd. Konrad Zilic in the meantime just went past as well behind. Not only Harry Burgoyne and Christian Ho in 3rd place. My apologies. Konrad Zilic still in 4th place. So now transponder issue back and running. But watch out for Freddy Slater as well in 6th place, harassing Nicolas Tsolov. That's your battle on the lead, with Tsolov, the 119, being harassed by Freddy Slater. This is battle for 5th and 6th, and Slater getting past. Freddy Slater making his way up to 5th place in front of Nicolas Tsolov. And for the back we have Harry Burgoyne and Rintaro Sato as well, battling hard, tooth and nail. And those two are being chased as well by Kosko Nirfan in 9th. And we have in 10th place Rashid Al-Daheri, just made his way past Matheus Ferreira over there for 10th place. We'll get back to that in just a few moments, but in the meantime, Ugo Ugochukwu is still leading the way in front of Evan Gilter. The two were just split by 0.2 of a second. And watch out for the battle. There's a contact, I'm afraid. There's a contact between the 154 of Rintaro Sato and Harry Burgoyne. I don't think it was Kosko Nirfan. I think it was Harry Burgoyne, and unfortunately, Rintaro Sato just went together. Yeah, confirmation of Rintaro Sato dropping down the order as well. Oh, that's one big turn of event, and Rintaro Sato confirmation that this will be, unfortunately for him, once again another retirement, or at least can he try to get his engine back and running again into this race. But a big incident over there, at least a big contact, as Rintaro Sato was the victim of the two, as he was pushed outside of the track, and the Rick Griffin Motorsport driver trying to get back, but this one happened, unfortunately, for Rintaro Sato. Once again unlucky in the course of the qualifying heat, with another retirement for him. In the meantime, watch out, and there's another move, and thanks again to the big work put together by the marshals on the track in securing the facilities, the track, and of course the drivers in as the cart was being taken out of the racing line. So thanks again, guys, for the hard work put together onto the track. In the meantime, Igor Guchuku and Christian Ho as well put themselves in first and second. Evan Gilter is trying to hold on in third place, and the young Frenchman is going for the second place, run inside of Christian Ho. Beautifully made from Gilter, who has still something to say in his race, and if he can find still a bit of energy in himself and his machinery, then anything's still possible. Less than 2 laps down from the checkered flag. Theo Eriksen is the fastest, but look out for Christian Ho. He's still very much on the pace. Oh, and there's a bit of a contact, I'm afraid, or at least I think Evan Gilter almost lost the racing line over there and had to let Conor Zilic through for a 4th position, so for 3rd place. So there's an exchange with Christian Ho, Zilic and Gilter down in 4th place. But watch out for Freddie Slater, the young Frenchman is going to have to resist once again. But Conor Zilic, can he actually do like he did in the last qualifying heat in gaining 2 positions in the course of just 2 corners in the last lap? Can he actually do one last attempt and successful once again? We shall see about that. But Conor Zilic is on the pace. The 1 lap is on. Evan Gilter, Freddie Slater. This is the battle for 4th place. So watch out as well for Conor Zilic. He's just on the back of Christian Ho, and the Singaporean is going to have to defend his 2nd place very hard into the last corner of this lap. And here comes Conor Zilic trying to go around the outside, maybe have a bit of exit of his fellow rival. Oh, that was very, very tight. And Conor Zilic had to put one wheel out of the track, and in the meantime Freddie Slater is getting past Evan Gilter for 4th place. So he's going all directions in this closing lap of the qualifying heat. But Gilter lost another position to Freddie Slater in the process. The young British driver getting past for 4th at the moment. Indeed, in the lead, Igor Guchuku, nothing to worry about. He's not even watching over his back to see where the rest is. He just needs one thing, the 2 last corners, a good exit, and then this will be once again victory for Igor Guchuku, the young American, and this will be in the process a 1-2 for the Sauber karting team. A 1-2 victory for Igor Guchuku, 2nd place for Christian Ho, and Conor Zilic came close to put himself in 2nd place in the last corners, but just came very close for just 1,000 of a second. Can you imagine that? Sorry, 3/10 of a second further back Conor Zilic and Freddie Slater. That was the gap at the conclusion of this race. So Igor Guchuku, Christian Ho, 1-2 for the Sauber Junior Karting team. 3rd place for Conor Zilic. 4th place for Freddie Slater in front of Evan Gilter, in front of Harry Burgoyne. 7th place for Nicolas Tsolov. Rachel Daheri in 8th place in front of Matheus Ferreira, followed by Sonny Smith for the top 10. Classification appearing on your screen. 11th place for Francesco Soldavini in front of Ariel Elkin, Kosko Nirfan, Theodore Oldmark, Francesco Marenghi, Nacho Chidon Garcia, Jan Pucciu in 17th, 18th place for Romain Andriolo, Oscar Wurz 19th, 20th place for Nicolas Lacorte, Julius Dinesen in 21st, 22nd position for Karol Pasevich in front of Luca Samalisto, Yolan Rakamier, Theo Eriksen, Frederick Lund, and Aurélien Nobles, Antonio Late, and Ethan Nobles, and a big retirement, a big name, not able to see the checkered flag of this race. Rintaro Sato, unfortunately, a Japanese driver, a 2nd bad luck in the qualifying heats today for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver who was involved in a bit of an incident, a bit of an issue on track that precipitated him to retire from this race. Victory in the end for Igor Guchuku, and let's see how he just did that in the course of 7 laps. Here comes the replay. And there you can see the first leader of this qualifying heat was Evan Gilter, who managed pole position. Nicolas Tsolov just almost by his side on the way to the turn number 2. And you can see further back some drivers involved in a bit of an issue over there with one of the Birelart. I think it was Karol Pasevich going around the outside and losing a lot of ground as well in the process of these opening laps. One of the Sodi car driver for the back in the classement as well was involved in some trouble over there in the opening corners. But Gilter in the meantime was able to lead coming close to the first lap in front of Nicolas Tsolov. You can see the leaders, and Gilter at this point had built a bit of a gap with 3/10 advantage, and Tsolov getting passed by Igor Guchuku, who lost no time at all around into the start of the 2nd lap to make his way past for 2nd place. That was the start of his charge towards the leader Evan Gilter. Further later in the race we had the 2nd maneuver, the decisive one for Igor Guchuku for the lead. taking the inside line. It was fair and square, purely done, and Gilter, even though he wanted to, didn't resist too hard, at least to avoid the contact, still keeping his space in second position, but unable to get past again, as in the meantime he had to actually make do with 5th place in the end, because the others were charging through as well further back. So Gilter still in second place, but you could see actually the recovering effort from Freddy Slater getting past Nicolas Solov, as well as further back the 182 of Harry Burgoyne, the young British driver. The 4-driver battle involving the Ricky Flynn Motorsport drivers for much of the race as well, and beautiful effort Nicolas Solov here on your picture, the 119. Having to and there's one of the biggest moments of the end of this race, and the contact between Rintaro Sato and the 130 of Koskun Irfan. And I thought actually it was another driver like Harry Burgoyne. He went so fast, but it was his own teammate, so there's going to be a lot of explanation to give certainly back in the tent. But the incident happened between Sato and Koskun Irfan. Unfortunately for both of them, Irfan who dropped a lot of position down to 13 as a result of this event. In the meantime, you can see here Christian Ho getting past Evan Gilter. Evan Gilter who almost lost his cart on the curb and lost another position, not only to Christian Ho but as well to Kono Cilic, the American driver for World Racing, who went past for 4th place. But in the process, Evan Gilter would still lose a bit of ground, because just behind him, as you can see right now, Christian Ho in a big explanation with Kono Cilic, who wasn't able to get past the senior Peruvian, who would complete the 1-2 for Super Karting, as we have Cilic right now. But behind, that's going to happen just very, very soon as well. And you could see actually Kono Cilic putting a wheel outside of the track in his attempt to get past Christian Ho. That was very tight, but just in the process, just after, Evan Gilter wasn't able to resist from the attack of Freddy Slater, the young British driver who just made his way past the Frenchman for 4th place in the closing stages of this race. For the back, we have Harry Burgoyne and Nicolas Solov completing the top 7, and the victory in the end for Ugo Iguchuku in front of Christian Ho. Kono Cilic completing the top 3 into this replay. And we are back on track, ladies and gentlemen. Another grid, another excitement for the junior category. This will be the qualifying heat opposing group D and F. We're going to have Ian Ekmans and Dion Goda leading the way at the start from the front row of the grid. But before we get back to racing, just a little break on the live streaming. Good to have you back with us, ladies and gentlemen, as we still have a couple of more races to live together. We're going to have the D and F, the two groups opposing each other in this junior qualifying heat, and we'll have three more heats after this one. One last for the junior and two last for the OK class. Of course, we won't be done quite yet with the qualifying races, as we have 5 more tomorrow morning, and then after that we'll have a definitive classification at the end of the qualifying races, and this classification will draw the hierarchy at the starting of the finals. So we'll know who of the 74 drivers in OK and the 89 drivers in junior, who of them will be able to make it to the final in both categories. So this will be for tomorrow. Before that, let's conclude this day once again on a high, as this has been a beautiful day of racing with a lot of fighting, a lot of beautiful battles. But I got to say that even though we had a bit of issues in the opening lap, most of the races have been run in very, very respectful conditions, even though some of the drivers and team managers might actually disagree with what I'm saying right now. But even though we had some issues happening into the opening laps, as it's often the case when the field is tight together, and especially when you have such a fast flowing first few corners, especially as the right-hander after the start-finish straight. That kind of thing, that kind of issue and trouble in the opening lap can happen, and we've seen it a couple of times. But apart from that, it's fair to say that the overtaking maneuvers, the battles have been well put together, and you can actually feel not only the respect between all those drivers from the OK and the junior class, but as well as the dedication and commitment they put into the driving, into the quality driving, whenever this comes to putting together an overtaking maneuver. So right now we're gonna see if one of those drivers in the upper part of the field can make a difference in this qualifying heat. This will oppose the Group D and F of the junior class. And so far, we've had a good number of different winners into this category of the juniors for drivers between 12 and 14 years of age. So far, 2 victories for Evan Gilter, 2 victories for Ugo Iguchuku as well, a victory for Intaro Sato, 2 victories as well for Igor Chepil. So this will be interesting as Chepil, Gilter and Ugo Chuku all have 2 heat wins so far. 1 heat win for Brando Badoer, 1 for Rintaro Sato, and 1 for Christian Ho. Of course, all the updated results available on FIAkarting.com, when you can find all the information that you need, as well as the regulations, timings, and live timing and streaming available to you as well on social media, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. So make sure to be with us all the way to the end of the weekend. Once again, we'd like to thank you. As you can see on the screen, everybody's wearing a mask. Everybody is keeping as much as social distancing as they can. So once again, we want to thank everyone on board, everyone involved into the making of this beautiful FIA Karting World Championship that has been running in fantastic conditions so far. And this is in a big part thanks to everybody's effort in those sanitary precautions that we've been taking in order for the championship to be run in order. So right now, in just a couple of minutes, we're going to have another grid of the junior category, the D against the F, and Ian Aikmans on the left side of the picture is driving for the Cosmic Racing department, is from Belgium, and is going to be starting for pole position with that yellow crash helmet, highly recognizable from even a far distance. Dion Gouda from Rookie Free Motorsport will be alongside him, the young Singaporean, who has a little bit struggled to being able to keep the momentum with the previous performance that he had put together. So very fast, Dion Gouda into the wet in the difficult conditions so far yesterday in the qualifying practice, but struggled a little bit more in racing mode, shall we say. So that's all down to Dion Gouda to be able to perform at his best once again into this race, but this will be no easy task as he has a lot of fast drivers behind him. Max Verbrugge, not always in luck as well, the young VDK Racing driver today, but he still has that race to try to make things up. Tuukka Taponen will be on row 2 as well. Chu Dozonu and Rolin Randini on row 3. As you can see, the starting grid appearing right now on your screen. Matteo De Palo and Alfio Spina will share the row number 4. Row number 5 will see Jonathan Waymat and Maxime Rem start alongside each other, followed on row 6 by Aidan Neat, Aaron Walker, row 7, Ivan Dominguez and Matthias Jacobsen, row 8, Valerio Rinicella and Patrick Acalla, row 9, Flavio Olivieri and Maxwell Dodds, row 10, Arthur Poulin and Kirill Kutskov, row 11, Carsten Morgan and Tobias Klosen, row 12, Caden Prost and Edgar Ampilogov. Then we have Rondigo Testa, Emo Fittipaldi, followed by Luca Fuccia, GC Carrasquedo and Maxim Orlov. A total of 29 drivers making it to the track as the green flag has just been waved to them as they make their way onto the track for the warm-up lap. As you can see, the leader on your screen, Ian Aikmans from Cosmic, with Dion Gouda just behind him. Let's see what Dion Gouda can actually make out of this race from the outside of the front row. One warm-up lap, one lap to get the quick formation in order, and that's mostly down to the driver at the front. Of course, the pole sitter for this race, Ian Aikmans, who has to pace himself once you see the yellow flag. The checkered flag will be in 7 laps. Once you see the yellow flag, then this is the signal from the marshals and the race director that he has to drop in pace and to allow everybody to get together in the third and last sector of the track. You know how it goes. The FIA Karting World Championship is already getting near the conclusion of the second day of all dedicated to qualifying races, of course. 5 more tomorrow, then the most decisive races of the entire season for those drivers in both the OK and the junior class. The final to crown the 2020 World Champion. We're not there yet. Now there might be still a few points to collect, a few victories to achieve, and maybe a couple of few tickets to get for a place in the final. This will be interesting, of course, to keep an eye on the provisional ranking that you'll find available as well online before the closing qualifying heats tomorrow, and we shall see if any of those drivers will be willing to put new tires on into the last qualifying heat to make up for some ground lost during this Saturday. This is for later, the consideration of strategy. Right now, let's go out and we're racing 7 laps, and here we go for this last qualifying heat of the day for the DNF group in the junior class. Oh, and a bit of a tussle, unfortunately, once again, just before the right-hander, and one driver out, I'm afraid, just into the barrier. A bit of a contact with the tire barrier, but not so much to worry about as it seems. But a couple of drivers were involved in another issue into the opening corner, and it was one of the Tony Kart drivers as it seems. But there you go. We'll try to identify who that is, the 117, the 145 as well, as involved in some tangle, the 145 being in the ranking. Ivan Dominguez, unfortunately, the Pirelli racing driver, one of the local drivers. The 177, if it's him, one of the Car Republic drivers, you're going to see, yeah, this is Aiden Neat, the 117 confirmation. Aiden Neat from Tony Kart, who was actually pushed outside of the track and against the wall, but was able to continue. Let's see if, yeah, he's still on track, Aiden Neat, but further down the order. Let's have a look at the gaps as they complete lap number 1. This is lap number 2nd. As you can see, battle raging. Ian Ekmans in the lead, being chased by Maxence Verbrugge. And further back, we have Dian Gouda, Alfio Spina, and Tukat Tapanen. All together, we're in a still very, very tight midfield. Right now on your picture, the 124 of Dian Gouda is going to try to make up for maybe the bad luck that he had in the different qualifying hits before. But he's on a good pace in 3rd place. Alfio Spina just behind him with Tony Khan. And then watch out for Spina, is going to try to go around the inside. Oh, that was tight. Maybe another attempt. But he's not getting through yet. Alfio Spina, who just came close, very, very close to the tires of Dian Gouda. But everything still goes fine. To Tapanen and Rolin Nirandini. Nirandini getting past Tapanen for 5th place confirmation on your screen. Tapanen down in 6th in front of the 143. Chu Donzono in 17th place in front of Aaron Walker. Mata Jacobson is 9th, and 10th place for Maxime Rem at the moment. 2 laps completed. Here they come across the start-finish straight. Ian Ekmans is still in the lead. A good start of the race for once for Ian Ekmans, who has a clean track in front of him, but still the pressure from Maxence Verbrugge just behind. Verbrugge, the young Filiki driver, on his way maybe to a potential heat victory after being not so lucky in previous attempts. So we shall see what's going to happen between the 2 leaders, split by 1.4 seconds from the rest of the field. So increasingly, those 2 drivers on your screen, Verbrugge in 2nd, chasing Ian Ekmans. The Belgian, I guess the Frenchman, were able to really pull away from the rest of the field. Of course, a field still very tight to each other and battling tooth and nail for 3rd place. Dion Gouda still in 3rd. Alfio Spina chasing him just behind. Then we have Erolin Nirandini under the pressure of Tukat Tapanen, the 3rd best of the European Championship. And he goes through to Katapanen. That was very close as he was just went on the curb, clipping a bit the curb over there in the corner number 5. But he just didn't go through yet for Tukat Tapanen. Still behind Erolin Nirandini. This is the battle for 4th place at the moment. Onto the start-finish straight. Further back behind, Aaron Walker trying to keep Jonathan Waymat behind him as well. Then we have in 9th place, just out on the edge of the top 10, Matthias Jacobsen and Matteo De Paolo. This hasn't changed so far, but in the moment, Ian Ekmans is still your leader, with just 0.2 of a second faster. Jonathan Waymat, the fastest on track, 59.1 at the moment, confirmation on your screen. And right now, this is the observatory moment between the 2. You can actually see Ian Ekmans and Maxence Verbrugge pulling away from the rest of the field. 1.2 seconds at least if they don't get together, and if the other drivers behind keep on battling against one another. This should be no concern at all for Ekmans and Verbrugge to see the checkered flag within one order. That's the main question, obviously, as Ekmans has at least one chance to grab a heat victory this weekend, as well as for Maxence Verbrugge to make up for some of the bad luck that he had before. But look out, because the field is getting pace and the field is getting near, as it seems. Let's have a look at the gap. 1.2 seconds still, quite a big gap over there. So that seems unlikely that such a gap will be actually made up in the course of the less than 3 laps that we have. Lap number 5, less than 2 laps before the checkered flag. But at the moment, the lead, the battle for the win is still very much uncertain as Jonathan Weymouth pulls together another fastest lap in 58.7. But at the moment, Dion Gouda is able to keep his opponents behind. Alfio Spina in 4th, 5th place for Erling Nurandini, and 6th place for Tuka Taponen. Tuka Taponen getting ahead of Nurandini in 5th place. Of course, one thing to take into account is the tire wear, and as all the drivers only have one set of tires allowed for the qualifying practice and qualifying heats before putting on new tires for the final, if they want to decide to go for a fresher set of tires in the last qualifying heat in order for them to save themselves and maybe getting one ticket for the final, so be it. But most of them, of course, are trying to keep the last set of tires fresh for the final to make a difference. So that's a factor to be taken into account, because the tire wear, the tires have been put under a lot of pressure, especially of this track. Talking to a lot of the drivers on the paddock, they told me that because of the fast flowing layout of this Kartodromo International, the tire are put under a lot of pressure. Certainly one of the biggest pressures from the entire FIA karting season so far in terms of length and performance from those tires. So that's something to take into account. And at this point of the qualifying heats, with one last qualifying race to go tomorrow, of course the tires have been through a lot already, and that might affect a bit of the pace from some of the drivers out there. This is still in theory, of course, as we have a beautiful battle close to each other, and this is going through indeed for the 120. This is happening for the back of Alfio Spina and Dion Gouda. It just happened that Dion Gouda just lost a bit of a momentum over there, but Alfio Spina still battling against Gouda. This is Tuka Taponen, my apologies. Dion Gouda still in 3rd place, but Tuka Taponen and Alfio Spina side by side as we are still the battle for the lead in 1st place, and I think that Taponen is going around as well. Alfio Spina going through, but Taponen is fighting back. A beautiful battle between the two. This is actually for 5th place at the moment, at the advantage of Tuka Taponen in front of Alfio Spina, but watch out for the rest of the grid as Erling Nurandini as well as the other drivers behind. Who do we have? Matthias Jacobsen as well as Aaron Walker, all getting involved in the mix as well in that very, very tight midfield. This is the battle for potential 5th place as Jonathan Weymouth made his way through to 4th. Dion Gouda is still in 3rd, and Ian Ekman still leading Maxence Verbrugge. Can Maxence Verbrugge, the young Frenchman, do something in the very last corners of this race? Just 2 left, 2 right-handers left. And it's going to be very hard, but one last kick of the throttle for Ian Ekman is going to win this one on a very, very tight finish, almost photo finish. Victory for Ian Ekman for just 1/10 of a second on Maxence Verbrugge and Dion Gouda, completing the top 3 just behind. 2/10 of a second between those 3. Wow, what an end of a race that was. But Ian Ekman had actually quite a hard of a moment over there as he had to keep Maxence Verbrugge behind him for the totality of this qualifying heat, but Dion Gouda was coming back at him very, very fast. One more lap and we could have had like a totally different top 3 at the end of this qualifying heat. But in the end, win for Ian Ekmans in front of Maxence Verbrugge, with 3rd place for Dion Gouda. His best results for all those 3 drivers at the end of the day. Then we have in 4th place Jonathan Weymouth as the classification appears. 5th place for Tuka Taponen. 6th place for Alfio Spina in front of Aaron Walker in 7th. 8th place for Matteo De Paolo. 9th place for Valerio Renicella. 10th position for Duccio Tozzono. 11th position for Flavio Oliveri in front of Kirill Kutzkov, Maxwell Dodds, Matthias Jacobsen, Erling Nurandini, who lost a lot of ground done in the closing stages of this race. Tobias Klose, Emo Fittipaldi, 18th place for Edgar Ampilogov in front of Canon Prevost. Rodrigo Testa in 20th place. 21st place for Patrick Akala in front of Lucas Fluccia, JC Carrasquedo, Maxime Rem, Carson Morgan, Maxime Orlov, Arthur Poulin, Aidan Neat as well, all the down at the 28th place of this classification. And we have Ivan Dominguez. Unfortunately, you could not see the checkered flag. You just briefly saw Aidan Neat getting back into the pit lane after a difficult race. Let's have a look at what happened into this qualifying heat. So first of all, a good start from Ian Ekmans on your picture, taking advantage of his pole position, but Dion Gouda and Maxence Verbrugge especially was able to take 2nd position, but further back, a bit of a tangle over there with Aidan Neat, unfortunately with the biggest victim into this contact, as some of the drivers tumbled down the order, but Aidan Neat on the right side of the picture, was able to get his engine going again, finishing the race down in 20th and last position, unfortunately for the Tony Kart driver. Otherwise, it just happened, and another contact over there for the battle for 4th place, as it happened between Aaron Walker, Alfio Spina, some of the Tony Kart and drivers as well. Edenid was able to get going again onto the track, but very last, as you can see, the very tight midfield. But some of the Tony Kart drivers got together just into the opening corners. You can see right now the 120 of Alfio Spina battling tooth and nail with Tuka Taponen, and the 124 of Dion Goddard was trying to keep himself together down in 3rd place at the moment. But we had Erolin Nirandini as well, the 171 making his way through. Dion Goda just in front of Alfio Spina, Tuka Taponen, Erolin Nirandini, were all the drivers battling for what was 3rd place and what would stay 3rd place for the totality of this qualifying heat, because ahead of the pack, Ian Ekmans and Maxence Verbrugge managed to pull away from the rest of the field. But at the moment, on track and on your picture, Tuka Taponen and Alfio Spina offered us a beautiful battle, chasing the both of them. Dion Goda in 3rd place at the advantage to Kataponen, the 103 going around the outside of Alfio Spina. There was a bit of a tight battle over there, and look out for Jonathan Waymat just behind. Went past the two of them actually, clipping the curb on the way. The 110.3 beautifully made for the Danish driver, who just went past for 4th place, securing what would be 4th place at the end of this heat. And in the meantime, actually, the two Tony Kart drivers kept on explaining themselves, and which was in the end not maybe the best options in the qualifying heat, as they both lost a lot of ground. And looking at the 155 further back, trying to attack them as well. It was very close in the end. This is Patrick Akala actually who went through for the move, Erolin Nirandini as well, but the two I guess might have went together because they both lost a lot of ground in the process. But on your screen, the 199 of Matthias Jakobsen was as well involved in the battle against Alfio Spina over there to Taponen. So it was a very tight midfield through this qualifying heat. Right now the advantage of Alfio Spina, the 120, just behind to Taponen. Then we had Jakobsen, very close indeed. Up ahead in the lead, we had the battle between Ian Ekmans with Maxence Verbrugge. The best results for both those drivers, who actually kept pressuring themselves for the totality of the qualifying heat. And Dion Goda further back was able to catch up with them in the closing stages of this race, but without being able to get close enough to make his move. One more lap and we could have had a totally different top 3. As you could see, Maxence Verbrugge was saying to Ian Ekmans somehow, don't release the throttle, don't watch over your head, because Dion Goda is just behind and he might actually get past the both of us. It didn't happen. One more lap, it could have been the case, as the 3 finished very close to each other, with the victory for Ian Ekmans in front of Maxence Verbrugge and Dion Goda. So, ladies and gentlemen, my best friends, we have one more junior heat to go together for this one. This will be the race between Brando Badauer and Timotheus Kucharczyk, between the 108 and the 112. These are the group A against C, as we're gonna have just a short break before getting back to the drivers getting ready for the last junior qualifying heat of the day, and then we'll switch back to the Eco class just after this. There was a bit of an inside action that the RGMMC group put together for you guys, and it was to give you a bit of a background action with what's been happening here on location at the Portimão karting track. the location chosen by the FIA Karting Federation for the World Championship. We weren't supposed to be here in the first place, but we're still very happy that we've been able to find a solution and being able to compete with all of you guys and more than 160 drivers. So a beautiful achievement. That's the result of month and month of hard work put together in the background to make sure not only that this event will be able to take place in the perfectly chosen location, which is Portimão in this case, but as well respecting the sanitary precautions. And so far so good. And once again, we have to thank everybody involved into the making of this beautiful event, as well as for respecting the sanitary rules put in place for the running of the event. The wearing of a mask and the social distancing, avoiding social contact as much as possible, social distancing of 1.5 meter as much as you can wherever you are, inside and outside the facilities, as well as in the restaurant and cafeteria of the Portimão karting track, especially as well in the paddock. So we're getting near already the conclusion of this Saturday of racing. 3 more races to go and live together, ladies and gentlemen. The first one coming up is the qualifying heat opposing the group A and C of the junior class, and we'll switch to the senior category for one more time. 2 more races to conclude at approximately 5 o'clock Portuguese time. Then it's worth remembering you guys about the timetable for tomorrow that you can find obviously on fiakarting.com as well. We'll be back live at 10:40 for the first qualifying heat, back live with the live streaming, of course, just a couple of minutes before 10:40 Portuguese time. 5 more qualifying heats to go through in the morning. Then we'll have a bit of a break, and the entire afternoon will be allocated to the junior and the OK final. 17 laps to go through for the juniors, 20 for the OK, and then of course the podium presentation between each of the races. And make sure to tune in and to be with us for the entire duration of Sunday. This will be of course worth watching, worth staying with us. We have 3 more races to go for this Saturday of qualifying heats. And the first one of those 3 races coming up is the junior category. Brando Badoer, the 108 on the left side of the picture, is about to get onto the track, leading the rest of the pack in 1 minute as the board is being shown to the drivers. Timotej Kucharczyk, the Polish driver, by his side. Matteo Capieto and Alex Powell will be on row 2. Row 3, Marcus Luzio and Alexander Kubenko. Augustin Bernier and Igor Shepil on row 4. Bruno Del Pino and Kino Lazari on row 5. Arvid Lindblad and Arthur Ronjon on row 6. Auguste Terbo and Alessandro Giusti on row 7. Row 8, Zachary David and Maxime Furon-Castelin. Row 9, Laurence Lecertois and Arle Kiebel. Nicolas Ross and Martinus Stanzom on row 10. Row 11, Giovanni Trentin and Dorida Decker, row 11. Row 12 is Albin Stuyvesant, Gabriel Gomez on row 12. Row 13, Levi Vapula and Aero Recepi. Row 14, Diego Castro and Alessandro Silvaggi, Guillaume Bouzard and Gustav Winiewski on row 15. 30 drivers in total, ready to hit the track once again and for the last time today when it comes to the A and C group of drivers. The green flag is being waved, and here they come for the warm-up lap, followed by the formation lap. Of course, everybody get together for the grid. As you can see, the starting grid for this qualifying appearing on your screen. Brando Badoer and Timotej Kucharczyk, 1 and 2. Alex Powell and Matteo Capetto following in second row. So far, we had a couple of course, strong performances by not only Ian Ekmans, who managed to take first position. Ian Ekmans was the fastest in qualifying practice yesterday, and at least in the end for him, a first heat victory in the race that we had just before. Otherwise, in the junior class, a couple of winners so far. 2 wins for Igor Chepil on track right now. 2 wins for Igor Chukwu. 2 wins for Brando Badoer as well. 1 win in the bag for Taro Sato. That's been quite unlucky so far, the Japanese driver with 2 retirements. 2 wins as well for Evan Gilter, and 1 win in the bag for Christian Ho. So this will be interesting. We have two double winners in Igor Chepil and Brando Badoer on the grid. So we shall see what's going to happen in this junior classification, because it could be a third win of the qualifying heat for any of those 2 drivers. In the moment, Brando Badoer is leading the provisional classification of the junior class with 5 points for himself, 7 points for Timotej Kucharczyk and Christian Ho. So this will be interesting. Kucharczyk has been quite impressive as well, as much as Christian Ho. So the two are on equal points as we speak, just 2 points ahead of Evangelte in 4th place and Iguchuku in 5th place, closing by just 1 point. So Brando Badoer seems to have the upper hand if he wins that one for what could be pole position for the final of the junior category. We're not there yet. These are just provisional classification, as the conclusion of the day won't be the definitive provisional classification, if you know what I mean. We'll have a classification at the end of the day, but we'll have to wait for the last qualifying races tomorrow to have a definite and starting grid for both the final of the category. This is part of the FIA karting competition with the heats spread over 2 days. But at the moment, Brando Badoer is leading in front of Kujacic and Christian Ho, and just 2 points splitting those 3 drivers. So this will be really interesting to see what's going to happen. Kujacic and Brando Badoer on the front row of the grid with the pole position at the inside line for the Italian. Watch out for him, but watch out as well for Kujacic and Alex Powell on the inside line. The lights go out and we are racing. Here we go for the last race of the 2 groups today in Portimão. A good start from Brando Badoer. Watch out for Kujacic and Alex Powell around the inside at a bit of a tangle. Kubenko once again getting involved in a bit of a tussle over there, and one of the drivers further back, the 126, I think it was, they're going around the outside. This is Lorenz Lecertua, if I saw correctly, who just lost the control of his car around the outside of the corner number 2. But yeah, confirmation of Lorenz Lecertua, unfortunately the young Belgian driver who tumbled down the order in last position. So not the stellar race he had foreseen in his head, that's for sure. But back in the lead with Brando Badoer being able to keep this position. The 150 on your screen, Alexander Kubenko and Massimo Capieto, the 2 Cosmic drivers, close to each other. And I think one of the 2 got involved in a bit of a contact in the on the way to corner number 2. We'll have to see if it was either Kubenko or Massimo Capieto who almost lost control of his Cosmic chassis. But so far so good, and both are still with us onto the track. Let's have a look at the classification as they complete the opening lap. Brando Badoer, Powell in 2nd, Kujacic in 3rd, Igor Shepel is 4th, and on your screen, this is Nicolas Solov. Is it? No, Kini Lazari, my apologies, getting passed by Bruno Del Pino, was it? And indeed, Bruno Del Pino going around the inside, but Kini Lazari is resisting. This is a battle, beautiful battle for 9th place at the moment, and Bruno Del Pino wasn't able to get past Kini Lazari for 9th place. In the meantime, Arvin Lindblad just went past Alex Kubenko for 7th. And there's a change as well for 2nd place. Timotheus Kujacic getting past Alex Powell. So the Jamaican driver had the upper hand after the start. A good start thanks to the slipstream, of course, of Brando Badoer. He was able to pass Kujacic, but the Polish driver just responded and drove his way past to 2nd. Brando Badoer on the lead, and already pulling away with almost a 2nd advantage. Let's have a look at the gap right now, and you can see actually Igor Shepel telling to the others and telling to Capieto, Kubenko, as well as to Alex Powell. He tells them now is no time for the battle, now it's time to catch up with the leaders. Brando Badoer 8/10 of a 2nd advantage on Kujacic almost half of a second ahead of Igor Shepel, who was trying to motivate the others to stay together and try to decrease the gap before battling for position. So shall we see if that's going to happen? It depends, of course, on the pace of Igor Shepel, what he's going to be able to produce. In 3rd place at the moment, 59.4 and a 1 minute point 2 for Alex Powell. So at the moment, Shepel might be the fastest of the 2nd pack of the field. The chasing pack actually led by Igor Shepel behind Badoer and Kujacic. Let's see what happens. But at the moment, Brando Badoer once again managed to pull away and put himself outside of any pressure from the rest of the field. There it is, the young Italian with fastest lap once again right now. Is going to be able to pull it together. Igor Shepel, the fastest in sector 1, fastest in sector 2. Let's see if he can confirm in sector number 3. But Igor Shepel, the young Czech driver from Czech Republic, is on the charge, and he's getting closer to Timotheus Kujacic. Right now on your screen is the battle between Massimo Capieto and Alex Powell. Capieto, the Cosmic driver, trying to go around the inside of Powell, and Powell is opening the door, at least not resisting. He's doing the smart thing in this case, because otherwise that could end up in a contact. But Alex Powell needs to keep himself just behind Massimo Capieto, otherwise he could be under the threat of Arthur Ronjon just behind, the XP chassis driver. He's just behind. This is battle for 4th place, and here it comes. Shepel, the battle for 2nd place is on, and Shepel goes through. Change for 2nd place. Igor Shepel really fastest on track at the moment with a 59.92. This is almost 2/10 faster than Timotheus Kujacic, and as a result, he just went past the Polish driver. Igor Shepel up in 2nd. Now the question is, can he actually catch Brando Badoer in the time remaining? We are on lap 4. as we can enter the next lap number 5, and the clock is ticking once again. You don't have that much of a space and that much of a time to be able to do any difference in those qualifying heats of the junior class, and they know, as Arthur Ronjon is making his way past Alex Powell. Beautifully made by Arthur Ronjon, up in 5th in front of Powell. From the back, Arvin Lindblad is 7, Kubenko is 8. We have Bruno Delpino in 9 and Kenyu Alazari in 10th place at the moment. Lap number 5. As we're getting near the checkered flag, Igor Chepil once again the fastest on track, less than 7/10 of a second. And then come the 3 leaders with Brando Badoer, Chepil and Kucharczyk almost in the same picture, as Brando Badoer is going to have to watch over his shoulder just in a few seconds if Igor Chepil keeps on his pace and is being able to catch up with the Italian driver. We shall see about that. But further back, Arvin Lindblad, look at him. Arvin Lindblad in the back of Alex Powell and going through the Jamaican driver. Arvin Lindblad getting past Powell for 6th place. And not really the race that Alex Powell had expected, the AKM Car Republic driver, as he just dropped another position to Arvin Lindblad up in 6th. The battle for the lead is on. This is the penultimate lap. The penultimate lap of this race out of 7 rounds. Brando Badoer, just 3/10 of a second advantage. He had pulled away up to 8/10 before, but Igor Chepil is the fastest on track. Fantastic performance from the Czech driver, which really has no rival in terms of pace so far in this qualifying heat. And look at him go, actually just behind the leader. Brando Badoer is going to have a hard time. This is a bit more than a lap before, and there comes a change. Igor Chepil putting himself ahead of Brando Badoer. Change for the lead. Igor Chepil is your new leader. Brando Badoer in 2nd, and Timotheus Kucharczyk might want to try to do the same actually, because he's coming back very, very fast as well. 58.9, 58.7. 59.1. So at the moment, Timotheus Kucharczyk was faster than the Brando Badoer on the lap before. Let's have a look right now as they come into the last lap, closing lap of this qualifying heat, the last one for the juniors today. And Igor Chepil just 3/10 of a second ahead of Badoer. Badoer under the pressure for Kucharczyk. Master Capito on his own in 4th place. Ronjon and Arvin Lindblad battling on your screen for what could be 5th position for the French driver of Experiencing team. And look out, because Arvin Lindblad is going around the inside. This is the battle on your screen. And Ronjon's keeping the inside line, but not enough to prevent Lindblad from getting through. Arvin Lindblad going through Arthur Ronjon for 5th place. And Ronjon might want to watch behind him, because Alex Powell is not far behind in 6th position. Up in the lead, Arvin Lindblad, Badoer, Kucharczyk, your top 3 at the moment. Shall it stay the same for the closing corners of this race? Badoer under immense threat, and Kucharczyk goes through. Kucharczyk goes through for 2nd place and closes the door, and Badoer is unable to fight back. Shall we see something happening in the last corners, because there was a crossing of line that Badoer is unable to get past? Watch out for the 2nd place battle, and it stays the same. Kucharczyk in 2nd place, beautifully made by the Polish driver, who finished in 2nd behind Igor Chepil. And what a race from the Czech driver, really the fastest of them all on this Portimão track in this qualifying heat. Was able to pull away from the rest and secure that win in the last lap. Timotheus Kucharczyk just didn't never give up in this race. He never gave up, and actually was able to get past Brando Badoer in the closing stages in just a few corners from the checkered flag for a well-deserved 2nd place, but beautifully made as well from Brando Badoer, 3rd in this qualifying heat. We'll have to count on those drivers for the battle for the pole position until the end of the heat. Your classification on your screen: Igor Chepil 1st, Timotheus Kucharczyk 2nd in front of Badoer, Capieto, Lindblad, Arthur Ronjon, Axel Powell, Kubenko, Delpino, and 10th place for Kenyu Alazari. Outside of the top 10, Stenzold is 11 in front of Luzio, Bernier, Riccieppi, Terbo, Gomez, De Decker, Furon, Castellin, Kiebel. 20th place for Sturesen in front of Winieski, Buzar, Lichertua, Zachary David, Trentin, Giusti, Silvaggi, Ross, Castro, and 1 driver out of this race, unfortunately, is Levi Vapulla. This was the end, ladies and gentlemen, of the junior class for today, as we're going to find the junior drivers back, of course, tomorrow for the last qualifying heat, starting at 10:45 local time here in Portimão. Let's have now a look at the race that we just had on track with the replay. And from pole position, Brando Badoer at the start was able to keep advantage with Alex Powell on his slipstream. And we saw a bit of a moment with Timoteusz Kuczacic, the Polish driver, who was actually pushed out on the external line coming to the corner number 3. So it was very, very hot between those, but not as lucky as Laurens Lecertois. As you can see, the Belgian driver, unfortunately bad luck for him, as he was pushed all the way down the classification after a bit of a contact into the corner number 2 and 3. Quite unfortunate for Laurens Lecertois. In the meantime, the battle was on, and you could see Timoteusz Kuczacic trying to drive his way past a lot of Car Republic drivers as well, involving, of course, Igor Chepil making his way through, Alex Powell in the mix as well in the opening stages of this race. But Brando Badoer, in the meantime, was able to keep first position and trying to pull away. He actually did with 0.8 of a second, as we have the 102 of further back doing a great overtaking maneuvers over there. It was Arvid Lindblad in his recovery effort. Further up the ranking, you had Brando Badoer increasing his pace, trying to pull away for what could have been a potential victory. Further back, Master Capieto, the 150, and the 110 further back of Alex Powell had a bit of a tangle and explanation at the advantage of the Cosmic driver, who would end up at the advantage ahead of Alex Powell. 4th place in the end for Capieto, and 7th place for Alex Powell. In the lead, Brando Badoer was put under immense pressure from Igor Chepil. Really impressive performance from the young driver of Car Republic, who was actually lapping faster than anybody else, lap after lap into this qualifying heat. And this is the moment where he made his way past Brando Badoer, not to be seen again, and pulling away up to 0.8 of a second on the start-finish straight. But in the end, Kuczacic had a lot to do. In the meantime, Lindblad on his way to 5th place in the end, getting past Arthur Ronjon on the closing stages of the race. In the end, Igor Chepil was able to pull away, and behind Brando Badoer had a lot to do with Timoteusz Kuczacic, who never gave up in this race. And this is the moment when everything changed for Brando Badoer in the last lap, even though there might have been a bit of a touch over there with front fairing, but nothing to worry about. But Kuczacic put himself in second thanks to this beautiful overtaking maneuver. We would have thought for just a second that Badoer would have been able to get past in the last 2 corners, but it wasn't the case, as Chepil won in front of Kuczacic and Brando Badoer in 3rd place, with Capieto 4th and Lindblad in 5th place. Thank you very much. This was the replay of the last qualifying heat for the junior class that we had together. 2 more qualifying heats to live together to conclude this beautiful day of racing here in Portimão. As you can see, the lightning is decreasing slowly but firmly on Portimão. We'll have enough time and lightning, don't worry, for the last 2 races of the Oka class before getting back onto the track for the race opposing the Group A and C. Let's hear from the marketing manager of the Parolin Racing Kart Racing team, Marco Parolin.
Definitely the season was a huge surprise for everyone, and we were able to basically do almost all of the seasonal program concentrated in let's say 6 months. So it has been pretty intense in terms of sacrifice and effort, but in this paddock we are all driven by passion, and we needed to go through it, and we're happy to be now in Portimão to attend the most important race of the year. There were some logistic issues, especially in getting drivers into Europe. Traveling has not been very easy, and keeping also the safety standards high, checking everyone before and even after the race was very important for us to be able to carry on all the events of the season. Making prediction now, it's very hard. It seems that the emergency it's back again, so I don't want to say too much. I just hope that we will be able to be back, let's say, the first part of the year with some racing, and that we don't have to wait too much to be back racing again. Motorsport, it's nice also because of this. So everything we tried now basically not useful for the specific situation. So we have to use our experience on other events to adapt our equipment to this condition and be as fast as possible. In terms of format, it's an event like the others, but it has the magic of a World Championship. So it's the race that everyone waits for. and there's that tiny bit of adrenaline more that push you to do even more than what you're supposed to. I think it will be very important to keep the focus and do less mistakes as possible, because the field is very large, and you know, in this condition a DNF weighs a lot, so it will be important to keep calm and manage your way to the final in the safe side, and then give everything you have in the final.
And we are back on track live from the International Cartodromo do Algarve in the beautiful region of Algarve. Thank you so much to Marco Parolin, team manager and marketing manager of Parolin Racing Kart, for talking to us yesterday. We had the chance to talk to some of the team managers from some of the biggest teams and factories competing in the FIA Karting World Championship. You'll get the occasion to hear from them more tomorrow as well. But thank you to Marco Parolin. All those interviews were made yesterday, as you might have guessed, a day that was illustrated by a lot of rain, pouring rain from start to finish pretty much, even though we had a bit of a qualifying practice. In the end of the day, still run on a very slippery condition track, but with no more rain, even though the day has been absolutely perfect so far, and we're about to conclude on the same manner as well with the two last qualifying heat for the OK class. So what's the situation at the moment in this senior category, with 74 drivers entering the World Championship? Telo Barnard, the young British driver you're going to have on track right now, starting from row number 2 on the grid. Telo Barnard is leading the provisional standings as we speak with 0 points, which means he had 2 consecutive wins. Might be a third one, as each of those drivers have 4 qualifying hits to go through in order to have access, if possible, to the final on Sunday. 5 qualifying hits for each of the junior drivers, and this time around Telo Barnard managed to win his first 2 qualifying races. Lorenzo Trevisanuto is close in second, in front of Callum Braccio, Marcus Kayak, and Rafael Camara. That's for your provisional top 5 at the moment. We're going to have to wait, of course, for those 2 more qualifying races to have an even better and more clear idea of the classification to expect for tomorrow, with the last qualifying races to take place, of course, in the morning. So nothing is sure yet, even though we might have seen some of the protagonists, including Telo Barnard, of course, emerging from the rest of the pack. Barnard victorious twice, victory as well for Marcus Kayak, Juho Valtanen, as well as Lorenzo Trevisanuto and Josep Martí Soprabera. These are the winners so far. The A and C qualifying heat is on its way, as we're going to have Matheus Morgato, who is yet to have to win 1 qualifying heat, even though he started from a pole position after his fantastic performance in yesterday's qualifying, the opening series, through the elements, and he was able to master in such a difficult condition the karting track of Portimão, even though it's going to have a lot to do with Callum Braccio by his side, Alexander Hardwig, who ran into a bit of a trouble in the previous heat, but still have 2 races to make up for the ground he lost. Telo Barnard as well on his way to a potential 3rd victory. That would be, of course, a big option for the pole position to take coming to the final. Danny Kiel and Nicolas Pirtilati on row 3. Danny Kiel, that we have seen back on his best level in one of the previous qualifying heats, that he finished in 2nd place. Nicolas Pirtilati by his side, Jasper Janssen and Ruben Moya on side by side on row 4. Row 5, Marcus Kayak, a winner as well of one of the previous races, with Nikita Pedrin by his side. Row 6, Michael Paparo and Tanapongan Sumunto, followed on row 7 by Hugo Besson and Charlie Wurtz. Row 8, Francis Sariavi and Becol. Row 9, Oliver Gray and Jamie Day. Row 10, Florian Russo-Ricci and Lorenzo D'Alausio. Row 11, Dylan Vanthoff and Miguel Silva. Row 12, Arias Dirkmedian and Thomas Guedes. Row 13, Norton Andrensen and Cole Morgan. Row 14, Alexander Partishev and Andrei Pielescu. Row 15, Larry Smith and Maximus Meyer. On my timesheet, but might not be on the track, as Maximus is not taking part of the event no more, unfortunately for him. So it makes us a total of 29 drivers onto the track, going into the warm-up lap. Then we'll have the formation lap, rolling start, etc. Same starting proceedings as for each of all the qualifying races that we've had so far. 10 laps to go through. This will be the penultimate race of today. Then we'll have the group B and E to close the show for today. Then we'll have a night of break, well deserved for everybody to recharge the batteries and get back on track even more stronger than it was today, for even more fantastic racing and close racing as we can have here in karting. This is the highest level you can expect in international karting for the drive classes. We had the FIA Karting World Championship for Gearbox, as well as the FIA Karting Academy closing around a couple of weeks back in Donato. This time around, no Gearbox, the drive classes, and the best drivers in the world in both categories. So once again, Matheus Morgado will be starting from the front row with Colin Bradshaw by his side. Watch out for Alexander Hardwick. He's going to be on row 2, but on the inside line of the start, so that could actually make him a great opportunity to get past Colin Bradshaw and chasing Matheus Morgado thanks to the slipstream, and then getting the advantage on the inside of the track. We shall see what's going to happen, and watch out for the first right-hander. And as we've seen, a couple of drivers tangling with each other, and with some tire banging, of course, that didn't go too well for some of the drivers, forced outside of the track. And luckily for them, some of them were able not to go through the grass, but to go around the other layout of this track and get back onto the track, of course in very last position, as this Portimão racetrack is actually 4 different layouts. Now, once the light go out, we go racing for the penultimate time around, and here we go, racing 10 laps. And Matheus Morgado, Colin Bradshaw, north front row, is going pretty well onto the corner number 2. Watch out for the braking zone, and no tire banging whatsoever. And one driver is out, and a bit of contact, 2 drivers in. Unfortunately, the number 18, I'm afraid, over there, this is Nicolas Pertilati. Nicolas Pertilati is out of this race, unfortunately. Oh, it's a shame for the Pantano Racing driver, who was pushed out, it seems, against the tire wear. And the number 72 is back in contention. Who was that over there? Number 72 trying to identify. This is Andrei Pielescu, the Romanian driver of World Racing, that was another victim of the tangle in the opening meters of this race. In the lead, Matheus Morgado up front, with just in front, just behind him, Telo Barnard. Another great start from Telo Barnard, who was able to get past Colin Bradshaw and Alexander Hardwick up into second place. And watch out for just behind Danny Kiel as well. Great start as well from the 2 British drivers attacking Matheus Morgado. And Telo Barnard is going for it, and Danny Kiel as well run inside. And watch out, it's going to be difficult for Matheus Morgado, and Colin Bradshaw is through too. 3 places down, unfortunately, for Matheus Morgado. Was leading on the opening lap, but fell down to 4th, with now in the lead Telo Barnard taking Danny Curl and Colin Bradshaw with him. So that makes 3 British drivers ahead of the Brazilian in 4th. 5th place, we have Casper Janssen in front of Alexander Hardwick, who didn't have the best of opening laps, with 3 positions down for Casper Hardwick. Casper Janssen, my apologies, done in 5th. Alexander Hardwick as well, done in 6th. Marcus Kayak in 7th. Ruben Moya is 8th in front of Tanapongan Cemento. And Nikita Bedrin in 10th place, still unchanged for the Russian. This is the opening lap and confirmation of the trouble affecting Nicolas Pertilati, as well as Andrei Pielescu, down in 28th position. Quite unfortunate as well for Pielescu, but Pertilati is out of this race. So, as you can see, Telo Barnard is already increasing his gap up to almost 9/10 of a second after lap number 2. Here we go into the third one. Telo Barnard with the fastest lap on track. This is very logical, 57.2 as we speak. But at the moment, Matheus Morgado is in even more trouble as Colin Bradshaw and Casper Janssen getting past. Oh, and a bit of a trouble, unfortunately, for another driver over there. Let's try to identify who that is. This is number 12, can it be? Or was it the number 72? Briefly so, what happened? This is Andrei Pielescu, the number 72, unfortunately. Or was it Norton Andrensen? It was Norton Andrensen, the number 12. It was out of this way, the Swedish driver, unfortunately. On your screen, the number 46, and this is one of the drivers that got tangled in the first lap, Alexander Portishev. Unfortunately, it's going to have to make way for the leading drivers of this race. And yes, he does in the start-finish straight. So no worry at all for the leading drivers. A bit more for Alexander Portishev, who's going to try to see check a flag without to be too much in the way. 3 laps completed, lap number 4. Let's have a look. 1.1 second advantage for Telo Barnard. Telo Barnard is pulling away, is being absolutely untouchable so far into the start of this qualifying heat. It's going to be much more interesting behind. Watch out for Matheus Morgado under the rising pressure for Ruben Moya behind him. Ruben Moya getting past as well with Morgado. Oh, and a bit of a tangle, and 2 drivers involved, and one who just went out of the track, one of the ex-Chassis driver, I think, Charlie Wurtz, and was it Michael Paparo got involved over there, as it seems. we're missing Charlie Wurz as well and Alexander Hartwig. This is Alexander Hartwig, unfortunately, who just went out of the track in his battle for what was a potential 8th position against Charlie Wurz, as it seems. So an eventful qualifying heat all the way through the field, and you can see the change, beautiful, between Marcus Kayak and Callum Bradshaw. Kayak is through. Marcus Kayak is making his way up to 3rd place in front of Callum Bradshaw as we speak right now. Telo Barnard increasing his gap lap after lap. 1 second advantage on the Danny Kiel in 2nd place. Marcus Kayak up in 3rd, and look out as well for Casper Janssen, Matheus Morgato in the battle, the 22 on your screen. Callum Bradshaw battling as well further back with Matheus Morgato, Ruben Moya as well trying to catch up with the rest of the ranking. The 34 on your screen, Casper Janssen making his way past Callum Bradshaw for 4th actually, and Callum Bradshaw just went past again. So beautiful battle between the British driver and Casper Janssen further back. The Swedish driver is going to try again, maybe to destabilize, who knows, the Tony Cat driver. Watch out about what's going to happen, because Telo Barnard, Danny Kiel, just 9/10 of a second. Telo Barnard on his own planet. And can we actually see on after lap number 6, Danny Kiel trying to decrease the gap, even though it's going to be very, very difficult. What's going to happen behind is certainly worth paying attention, because Marcus Kayak has up to 1 second advantage on the Callum Bradshaw as we speak. The Bradshaw is under intense pressure. Marcus Kayak on the fastest lap on the race right now, done in 11. Danny Kiel, Marcus Kayak is on his way, and I think we're going to see the Estonian driver trying something against Danny Kiel. Here they come on your screen. The driver is in 2nd and 3rd position. Danny Kiel is trying to prevent himself from being overtaken, but in the meantime he cannot actually quite catch up with Telo Barnard, and there goes Marcus Kayak through Danny Kiel around the inside of the British driver. Change for 2nd place. Marcus Kayak on a very good rhythm since the start of this race, as he made up now 7 positions up to 2nd. So we're going to see, let's see what's going to happen, because up in front, yes, indeed, the gap is decreasing. So Telo Barnard is unable to pull any more actually. So the gap went from 9/10 of a second to down to 6. As we can see, Marcus Kayak and Danny Kiel are getting closer to Telo Barnard. Shall we see a complete reverse of events in this qualifying heat? This is lap number 7. We're getting closer to the checkered flag, but Telo Barnard, as you can see, is up for grab, as it seems, from both Marcus Kayak and Danny Kiel. If Danny Kiel is being able to keep the pace of Marcus Kayak, we could see actually quite a bit of a change in the final ranking. What's happening to Telo Barnard? I wonder. He put a lot of effort and energy into the early part of the race to pull away as much as he could, but of course there's a bit of energy being taken out of the driver himself, but out of the tires as well, as this has been a long day for the machinery, for the tires as well. So that could also explain why Telo Barnard is being able to pull away as much as he would have liked. Otherwise, he's maybe keeping just his foot, he's lifting his foot just a bit of the throttle, just to make sure not to give too much too soon. That could be probably the strategy, as Matheus Morgato is battling right now with Casper Janssen, down in 6th place. 5th place for Matheus Morgato, who is not having the time he wanted, starting from pole position, not able to fight for the upper part of this place. And here we have another beautiful this is Michael Paparo. Michael Paparo getting past Casper Janssen for 6th place. Beautifully put together by the Praga Racing Team driver. Paparo up in 6, Casper Janssen in 7, and he's struggling to keep his position. Watch out behind for Nikita Bedrin, as well as the number 16, Dylan Avantov. Another great recovery from the Forza Racing driver, Dylan Avantov, who's starting all the way back in the grid and made up 13 places as we speak. So let's watch where he's going to finish, actually, the fastest man of the Forza Racing team. But right now he's making his way up into 8th position in front of Jamie Day. Casper Janssen might lose a couple of positions in the process as well. Confirmation on your screen. Matheus Morgato up in 5th, as we have there's going to be a bit of a problem issue, an issue with the timing over there, but it's going to get back to normal in just no time. Transponder problem certainly, but Telo Barnard in the meantime is still your leader for 6/10 of a second on your screen in 28. Further back, Jamie Day in the big fight. Jamie Day with this is Dylan Avantov actually, and so one of the drivers. Oh, red flag! What's happening? Red flag! Your red flag on this race. Something is clearly happening on track. We didn't see what it was actually. So the driver is involved in an incident serious enough, at least, to call for a red flag. A red flag on this race. Let's see. Let's try to see what happened over there. in the course of this race as we're getting here to the checkered flag. So I'm trying to watch outside of my speaking booth to see where the trouble is coming from, if it involves a couple of drivers, and wondering what happened over there. But it's going to be a red flag, and all the drivers, as you can see, are being called back onto the starting grid. Red flag is on, and since we were just less than 2 laps from the checkered flag, I'm not sure that this race is going to get going again. Let's wait for further information from the race director. As soon as we are being informed, we'll keep you posted. But in the meantime, this is a red flag on the penultimate qualifying heat of the day, and we're not sure yet for what particular reason, but let's try to see what happened. But certainly involves the driver indeed, as the ambulance is making his way onto the track to see if hopefully everything is fine. Let's cross fingers, and we'll keep you posted as soon as we have information.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
And we're back on track here on the International Cartodromo do Algarve. As you can see, we had a red flag for the last qualifying heat, the penultimate qualifying heat of the day. And we haven't been informed yet about the state of the driver, because this is what it's all about. And as a result of some of the incidents that we had, a driver was being taken to the medical center, as it seems, but I haven't had any more information to give you for the time being, so I won't rush into conclusions, and we'll have to wait a bit further to have more news, hopefully positive, about any of the drivers' safety and health in what happened on the previous qualifying heats. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's focus back, because we have one more race to go to conclude this day of racing here in Portimão. Quick update about the classification that you can see on your screen. That was, of course, freezed at the end of lap 9. Through the lap 9, actually, we were getting near to the checkered flag, but red flag was pulled out, and the race was definitely stopped, and the drivers made their way back into the wet scale and the Parc Fermé, so we won't get back again. Right now, let's focus on the last race of the program. But Telo Barnard was leading the flag in the race just before. Telo Barnard in front of Marcus Kayak, Danny Kill, Callum Braccio, Matheus Morgato, Michael Paparo, Jasper Carson, Nikita Bedrin, Jimmy Day, and Dilano Vantov. That was for your top 10. Just before the red flag being waved and the race being interrupted and then concluded on this red flag. So we shall have the definite classification coming up on FIAkarting.com. Make sure to check out the updated results. Now we're going to focus ourselves back for this last qualifying heat of the day. We've been through 20 qualifying races so far. The last one for the OK class, and this will be certainly one to worth watching to conclude this program on a high. Andrea Kimi Antonelli will be starting from pole position on the left side of the track. Antonelli in the OK class that has not yet won a qualifying heat. Can you imagine that? As we've been through different winners so far in this category. One of the fastest on track, the second fastest of the qualifying practice in the OK class, but no victory yet for him so far into the chase for the world title. So let's see if he can actually make up for the lost ground during the past few heats before. This is the third qualifying heat for the drivers in those two groups, the B and E. Then there will be one more, a fourth and last one tomorrow in the morning. But Andrea Kimi Antonelli is going to have to watch his back as well, because Morgan Porter will be alongside him, the British driver from the Argentine Motorsport, the number 43. We're going to have Lorenzo Trevisanuto, winner on one occasion in one heat before. Lawrence Van Hoopen by his side on row number 2. Row number 3, Lorenzo Patrese and Gio Valtanen once again as a win under his bag for the Finnish driver. Josep Martins Pereira, one win as well for the Spaniard from row 4 with Nico Ankte by his side. Rasmus Chimis and James Morton on row 5. Row 6, Axel Sarniala and Joe Turney. Row 7, Rafael Camara and Alexander Dunn. Kim Warwang and Jenny Civico on row 8. Row 9, Enzo Trulli and Marlon Hernandez. Row 10, Mikael Ogard and Rasmus Andersen. Row 11, Lola Lovinfos and Levante Revez. Then we have row 12, Manuel Espirito Santo, Ricardinho Garcia, Christian Loven and Bruno Bertoncello. Row 14, Marcus Amann and David Sobrero, as well as Cecilia Engvingst. Your starting grid appearing on the screen, and here we go for 10 laps, and a bit of a trouble just behind the classification on your screen. Who is that from one of the CRG driver, I'm afraid. This is the number 21 that is having some trouble getting onto the track. The number 21 being Rasmus Uchimis. So, well, not so much of a good news for Rasmus Uchimis. He's being able to join the track, but a lot of smoke with still a cold engine. So we'll see what he's going to be able to do. But Rasmus Uchimis is on track. He's going to have to catch up with the rest of the field. Rasmus Uchimis is set to start from row number 5 in 9th position for this last qualifying heat of the day. At the moment, as we said just before the last qualifying heat, Telo Barnard, if the results stays as it is, and this is likely to be so, we will have another win, 3 wins in a row under the bag. so which means that we might have Tito Barnard as the provisional leader of the OK classification with still one qualifying race to go tomorrow. Lorenzo Trevisanuto could actually do something good by winning this one. He could secure what is currently the second position in the classification. Fabio Braccio in third. Andrea Antonelli, as by the look of it, is down in 18th place at the moment, 18th place overall in the classification of the OK class. So there's ground to recover for Andrea Antonelli, who hasn't been the happiest of drivers in the outcome of his two previous qualifying heats. Let's see what he's going to be able to do in this last qualifying race of the day. Andrea Antonelli, Morgan Porter, Trevisanuto, Lorenz Van Open, Lorenzo Patrese, Gio Valtanen, Nico Ancle, Giuseppe Marti Superbera, Rasmus Uchimis, and James Wharton. That's for your top 10. As the drivers are about to complete the formation lap, making their way onto the start-finish straight for the last time this Saturday before getting back on track, of course, for 7 more races, 5 qualifying races to get your final ticket within the best of the best for the final of the OK in the junior class. This will be for tomorrow afternoon. In the meantime, let's have a look at what's going to happen in those last 10 laps of the day. Here we go, racing. And not quite yet, actually. I was kind of disturbed. This is one more round, one more lap for the formation of the grid. So actually this is actually the first time at the last race that we have that happening, and the formation of the grid got dissolved indeed coming to the start finish straight. So one more lap to get everybody and everything in order. But so far it's fair to say that most of the formation grid have been well respected, well put together. So we actually never needed up until this point to go for one extra warm-up lap. So this is the first of today, and it's worth noticing is that it allowed us obviously to stay on schedule, which is not always easy in such an event with so many different races and so many different external factors that can get into play, and such as, for instance, the red flag interruption that we had on the race before. But so far, let's conclude this day on another high. 10 laps to decide one last race winner for today. Can Andrea Antonelli break the spell that has prevented him so far to take a win in the World Championship? Can Morgan Porter take once again finally a win as well? Can Trevisanuto go for a double score? And here we go, racing. This one is a good one, and green flag is on. Here we go for 10 laps of the day, with the best start from Andrea Antonelli. Morgan Porter, Trevisanuto by his side. Let's try to go run the first corners all together. Marcus Amand further back as well in the last ranks of the grid. He's going to try to recover as well as he did previously in the heat number 2. It's going pretty well for most drivers, as you have Trevisanuto getting past Morgan Porter quite expectantly, since Trevisanuto had the inside line, and a bit of a moment for Morgan Porter, who just lost almost the control of his car on his way to the corner number 6. I think it was a bit of a moment over there, but Lorenzo Patrese was very close to get past Morgan Porter, as Trevisanuto is ahead. We have Patrese, number 45, up in 4th, and it just came close to gain one more position, but Morgan Porter was able to keep control and stay on track and stay on course until the end of this qualifying heat, hopefully for him. So let's have a look at the gaps. Just half of a second for Andrea Antonelli on a good start and a good opening lap. Watch out for Trevisanuto, able to get past, and Trevisanuto is making his way past Morgan Porter. Change for 3rd place with Patrese, the other Lorenzo of this group. Patrese up in 3rd in front of Morgan Porter, and we have further back Nico Ante. A good start as well for Nico Ante in 5th place. Lorenz Van Open in 6th, Gio Valtanen in 7th, Rasmus Uchimis down in 8th, James Wharton in 9, and Joseph Martin Superbra in 10th. So these are the opening laps. It's still very tangled all between together. And look out for the number 5, beautiful race through for Rafael Cherez Camara. This is happening further back, and Rafael Cherez Camara on your picture, making his way up to 10th position, as Lorenz Van Open just got passed by James Wharton for 9th place at the moment. So Andrea Antonelli, Trevisanuto, half a second between those two. Lorenzo Patrese up in 3rd, Morgan Porter in 4th, Gio Valtanen making his way up to 5th position in front of Nico Ante. Let's watch out as well for the recovering possibly of Marcus Amann from the back end of the grid. This won't be easy in this last race. Morgan Porter on your picture, being chased by Juho Valtanen. This is a battle for 4th place, just behind Lorenzo Patrese. In third position, the young Italian driver for Car Republic, as some of the F1 fans out there might have recognized the crash helmet, the same colors as used to be worn in F1 races by Riccardo Patrese, the illustrious father of Lorenzo, 256 Formula 1 Grand Prix under his belt during a career of more than 15 seasons. And there is a change. Morgan Porter getting past Patrese for 2nd place. The British driver back where he was, and he's going to try to chase Kimi Antonelli, but in the meantime the young Italian managed to pull away quite impressively. Let's have a look at the gap as they come across just in front of us once again. It was 1 second just the lap before, 1 second still, as Travis Anuto is in 2nd. This is a battle for 3rd place. Morgan Porter up in 3rd, Lorenzo Patrese in 4th, being chased by Valtanen. On your screen is number 45. This is happening further back. Lorenzo Patrese, Juho Valtanen. This is the battle indeed for the upper part of the field, as we have Rasmus Uchimi is number 21, who seemed to have a bit of a trouble leaving the pre-grid, but is back in contention. A good pace for the number 21. Look at that, 4 drivers side by side already. As we have this happening further back, and Rafael Chavez Camara battling tooth and nail for what could be a 9th position. Joe Turney making his way up to 6th and 7th place. 7 is Joe Turney, and Lorenzo Patrese tumbling down the order, I'm afraid, up down to 10th place. And not an easy race so far for Lorenzo Patrese. Lap number 4, entering lap number 5. The battle is on for 3rd place, and look out for the back. This is who do we have here? Yeah, number 3 of Joe Turney, and we have just in front of him Nico Ankte. This is a battle for 6th place. At the moment, for the hub, we have the battle between Morgan Porter and Juho Valtanen. Valtanen watching over his shoulder to see the rest is. They're on themselves, really away from the rest of the field. But Porter still in 3rd. Valtanen in 4th place, away from the first 2 drivers. Antonelli, 1.2 seconds advantage on Lorenzo Trevisanuto. Trevisanuto, 3.2 seconds ahead of Morgan Porter. So right now, as it seems, unless there's some mechanical trouble on the way, I don't see anyone else than Antonelli or Trevisanuto winning this last qualifying heat of the day, considering the big gap that they've been able to pull together. Oh, and a retirement for the number 78 from CRG. This is Bruno Bertoncello, the Brazilian driver, is out of this race, unfortunately, being taken care of by the marshal. And watch out, Juho Valtanen. Juho Valtanen is going around the inside, diving through corner number 2 and getting past Morgan Porter. Beautifully made by Juho Valtanen, making his way up to 3rd place in front of Morgan Porter. On your screen for the back is the number 26 of Nico Ankte, driving for World Racing, ahead of James Wharton in 8th position. 9th place for Rafael Camara. Jamie Sibico is closing at the top 10 as we speak, and Rasmus Uchimi is the CRG driver in the number 21st, actually pulling a great recovery of 4 places. He was starting from 9, seemed to have a bit of a trouble getting back into the race, but then he was able to be on the pace, and his teammate, unfortunately, Bruno Bertoncello, won't be able to see the checker flag of this last qualifying race. This is lap number 6, as we're entering the 2nd part of this last qualifying heat of the day. Andrea Antonelli, 1.2 seconds ahead of Trevisanuto. Trevisanuto himself, 3.7 second advantage on Juho Valtanen. Valtanen, who just went past Morgan Porter for 3rd place, so there's a change. Porter down in 4th, Valtanen up in 3rd, and in the meantime, Joe Turney was able to get past Rasmus Uchimi for 5th place. There's your battle on screen. Further back, we have James Wharton, who just went past Nico Ankte, as it seems, for 6th place as well. So a couple of battles otherwise happening through the field as well. Further back, Rafael Chavez Camara, Jenny Sibico, 9 and 10. On your screen, the battle is on. Nico Ankte, the 26 from World Racing, chasing down James Wharton in 7. The young driver from Australia, up in 6th place in front of Anke, Rafael Chavez Camara. Let's see how it goes between those two, because right now the Paralympic driver seems to have a bit of a better pace, but oh, and there's some trouble as it was for the CRG driver Uchimi, who lost 2 positions in just 1 corner. What happened to Rasmus Uchimi, who made a bit of a mistake, as it seems, as he just got passed by James Wharton and Nico Ankte. Uchimi is back in 8th position, I'm afraid. And it seemed like he was dropping a bit of pace outside of the last corner, which might be an explanation, or hopefully into mechanical trouble for him. Let's see if he's still into the race. Yeah, very much in the race. Rasmus Lucchini is being chased at the moment by number 5 of Rafael Chavez Camara from Forza Racing. Chavez Camara is going to try to get past Lucchini for 8th place. In the meantime, Andrea Kimi Antonelli on your screen is still very much a leader, holding the lead very firmly, still 1 second ahead of Travis Zanotto. Let's see if the gap decreased anyhow in the last lap. 9/10 of a second with 2 laps to go. This is lap number 9 out of 10. Andrea Kimi Antonelli still firmly holding the lead. 9/10 of a second advantage on Travis Zanotto. 57.0 for Antonelli on the last lap. 56.9 for Travis Zanotto. Pretty much equal lap times from both the leaders. And Antonelli on his way to his first qualifying heat victory. Travis Zanotto had one already in the bag and might be willing to add another one. But we'll have to count certainly on those 2 riders battling for the world title coming to the final, even though Antonelli might not have been as happy in terms of result as Travis Zanotto. And right now, Morgan Porter still in 3rd place. The 2 leaders on your picture. Porter in 3rd, James Wharton in 4th place at the moment, 5th place at the moment, and Antonelli is back in your live timing. Final lap for the young Italian of Czech Republic. Travis Zanotto in 2nd, 3rd place for Valtanen, Porter in 4th, Turney in 5th. Watch out, because seems to me that Jordan indeed is very, very close. And number 3, just on your picture, trying to get past Morgan Porter. We could see another switch of position between the 2 British drivers, as we're going to follow Antonelli all the way to the end. In the 1st position, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, backed by the Mercedes Junior program, of course, and potentially on his way to do some single-seater race next year, unless he chooses to do some season in KZ, as it might be the case as well. The gearbox karting that Max Verstappen himself considers as the must-do step before eyeing a potential career in single-seater. We'll see about the future, but for now, Andrea Kimi Antonelli is winning the last qualifying heat of today. First qualifying heat win for the Italian of Czech Republic, way ahead of Lorenzo Zanotto, finishing in 2nd place. 3rd place for Leo Valtanen, a contender to keep an eye on as well for the title chase. We shall see where Valtanen will be heading at the end of the qualifying heat races tomorrow. Joe Turney crossing the line in 4th place. Good recovery for Joe, with 8 places made up from 12th to 4th. 5th place for Morgan Porter in front of James Wharton, Rafael Chavez Camara, Nico Ankte, Rasmus Lucchini, and Joseph Martin Superbra in 10th place. Just outside of the top 10 as the classification will appear. Right now on the screen, Enzo Trulli made it up to 11 in front of Michele Edgard. Jenny Civico in 13, 14th place for Alexander Dunn, Lorenzo Patrese, Marcus Amann in 16 with 11 place made up. Then we have following in 17th place Kim Arwang, Lawrence Van Hoopen, Lola Love in 1st, Axel Sarniala, Marlon Hernandez, Clemente Reserve in 22nd, then 23rd Rasmus Anderson, Ricardo Gracia, Samuel Espirito Santo, Cecilia Egvingst, David Sobrero, Christian Loven, and unfortunately for the CRG driver, Bruno Bertoncello was unable to see the checkered flag of this last qualifying heat of the day. And let's have a look right now to what happened in this last race with the replay. So this last 10 lap race of the day smiled upon Andrea Kimi Antonelli as the young Italian built upon his race with first a better start than the rest of the field, of course, keeping advantage from his pole position. You could see Travis Zanotto taking his slipstream behind him, and from the inside line getting himself up into 2nd position in front of Morgan Porter, down in 3rd. The opening laps, of course, in the opening corners going pretty well for most of the field. As you could see further back, one of the Lennox driver, the number 8 of Lawrence Van Hoopen, who was actually in the upper part of the field before dropping down all the way to final classification of 18th place. The number 45 over there, Lorenzo Patrese. Putting together a beautiful move over there on Morgan Porter as well. Patrese finishing in the end way down the order, actually down in 15th place, so a better first half of the race than the conclusion for the young Italian. And you can see here beautiful picture of up to 7 drivers battling for the same position, beautifully made as on track the 75 briefly, as Patrese being chased by Morgan Porter, with Juho Valtanen number 7 as well on the charge, as that will lead him to 3rd place in the end of this qualifying heat. And this is the start when Patrese, number 45, lost first position to Morgan Porter for 3rd place, chasing Travis Zanuto and Antonelli. And then after that, unfortunately for him, Patrese would lose a lot more places, all the way down to 15 in the end of this qualifying race. Starting with not James Morton, but Nico Ante, the world racing driver in number 26, getting past Patrese, and after that some more overtaking. In the lead, you could see Morgan Porter being chased over by Juho Valtanen, as well as Nico Ante being overtaken by one of the Tonica drivers, Joe Turney, number 3, going around the inside of the driver from World Racing, beautifully made by Joe Turney, who made his way up to 4th position, an 8th position recovery for the British driver. Up ahead, another intensive and decisive moment in this qualifying race. Juho Valtanen getting past Morgan Porter around the inside of the corner number 2. And not quite easy to pull that off, actually, because before the braking zone of the 3rd corner, you just line yourself quite clearly to be able to find the gap. But so Juho Valtanen did it successfully. Further back, we have a good recovery race as well from one of the CRG drivers, the 21st of Rasmus Uchimis, who ended up in 9th place in the end after being in 26 in the end. So those are the last pictures of today, and this beautiful run of 20 qualifying hits were concluded in great fashion by this young man on track. And on your picture, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who made it to 1st position for the first time, as we have Lorenzo Trovasanuto finishing in 2nd and Juho Valtanen in 3rd. This will be the last pictures of today, ladies and gentlemen, the last replay of this Saturday in Portimão. We'll find you back tomorrow, of course, with the first of the last 5 qualifying races starting at 10:45. Thank you all very much for watching on the race winning performance of Andrea Kimi Antonelli. We'll see you back all tomorrow for the last qualifying races and the finals of the FIA Karting World Championship. Bye-bye.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.